Present.
Councilman Teeter,
Here.
Councilman Moreno,
Here.
Mayor Ford,
Here.
Councilman Bullock,
Here.
Councilman McEldowney,
Here.
Councilwoman Elliott, and Councilman Douglas.
Present.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Elliott is not with us this evening. She is out due to an illness. I'd like to ask the council, there's someone prepared to make a motion to allow her an excused absence. Mr. Moreno?
Move to excuse Councilmember Elliott.
Thank you. Mr. McEldowney?
Second.
Motion and a second to allow the excuse for Councilwoman Elliott. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. If everybody in the audience would please rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like the staff to go around and allow the audience to introduce themselves, please.
Jennifer Allen Thomas.
Harvest Thomas.
Sonia Montano.
Charlene Southern.
Dennis Kamek.
Mac McFarman.
Warren Jones.
Ellen Haug.
Dave Hendricks.
Amy Hendricks.
Trent Kite.
Alan Trudell.
Thank you.
Evan Randall.
David Stallsworth.
Kathy McIntyre. Christy Douglas. Joy Bishop.
Gene Leffel.
Guillermo Serna.
Mike Brown, Parks and Recreation.
John Howard, Information Technology.
Steve Timms, Funding Division.
Tracy Jones, Housing Authority.
Greg Clements.
Leanne Clements,
Ron Ashe, United Power.
Rich Gonzalez, United Power.
Ms. Ryan Cordero, Government Relations.
Dave Munoz, Police Department.
Chris Kramer, Community Development.
Dino Lombardi, Excel Energy.
John McDonald, Tetra Tech.
Sarah Robinson, Excel Energy.
Cheryl Dietrich, Excel Energy.
Carolyn White, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of Excel Energy.
Preston Gibson with Excel Energy.
Darren Sterling, Interim Director, Public Works.
Thank you all for being here this evening. First item on the agenda is proclamations and recognitions. First proclamation that we have is for Greg Clements. If you would please come up to the podium. And it's nice that we got you back to another one of these. You thought you were getting away from it. The proclamation reads, whereas Public Works Director Greg Clements, a 36-year employee with the City of Commerce City, retired in September 2011. I don't know why it says September 2011 because it's 2012. And whereas it's difficult to find a city administrator or a city amenity or street in the community that wasn't influenced by Mr. Clements, such as Victory Crossing, including the new Civic Center at Dick's Sporting Goods Park, 56th Avenue and Quebec improvements, the Municipal Service Center, Buffalo Run Golf Course, and 104th Avenue, And whereas during his tenure, he served as a community advocate and interim city manager to help advance the city's vision, negotiating maintenance agreements with Adams County, bringing the recreation department into the city, and creating special improvement districts. And whereas the lasting impact of Mr. Clements' career is found in the leadership, integrity, and values he brought to the city of Commerce City, serving as a role model for all who work in local government. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council, I hereby honor Greg Clements for his exemplary public service and commitment to build a quality community for a lifetime. Mr. Moreno?
Move approval of the proclamation.
Mr. McEldowney? Second. I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The motion is carried. We will all come down to see you here in just a moment, but I wanted to give the council an opportunity to say anything at this time that they might want to add. Mr. McEldowney, do you have anything?
It was actually from the second, but I'll just real quickly state, you and I talked one-on-one, and I believe I gave some comments in the last time that you were in front of us, and I just, again, thank you for all that you've done for the city in your tenure here. Thank you personally for the support and the insight and the mentoring in terms of your areas of expertise. I really personally appreciate it, and our community appreciates all that you've done, so thank you.
Mr. Bullock?
I want to echo what Mr. McEldowney said. I want to thank you, Greg. I've known you a long time, and I can say I haven't met any gentleman that has the integrity and the character that you do. Thank you so much for what you've done for our city. Thank you.
Mr. Teeter?
Hi, Greg. I want to thank you, Greg, very much for the work you have did for the city. We go back a long ways on the softball diamond, you pitching for the police department, me pitching for the fire department. We had a lot of great rival games back in those days, and we're going to miss you here. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Carson?
Mr. Clements, thank you for your service to the city. You have done great work here. You will be missed. I know, because I've heard from your fellow employees, that you leave some big shoes to fill. Everyone here wants to wish you the best and happiest of retirement, so enjoy.
Mr. Moreno?
Greg, I was tempted to delay the approval of the proclamation until the end of the meeting. That way you'd have one more meeting under your belt. It's how you're accustomed to spending Monday nights. But wanted to just thank you for your very long service to the city, and it's going to be a lot of institutional memory and knowledge lost, but hopefully we will learn to do without your expertise. Thank you so much.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes, thank you, Greg, for being here tonight to show your face one more time. I was over at your retirement party, and hearing all your accomplishments and all the things you were involved with the city is amazing. So I want to thank you for all years of service, even though this will be my first year on here. But I appreciate, I asked you certain questions, and you didn't say, hey, hold on, I'll get back with you. You gave me the answer, and I appreciate that. So enjoy your retirement. Thanks.
Mr. Benson?
Well, thanks, Greg. It's been good knowing you. Hopefully we'll see you around again sometime. Are we just giving you a piece of paper? Are we giving you a watch or a clock or anything like that? Okay. Well, thanks. Thank you for your
Actually,
service.
Mr. Benson, I'm glad you brought that up, because right now all I have is a piece of paper. However, they are putting you something together, a nice framed proclamation and stuff, and I know Michelle's went up to try to get that located. It wasn't down here, but we'll make sure that you have that. That's the whole intention of having a proclamation recognizing you for your service. And out of everybody up here, I think I've spent probably the most time with you. After 10 years of being an employee within your department, spending a lot of years over at the old city maintenance facility on 60th Avenue. We've had some interesting times, and we both get to see the city come a long way. And I personally appreciate everything you've done for the city over the years. So, most everything has been great. So it's been really a challenge to stick with it this long, and I appreciate all your efforts. So if everybody will please join me down front to thank Mr. Clements.
Brian's got the one in the frame.
Brian has the one in the frame? Good, then I'll leave the paper up here.
Just a couple things. Mayor and council, I really appreciate this. It's been an honor and privilege to work for the city of Commerce City for 36 years. And I want to express my appreciation for all the opportunities I've been given over those years to the mayors and council. It's been a lot of people, and all of them are very dedicated to this city. I want to express my appreciation to the staff over the years. I think I've worked for 10 city managers. And on behalf of the city staff, Brian, I'd like to express my appreciation. And of those 10 managers, I think Mr. McBroom has the potential to be the best. So I just wanted to pass that along. I've got a lot of confidence in Jim Hayes also, as well as Bob and the other staff members. I want to express my appreciation to all the friends and colleagues on the staff. They get the job done every day, and they've been a huge support to me throughout my career. I've recognized some employees from the Public Works Department that are here tonight. Amy Hendricks, Darren Sterling, Trent Kite, and Alan Trudell, if you guys would stand. And Leonard Dietz also is here. These guys are all very supportive people. And I would like to express my appreciation to my wife, Leanne. She's been my chief counselor and psychiatrist. She's kept me and the city out of trouble and over those 36 years. So I want to come on up. Anything you want to say?
When you're done, I'll say.
Well, go ahead.
Oh. Well, in reflecting over the 36 years that Greg has worked here, it occurred to me that there was never a day that he didn't want to get out of bed and come to work. It was a great place for him to spend his career, and we appreciate all the city has done for us.
And as I said earlier, 30 years of these meetings is enough, so I'm going to go watch Monday Night Football. And my best to everybody. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next proclamation is a proclamation that declaring October as Community Planning Month. Chris, is this you coming up for this, or Steve? Who's coming up? Planning Commission. That's why they're all here. Why don't the Planning Commission come up to the podium and I'll read this proclamation. I know you're all here tonight. Thank you for being here. Whereas change is consistent and affects all cities and counties, and whereas community planning can help manage the change in a way that provides better choices for how people work, live, and whereas community planning provides an opportunity for all residents to be meaningfully involved in making choices that determine the future of their community, and whereas the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month throughout the United States of America and its territories, and whereas the American Planning Association and its professional institute, the American Institute of Certified Planners, endorse National Community Planning Month as an opportunity to highlight the contributions sound planning and implementation make to quality of our communities and environment, and whereas we recognize the contributions of the Commerce City Planning Commission and the organization's professional city planners who contribute their time and expertise to the betterment of Commerce City's built environment. Now therefore be it resolved that I, on behalf of the City Council, hereby proclaim the month of October 2012 as Community Planning Month in the City of Commerce City. Mr. Benson, you want to handle this proclamation, please? No, I just read it. I just need you to make a motion.
Move to adopt the proclamation just read by the mayor, number 2012-53.
Mr. Moreno.
Oh, I don't have it.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. And we do appreciate everything that the Planning Commission does. It makes our job a little easier. It gives us some guidance. And we're going to test that guidance a little bit tonight, just so you all know. And I would imagine that some of you are probably interested too how this goes this evening. I'm interested myself. So with that said, do you have something you want to add, Mr. Moreno? Go ahead.
Well, I actually thought you were here because you wanted to relive the Cherokee Pipeline discussion all over again. But I'll just say that of the boards that I had the opportunity to serve on as a council member, Planning Commission I thought was far and away the most valuable because it's where I learned the principles of land use, which is so important to what we do as a local government. And I'll just say I'm excited to see so many of you. And I appreciate that the citizens gave us the opportunity to turn this very important board over to our duly appointed citizens because you guys put so much work into what you do, reading the packets. This last one was a doozy. It was for over 500 pages. And I just want to say I appreciate everything you do for our city. Thank you.
Mr. McEldowney?
I'll echo Mr. Moreno's comments and just add that, like Mr. Moreno, serving in any number of capacities as a council member, sitting on Planning Commission, even for the brief time that I did, was a great reinforcement of just how dedicated and passionate you all are about your community. I don't know that the average citizen understands necessarily what you put into this job. It's a job. You have a day job, many of you. And the time that it takes to really get your head around the issues, to get your head around what planning means to the community and the impact of the decisions or recommendations that you make are significant. Whether it's the effort that many of you participated in through our comprehensive plan rewrite or our transportation strategic plan, or each of those individual cases that you reflect on, it's not as simple as showing up and casting a vote. There is a lot of forethought, consideration, and preparation that goes into that, and I really do take my hat off to each of you for your contribution to our community. So thank you very, very much.
Councilwoman Carson?
I also wanted to thank you for your hard work and your dedication. it takes a lot to plan a city. And I want to thank each and every one of you that you take out of your precious time to do this. All of us setting up here when items come in front of us, you can see the thought and homework and everything you have put into that. And we are all very interested to see what you had to say and really respect the work that you do. You're a behind-the-scenes group. I'm not sure people in the city know all of this that takes place. And so without the glory or the recognition, you have stepped forward and decided to be such a great community member. So thank you for everything and the vision that you have for the city and for the time that you put into it.
Mr. Bullock.
After what everyone else has said, I just want to say thank you.
Great. Will everybody join me down front, please, to present the proclamation to the Planning Commission?
One, two.
Okay.
Of course, I'm the one that always talks too much. Right, Mac? I'd like to thank the council, and I'd like to thank the people that are behind us or in front of us. Brian, Jim, Chris, all of the staff have been incredible because not only I think the Planning Commission comes with many varied backgrounds and different opinions on what should and should not be, but understanding how to make those decisions in the best interest of our community is something that we not only have opinions when we come into the job, but we're taught how to tailor those and understand them perhaps in a different light. And I think the staff does a really great job of preparing us to make better decisions. So thank you for looking at the work that we do and agreeing with it most of the time, and thank the staff a lot for helping us make better decisions.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think I speak for all of the members of the Planning Commission in saying that it's really an honor and a privilege to be able to serve in this capacity. None of which we can do without these people and a whole bunch of them back here, all over through the room here. Having been on the commission for a number of years and having seen a lot of cases, it's really still fun to come to work on Monday evenings, or Tuesday evenings, sorry. But I think, like I said, for all of us on the commission, we're proud to be here, and as long as you keep us here, we'll keep on doing it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is going to be the citizen communication portion of the agenda. And when I call your name, please come forward and state your name and address for the record. I do have a public hearing that the council is supposed to hear this evening, and I see a couple of folks have signed up to discuss the public hearing. However, there are some other folks that have signed up to, and I will only allow those testimonies for the public hearing during the public hearing portion. However, there are also a couple that have signed up concerning the public notice piece of that, and I will allow that during the citizen communication piece to handle that first. And then if we have the hearing, we will hear the testimony of the hearing during that public hearing. So when I call you forward, If you have something to talk about that concerns the public hearing, please hold those remarks until we're in the public hearing. If you're here to talk about the public notice and how the notice was put out, then we can talk about that now, but I don't want you to go into any testimony that will be a part of that hearing. Is that acceptable, Bob? Yes, it is. Okay, thank you. So first I'll call Kathy McIntyre on the public notice piece of it.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kathy McIntyre. I live at 17503 East 104th Way, Commerce City, Colorado. I would like to know why there is a public hearing being held tonight regarding the Cherokee Pipeline project and why the general public was not made aware of it. In the last month, the City of Commerce City staff has sent out to the citizens of Commerce City a postcard and the city staff's newspaper. There was no mention of this public hearing in either. I believe, but am not sure, that the city staff uses a newspaper out of Brighton, Colorado for public notices, but it is not delivered anywhere in the city of Commerce City, and there is nowhere to buy it, which I have never understood because I don't understand why the citizens have to pay for the public notice twice, once when the city staff pays that Brighton newspaper, and then again to purchase a newspaper, if you could find it to buy it, to read your notice. Today, just by chance, I was riding in a car by 96th Avenue and Tower Road and saw down in the ditch a small sign with a small plastic enclosure. There were actually two of these. I found another one close by probably 100, or not 100, probably about 100th Avenue and Tower Road. That is where I found the notice of the public hearing tonight. It was a little wet, but I was able to pull it out of the plastic bag. It was not posted at the Reunion Recreation Center. I always thought that the Reunion Recreation Center was where we could see what was happening with the city, and I was okay with that because I go in there almost daily, but it wasn't there either. The only other place a citizen could see it is if they knew to go to the city's website, go to the city's agenda, and then they could pull up this. This is how much documentation is on the city's website for the public hearing tonight. So I haven't even had a chance to really read it all because I just found out about this at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I would request that this hearing be postponed until the citizens of this entire city can be properly notified of a project that requires that much documentation. I also am a little disappointed with Xcel Energy because I never received any email from them, even though I have repeatedly put myself on their email list via their website and via attendance at their public meetings. To me, personally, it's just my opinion, but it seems like this is just wrong at all levels because this is a project that is huge for our city, north, south, east, west, every corner of it, and everyone I talked to today didn't know about this public hearing. So it seems like it borders on a violation of the Colorado Sunshine Law. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in this evening. And we will get an answer to you before we take up the public hearing, make sure that we have proper posting.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to the next one on the pipeline public notice issue would be Christy Douglas.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Christy Douglas. I reside at 10970 Unity Parkway in Commerce City, Colorado 80022. And I would like to also comment on the public notification for the hearing tonight. I was in the car with several other people today coming off of, I believe it was 88th. On the tower, and happened to notice a little sign that was off to the side of the road, that it was a real estate sign because it had a plastic like envelope on the front. But I also happened to see that it said City of Commerce City on it. And I said, what is that? Everyone else said they didn't know. And And I said, is there anyone coming up behind us? I'd like to jump out and grab one and see what it is. And I was pretty surprised because this project is huge. It is going to have a huge impact on all of our citizens. It is a dangerous project, and it is something that Commerce City has to go along with. It's a mandated project, and the only way they can get the gas from where they're producing it to the Cherokee plant, which is in Denver, to produce the mandated clean energy electricity that's produced by the natural gas, is to come through our city. And I mean, by reading that, I couldn't even believe it. It looks as though the Planning Commission is bringing this before you tonight. Nothing against the Planning Commission, but it looks like they haven't even identified a route, that it could be here, could be there, could be, but it's coming through our city. I just can't even believe it. As much as we pay our communications department, they can't communicate with the citizens any better than this. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Seeing those be the only two on the sign-up sheet concerning public notice, I want to take that up and get that handled first. I want to make sure that everything was done in a proper manner and make sure that all the signs were up for the entirety. So, Mr. Timms, are you the person to handle that? Please come forward and explain to us the posting process for a conditional use permit and ensure us that it was done properly.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of Council, Steve Timms, Planning Division. When we look at postings for any of our hearings, whether they be conditional uses or zoning cases, subdivisions, et cetera, we look at our land development code. These posting requirements are spelled out in Article 3 of that code and also in our charter where it talks about newspaper postings. We have posting requirements for Planning Commission and City Council. As part of that, we're required to notify neighbors, property owners, within 300 feet of the proposed affected properties. We did that. We had a list of over, I think, 400 property owners who received a notice, a postcard notifying them. In addition, in the Planning Commission, those people that spoke in favor or against the proposal there, our chair, Mr. McFarland, at the end of every hearing always states when the City Council hearing will be as well, to let people know date and time of that. In addition, we are required to post in the newspaper. We do post in a Bright newspaper by requirements that are spelled out in our charter. And then finally, with property postings, our code requires that the property be posted, the affected properties be posted with a minimum of one sign. We posted approximately 13 signs up and down the corridor for both the primary and alternate routes. We do have copies of how these particular signs look, if council would like to see. It does have a big City of Commerce City development proposal under review, a big sturdy metal sign, and with a website, etc. In addition to that, notice has been given through our website and then through the Excel public service community meetings that have been held. I believe that several council people attended as well.
Okay, Mr. Bullock, do you have a comment?
No, sir.
No? How about Mr. Benson?
Yes, Mr. Timms, did we comply with everything that's required by the Land Development Code for posting notice of a hearing on a conditional use permit?
Staff's understanding is yes. I'll have the city attorney either concur with that.
Yeah, that was okay.
I've looked into this because this afternoon the city received communication from Kathy McIntyre regarding this issue, and as a result thereof, I contacted Steve Timms and reviewed the process that was followed with Mr. Timms, and he has satisfied me that the requirements have all been met for posting a public notice for a public hearing, and that conditional use does involve a public hearing, which you'll be called upon in shortly in this meeting. In addition, I would add, there's also the requirement for, under the open meetings law, that the agendas be posted.
That was my next question.
And the agendas were posted. I've inquired of the city clerk's office. The agendas were posted also on the website and also at City Hall, and the requirements for posting of this notice for the agenda for this meeting, not just the conditional use, but for the entire meeting, those requirements have been met.
Well, what, didn't we decide maybe several years ago that there were certain places where the agendas were going to be posted as soon as they were available? And I thought that that Reunion Rec Center was one of them.
Now, to avoid confusion in that regard, there has been a designation by the City Council as to where our ordinances are to be posted, but that is an additional requirement over and above posting for the agendas and posting and publication for public hearings. So that provision dealing with the posting of ordinances would not apply in this case because this is a conditional use that does not require an ordinance.
Do we have any policy about the posting of the agendas?
Yes, that policy is that they be posted on the website and that they be posted at City Hall. And that policy was followed.
You know, I'd like to suggest that maybe we start posting agendas at other places too, such as both rec centers, maybe the grocery stores, things like that, just to make it more easily accessible to people. But that's what I would suggest. But apparently it's not a requirement. We've met all the legal requirements for holding this hearing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Okay. We'll look into the posting of agendas in addition to what I've indicated.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney.
Yeah, we just think that if we choose to take any action on this or continue further discussion in terms of changes, we should bring those up under administrative council business yet this evening. But I do just want to make a comment. In addition to all of the required means by which the city has posted notification, and certainly we can argue later during administrative council business whether that's sufficient. We have citizens who are paying attention to what we're doing, and we have a citizen who created 2 invitations on Facebook. One for calling attention by the community to the community of the hearing that was held today in the county, and a second that called for or provided an invite, if you will, for tonight's city council meeting. And it's interesting that both of the folks who just provided the commentary are on that invite, which was posted on September 24th. And in fact, Ms. Douglas, I find, posted a comment in response to that invite on September 24th. So it's somewhat disingenuous to come up and suggest that there was no prior knowledge of these meetings when clearly there was a communication that whether a city vehicle or not made them aware of those activities. So I would just say let's pick up the discussion in terms of where we might see gaps in our notification process, but I would just suggest that we make comments that speak to the gaps in our communication, not speak to it in terms of...
Excuse me, but I believe this
is one second.
may not be proper, but, sir...
Point of order.
You cannot...
One second,
excuse
please.
me.
Point of order.
You talk about my Facebook in a public meeting? I did not.
One second, please.
I did not respond.
1 second, please. I will give everybody an opportunity to sort this out. Mr.
Mayor, I wish that when your council people maybe get out of line, that you say something to them when that happens.
Now, you have a point of order. Would you like to make your point, Mr. McEldowney?
I was just going to seek that we regain control of the meeting, sir. I would like to, based on that comment, just defer to council and ask if we have any guidelines around social media. Certainly this is an area that we find a regular point of discussion in both CML and other discussions when we talk about the implications of social media on municipal government in particular. And certainly, I don't want to overstep any legal bounds in that regard, but certainly social media and events that are posted to hundreds of people, I deem public information in that respect, not a private matter. And I'm not divulging, in effect, any information that was private to anything other than a publicly broadcast, or widely, I should say, broadcast invitation. So we perhaps can seek to have some input on that during our administrative council business, where it sounds like we're going to bring this back up. So if that requires a formal motion now to insert that, or I guess we can just bring that up during administrative council business, correct?
You could just bring it up in administrative council business. I might add, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, that the city clerk's office advises me that they do post agendas in addition to the places that I've indicated are required. They post them at certain places of business within the city. She indicated 5 separate business places that I was not aware that they also posted. But that's agendas, so let's not confuse agendas with the notice of public hearing requirement that Mr. Timms is referring to. But that has been done.
For Bob?
I have a question for Bob.
Okay, go ahead.
Was this agenda posted at those 5 different locations for this meeting?
As far as the city clerk's office is aware of, that neighborhood services do post. Those locations are Bell Creek, Reunion, King Supers, our rec center, and here at City Hall.
Thank you. And are you aware if they were posted today or posted for this meeting?
I haven't gotten confirmation, but they were given to neighborhood services to post, yes.
Okay. Next, and we'll get back around to Christie's concern. When I have citizen communication, you're all welcome to come up when I call your name and talk to the council. When it comes to if someone is offended by what a council member has to say, that person is stating their piece, and you're more than welcome to take up your concerns. Yes, ma'am, you are. You're right. Yes, we do. We all do. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I have to keep control of the meeting. I have to allow the person who has the floor to continue to have the floor. You have the opportunity to come up here and give your citizen communication, and I'm allowing that. So I'm not denying you anything. And if one person up here says something that may be offensive to anybody in the audience, that's not this whole council offending anybody. That's one person, and that person was elected as well to represent you. So when someone has the floor, I can't allow conversations to both ensue from out in the audience and up here at the electorate. So we're going to continue and go through the item that I'm trying to sort out that you all brought to our attention tonight. So we are working for you, and my intention is to get this sorted out for you so that you understand our posting process. We understand and can assure you that it was done properly. I want to get through that piece of it. Mr. Douglas.
Yes. I can understand the way the ordinance reads as far as stating this and making sure the public is aware. But one step further, that should have happened with Excel, the same effort that they put out there to get people to weigh in on this last year, they should have made this same extension to the folks in the same manner. Just Excel being the company they are. Because this is, right now by reading, as far as what was approved and everything, there has not been a route that's been identified, so I think the source of communication should be been about the same, because it affects a lot of people based on which route Excel chooses. And furthermore, yeah, we were elected for the citizens, and I think when we do answer to citizens coming up, I think it's we need to make sure we make our point without saying someone's name. So I appreciate further on down the line if we can just make sure, if you're making a point, make your point, but don't be personal. Thanks.
Mr. Bullock.
My only comment is we are speaking on our posting. We are not commenting on what Excel was supposed to do. So I don't think that's pertinent to this conversation right now. We're trying to figure out if we did correct posting, which from what we've all heard, is everything that we did was correct and above and beyond what is needed for the posting for any public hearing. So I don't think anybody should be commenting on what Excel is supposed to do. What Excel is supposed to do is Excel's business. It doesn't involve this council.
Well, and I would just add, Mr. Bullock, that part of what Excel has to do is part of what is a concern of this council. I understand what you're trying to say is the efforts that Excel made personally to go out and try to hold some community neighborhood meetings was their intention and not something that was required by this council. However, I want to make sure if there are residents in this community that did not get informed because our process wasn't taken care of is my big concern right now. I want to make sure that if people in this city wanted to be here tonight and they don't know that this is going on tonight because we don't know for sure if the postings got put out to some of the other places that they were supposed to be posted, if the signs were up. That's what I'm trying to find. I want to make sure before we have this public hearing that the residents of this city were given the opportunity to be here tonight.
Mr. Mayor, I want to make sure that it's clear to everybody involved that you got two different issues here. One is the legal notice for the public hearing, and that's what Mr. Timms testified to. The other issue about posting the agenda is a separate issue, and that is what the city clerk's office was speaking to, and that is the agenda. And that requirement for posting agendas applies to all of our meetings, every meeting we have, this one included. The public hearing tonight, the one involving Cherokee Pipeline, is what Mr. Timms was talking about, and that's the real issue. Did proper notice of this public hearing get posted? And I've heard nothing to indicate that there was not a proper legal notice. There's been discussion and argument about whether or not the agenda was properly put out there, but that's not really the issue on the public hearing. The public hearing issue is whether or not legal notice under our code was given. And the issue about the open meetings law under the state statute has to do with the agenda, and our ordinance requires that the meetings be held commencing at 6:30 p.m. on the first and third Mondays of every month, unless you call a special meeting. Study sessions on the second and fourth on the second and fourth Mondays commencing at 6:30, and that's by ordinance, and we have complied with the state statute when we do that. That ordinance was passed over a year ago, and we've complied with that ordinance in posting the agendas for every meeting that we've held. So let's not confuse posting the agenda with giving notice of the public hearing.
Okay, I would just like to say that regarding any postings, I want to make sure that we're doing the postings properly so that I'm not questioning whether it's an agenda or whether it is a public hearing or whether it's a conditional use permit. I want to make sure that any postings that occur within this city are done properly. And that's what I'm saying when I say, you know, I'm concerned about how the postings are done. I know that our staff has done a great job of posting in the past. I want to be ensured that it continues to be a great job of posting to make sure that our residents have the information they need if they want to come forward and speak during a public hearing. So, seeing no one else, what I'm going to do, Mr. McBroom, you have something to add before I move on?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just one additional item to add. Ms. Scott has indicated the 5 locations where the agendas are posted throughout town. Those postings are done by our Neighborhood Services Division. We did receive confirmation that a Neighborhood Services Inspector did post the agendas in those 5 locations that we mentioned: City Hall, the Bell Creek Recreation Center, the Reunion Recreation Center, our own Recreation Center, and the King Supers, I believe, in the core city. Is there, on the notice, on the issue of posting, is there additional verification that you're seeking tonight?
No, I was making sure that the places that were supposed to be posted are posted. Seeing nothing further on this item, before we go into a public hearing, I will ask the council if they want to continue to go ahead and hear the public hearing, or if they want to postpone it for further posting. But that'll be up to the council at that time. Bob, did you have something further you want to add?
Yes, there needs to be made a finding by this city council, since the issue's been raised, as to whether or not the notice requirements of Colorado Open Meetings Law and the Land Development Code have been met.
Okay, I'll make sure that's taken care of.
And you need to do that either, well, before the hearing starts.
Correct, and it will be. Now, I have everybody else on here except for one is signed up to speak during that pipeline hearing, except for one, and I'll call that person forward and we'll get through citizen communication. Mr. Guillermo Serna.
Guillermo Serna, 14122 East 102nd Place, Commerce City, Colorado. One thing about Mr. Clemens, that man always had a smile on his face, irregardless of the issues in front of him. And he forced you to smile because he was smiling right back at you. And I think everybody should take that into consideration. But the reason I'm here is, in my process from 104th to here, or into the city, there's horses on Highway 2. And one thing that don't mix is horses and big 16-wheelers, especially when it comes to doubles. And they're crossing the street from close to the railroad tracks over to where people are walking. My concern is that it's an accident ready to happen. I've seen those horses get pretty scared when they're forced to cross the street. They don't get off and walk the horse across. They ride him across. And that's right there at Quebec and Highway 2, all the way up to 96th Avenue. So I don't know what can be done on it, and I know that they're grandfathered in, but it's not good to see a horse hit by a big trailer, or what comes afterwards, the rider himself. There's got to be something that you can do, either put a cross somewhere where they can cross, or stop him from crossing Highway 2. And that's all I got to say right now.
And, only thing I could say, Mr. Serna, is I would agree with you. It looks very dangerous. I would feel the same way about somebody running across Highway 2 to get from one side to the other, whether they're on a horse, whether they're on a bicycle, whether they're on foot. However, we don't have laws that pertain to being able to cross. If there's a crossing need, that's one thing, but that's a state highway. And so the best we could do is talk to the state and see if there is justification to put some kind of a crossing in there. However, without any type of signalization, maybe 88th they could have a crossing, but in between would be very tough because of the high rate of speeds. And the only thing I could say is that I could have the staff talk to the state and see what can or can't be done.
Yeah, just take a look at it, because we've already had some horses that burned to death.
Yeah?
And I would sure hate to see a human being get hurt along with his animal. Thank you.
Yep, and I think there's a few more people that have selected to speak. Mr. Bullock, did you have something?
Yes. I wholeheartedly agree with you, Mr. Cerna. I have been on Highway 2 many a time when I've watched the riders riding so close to the road, and they have many opportunities to ride in other places, and I don't understand why riding up Highway 2 is so thrilling for them. If there's anything we can have the staff do to talk to the state, which I don't know if we even have that capacity, but I would love to see them, just no horse riding permitted on Highway 2, but it's not our highway, you know.
But if I may, it is our walkway as far as along the arsenal.
Right.
And you can't handle that.
Mr. Benson.
Question was on the previous issue, not
Okay.
Mr. Cerna's issue, because I agree with what he's saying. We've got to protect the animals and the people that are riding them. But my question was on the
All right, we'll get back to
agenda
you.
versus notice of a public
Okay.
hearing.
Mr. Rayner, do you have something?
Yeah, just a related question for staff. That soft surface trail that is on the perimeter of the arsenal, is that allowed for equestrian uses?
I'm not sure of the answer to that question. We'd be happy to check.
Okay, thank you.
And from my understanding, you can still ride a horse right down the middle of the lane as a means of transportation. Not just crossing it. You can go right down Highway 2 on a horse. I wouldn't recommend it, but there becomes a piece there too that is part of rights. And when it comes to riding a bicycle, you have to give 3 feet. I know there are laws that are into effect on a state highway. I would have to have the staff look into it, what those laws may be if there's a horse and rider, and whether that's the burden of the vehicle operator or of the horse operator. So we'll look into it and have the staff come back with some answers.
Just an awareness, because there was a lady on Monaco and 60th that somebody, past city councils, made a great big issue of horses being in that property. And, she had to get rid of her horses. So there's ways of doing things for their own safety. Okay? So thank you.
Thank you. There is one more that I would like to call forward that I had skipped over. Ellen Haug.
My name is Ellen Haug, and I reside at 15501 East 112th Avenue, 36D, in Commerce City, 80022. Honorable Mayor and City Council, I am just here this evening to say thank you for your confidence in me in the permanent position on the zoning board. I just want to say that I look forward to serving out my term in the position, and thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll get into the agenda. Yes, sir.
We do have some guests here from United Power that, although they did not sign up, they would love the opportunity to speak under citizen communication.
Okay. I'll now invite folks from United Power forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Town Council. I'm Ron Ashe with United Power, and with me is Rich Gonzalez with United Power, 500 Cooperative Way, Brighton, Colorado. It's our privilege to be here this evening on behalf of United Power. We return to our members, and the City of Commerce City is a member of United Power, as we're a cooperative organization. And as part of that, we return to all of our members each year a portion of our net margins that we earned in the past year. Our Board of Directors approved refunding or paying back to you in total of all of our memberships, $3.5 million this year, and we have a check for your share of that $3.5 million to present to you this evening. Rich has it here. The total amount of your capital credit retirement refund is $7,135.82. And we would like to thank the City of Commerce City for the long relationship that we've had. We just signed a new franchise agreement with the city about a year ago, and it was a pleasure working with the staff and the administration in that process, and we look forward to a long and continuous working relationship going forward in the future, and we look forward to being back every year with a capital credit refund check. So thank you very much for your support, and you're doing business with United Power, and we look forward to a long and happy relationship going forward. So,
Great. Thank you very much. And, I have to say, the one I get at home is like $15. So the city must be using a lot of power. If the council will join me down front to accept the check, please.
Being from an electrical utility, we thought we'd come here and brighten your evening.
Go ahead. We need it.
One, two.
Now we'll move into the agenda. First item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Mr. McEldowney? Do you have the minutes in front of you?
I do. I just wanted to make a comment regarding the accuracy of the notes. There are the notes suggest that Ms. Carson and I are absent from that evening's meetings.
Okay.
We were absent from the pre-meeting, I guess, the special meeting, but it didn't differentiate in my recollection. I know we're listed as actively participating in the meeting, but it read.
It shows that you showed up.
Okay.
It shows that you did come during the executive session.
I read right past that then. With that said, I would move to approve the minutes.
Okay. Mr. Moreno?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. And this is the minutes of September 17th, 2012, correct? Is that
Correct.
With the motion maker and the second?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's approved. The minutes have been approved. Now we can get into public hearings, but before we do so, we need to take up this issue whether there was proper posting. Bob, what is the term you want to use?
Depending on your finding here, but if you find that there was proper posting, then the finding should be that the notice requirement of both the Colorado Open Meetings Law and the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City were met in this case.
Okay. Mr. Bullock, are you prepared?
So move on what Bob just said.
Mr. Benson? Okay, we have a motion on the floor, so we have to deal with the motion on the floor, then I'll go into discussion.
I'll second the motion, also have some discussion.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. We'll now have discussion. Mr. Benson?
Bob, what would be the law with regard to a notice that was posted that was blown over by the weather? What if you post it one day and it's blown over the next day? Is it somebody's responsibility to go out and set it up again? We have a lot of high winds around here.
Yeah.
Signs are blowing over all the time. And
Then you get into, if that situation arises, you get into a factual issue as to whether or not there was notice to the extent that people were aware, or if it was a total unawareness of the hearing. Now, in this case, I point out that Mr. Timms testified that he went out and found the sign down in one case and re-erected that sign, but he's got 12 other signs that he says were in place. That's my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Timms?
That's correct. I went out there I posted the signs a week from Friday. I went out there again at the end of last week. We had some storms last week. One of the signs was down. I replanted it. I went out this morning between 9:52 and 11:42 to verify the 13 signs. One sign was empty. I replenished those. The other signs were standing up. The code on that particular topic does say that missing or damaged signs shall be replaced within 48 hours of discovery. And so that's what we found. If one's missing or one fallen down, certainly if someone from the public calls us, we will go out there and replace it as well.
so when you discovered them, you just replaced it right there on the spot?
That's correct. Yeah, I place it back in the ground or refill it if it's empty of flyers. Yes, sir.
Well, is there any question in your mind that the original postings of these signs were in accordance with the law? And I'd like to know if anybody else has anything to contradict what you're about to say.
I feel confident from staff perspective that the intent, that the letter of the law from the LDC was met in this particular case.
I'd like to hear if anybody else has any contrary evidence to present.
I have one person in the back that raised his hand, Mr. Stallsworth. Do you have any information to present as the request of Mr. Benson? Come forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
David Stallsworth, 8110 Brighton Road, DuPont. At the Planning Commission, I gave pictures to Mr. Timms that one of the signs that was posted at 77th and Brighton Road was empty for several days. Where it was posted, it was very hard to see. Unless you were specifically looking for it, you would have never seen it. I also gave him pictures of the one at 88th Avenue by Wickiup Trailer Park that was laying on the ground for 3 days. That one I put up myself so maybe somebody might be aware that there was something going on. Now, he told me that they only put like 25 flyers in these. If it was empty for 3 or 4 days, there's something wrong here. This should have been taken care of. I don't know how often they check these, but somebody should go by every other day or such a matter and take a look to see if it's standing up, see if it's to where you can see it. The one at 88th there by Wickiup, where it was right on the curve when you would come up to 88th Avenue on Brighton Road. You would never see it going north, and if you was coming south on Brighton Road and there was a car there, you would never see it. So I question real hard whether this was posted properly or not. Thank you.
Now, I want to ask you, the signs that you're talking about are in relation to the public hearing the Planning Commission took, not for this public hearing. Is that correct?
It was for the Planning Commission. Now, there postcards that was sent out. I own 2 pieces of property right on Brighton Road. And what postcard? Never seen one, never heard of it. I've heard of it here, but I never received one. So was notification properly given? I would say not. Because I didn't get it.
Okay. Thank you for coming in and bringing that to our attention.
And I do have the pictures on my camera in the car if anyone wants to see them.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Benson, Still your floor.
I guess another question for Mr. Gaylor is, what is the obligation of the city to go out and check the signs, the notices, every day? Because from what Mr. Timms read, upon discovery, you have to replace it within 48 hours. What's the obligation on the city to go out and actively try to discover a sign that's down?
The obligation of the city is, first of all, to comply with what the code says.
Right.
And the obligation then is to assure that notice has been given. It's not to, there's not a requirement that the notice has to be in effect for every single day on those signs, as long as they are replaced as required by the code. And Mr. Timms has indicated that he did replace them as needed. And there's been no evidence presented that the people that were complaining about this notice did not appear at a hearing. Apparently they were at the hearing. The Planning Commission hearing was held. Those that were present were told at the Planning Commission when this City Council meeting would be held. That's additional notice that's even above and beyond what the Land Development Code requires.
Well,
does that answer your question, Mr. Benson?
Well, not completely. What I would like to hear also is, if anybody claims that they weren't given sufficient notice, how are they damaged by the insufficient notice that they claim to have been given? Because I know we had several public hearings that Excel publicized very well. We might have gotten one, maybe two people from the citizens of this city that attended those, in addition to council members, but I don't think we ever got more than about one or two or three people to attend any of those meetings. And I'm just wondering, yeah, right, and has anybody been damaged by what they claim to have been insufficient notice? I'd like to hear from any of those people. And how were you damaged?
Well, there's one person in the audience, two people in the audience that have their hands up. If you want to hear from people that have been damaged, Mr. Benson, come on up. Can you just state your name and address again, Kathy? Thank you.
Kathy McIntyre, 17503 East 104th Way, Commerce City, Colorado. Obviously, I'm not damaged because obviously I was driving by 96th and Tower and was able to pull off into a ditch and crawl out of the car and not get hit by a truck on Tower Road, which was quite the challenge because there's not even a pull-off place where this is at. You literally had to pull off into the weeds, okay? So obviously I'm not damaged. But you have, a population of 40,000 people that are not here. Those are the ones that are damaged because they don't get an opportunity to testify. I can testify. And those were not public hearings that Excel put on. Those were public information meetings. And I beg to differ. A lot of my neighbors were there. It was not 2 or 3 people. There were several dozen. Okay? So they were not public hearings anyway. It was something that Excel did to be nice, to show us the proposed maps and such. So nobody got to testify. Nobody got to say if they were for this or against it or whatever. And also I want to make a clarification. This notice that Mr. Stallsworth was talking about, it is for the Planning Commission hearing and the City Council hearing. It had both on it. And Steve Timms said that he just put it out, like, I don't know what day he said, but it would have been after the Planning Commission hearing. So I guess that's why I never knew about the Planning Commission hearing. But I live in Reunion. We have a lot of places, really nice places, where one of those boxes could have been put, not along Tower Road and 96th. I saw 2 on Tower Road, both in extremely dangerous places to pull over. How come there wasn't one in Reunion Village? How come there wasn't one put right outside the Reunion Rec Center, where we all go every day? How come there wasn't one at King Soopers, where thousands of people in the Northern Range go? Maybe it's just because you don't want to hear from citizens, and that's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Douglas, did you have something that you wanted to add to the discovery for Mr. Benson?
Christy Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for calling me or giving me an opportunity to come back up again. And no, Jim, I'm not damaged, but you know, when you're going to have people come out is when they see the dirt start coming up, not too far away from their homes, and they find out that it's a 24-inch gas pipeline. And I've even said that to people that, you know, just in passing, talking about it, and they said, there's no way it's going to be 24 inches. Yes, it is. I went to the meetings. I found out about it, and those were informational meetings put on by Excel. They were not public hearings. There was, I mean, I remember you standing up there with a laser pen trying to I won't even say. You wanted to be on the stage with the maps. You know, I remember all of that. And you know, it was like, it was no big deal. And there were a handful of people there that were like, well, you know, once again, Commerce City, we're the Mikeys with the Life cereal who will give it to Mikey. He'll eat anything. So here we are. We find ourselves in the same position again. So when you make those comments and you ask these questions, Mr. Benson, I wish that you would have your facts straight. Just like you said there was a moratorium on the fracking when there wasn't. You know, get your facts straight, especially if you're going to be on council. I would really appreciate it. And where I found that sign was in a very dangerous place to access. And if I wouldn't have seen the faint Commerce City in the light green on that sign, I wouldn't even have, I was just very curious about it. It's like, what is that? So I made sure that there was nobody coming up behind me so that I could get out and grab a handful, and there were probably 25 in that container. So I don't think anybody else had grabbed one. I'm just saying something of this magnitude. Make your citizens aware, please. So, no, I'm not damaged. Thank you.
Mr. Benson, you still have the floor.
Well, I still haven't heard anything that says that what Mr. Timms has said is not true. And I think that once we discover that a sign has been blown over or whatever, that we replace it. He's done that. So I'm still convinced that we have complied with the law in this case. And that's what we have to deal with. And believe me, I'm well aware of the dangers of Tower Road. So you don't need to tell me about that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Douglas. Oh, Mr. Cerna, did you have something to add to Mr. Benson's request?
Yes. Guillermo Serna, 14122 East 102nd Place, Commerce City. I disagree with Mr. Benson when he says one or two people showed up. At the first meeting we discussed, you were there, Mayor, the dangers of the pipeline right along the school. Now,
I want to be careful here, Mr. Cerna, just because we are not in that public
totally
hearing.
understand that.
I don't want to take any
You
chances.
asked me if, you asked the public if we were damaged.
On the posting of the signs?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm after.
The damage is that you're going to make a decision, and that pipe's going to go right along 300 to 400 feet away from my house. and I don't feel safe after you make that decision. That's my damage.
You're going into testimony we need to hear during the hearing.
Okay.
I'm asking you, do you have a problem with the way it was posted?
Process.
The process of the posting.
That's all that is the process itself is damaging. City Council, with the community, with the business that's trying to do business here in Commerce City. If everything was on the up and up, I think everybody would just follow through with its course. Something is not right here. That's how I'm getting damaged.
I appreciate your
Thank
comments.
you.
Mr. Benson, you're finished? Going to go to Mr. Douglas.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Timms, yeah, you identified 5 areas that we have, well, these signs are supposed to go: Bell Creek, King Soopers Rec Center, Reunion, and can't think of the other place. When these were taken to these areas to be displayed, was there a sign-off sheet?
On that particular issue, I just want to clarify again, that's an agenda for the hearing, and that's not within the purview of the Land Development Code, so Mr. Gaylor can address that particular issue.
All right. Thanks for that clarification.
Just one second.
Do you want me to elaborate on that again?
I do.
It's a separate item. Posting of the agenda applies to every meeting we have, city council meeting, pursuant to our ordinance. Posting for a public hearing under the Land Development Code has separate requirements, and Mr. Timms testified as to those separate requirements for the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
You have anything further, Mr. Douglas?
Well, I guess wait till the hearing. Just saying on this magnitude, how this is going to impact our city, well, I already had expressed that, so I'll just wait till then.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney.
Thank you. I think we've touched on this a few times. I think there are 2 questions before us. The immediate discussion is regarding sufficiency of the posting for this public hearing, and did we follow those steps? Whether or not we like the steps, or whether or not we think the steps are sufficient, is not part of that question. So it's my understanding from what we've heard from Mr. Timms, from what we've heard from the city attorney, that, like it or not, the process as defined was followed. Separately, and I think we talked about this earlier, we can pick up an administrative council business, and in future discussions, what might we want to do as a council to build on top of the state requirements and the requirements of our charter and land development code that specify posting for agendas or posting for public hearings. If we, as a council, feel that they are insufficient in their current making, then we can pick that up separately and decide what they should be. And I think the other frustration that I'm having with parts of the discussion here is that we're being, it's essentially being suggested that we're going to rubber stamp this thing, yet we've not closed a public hearing, heard testimony, or considered things as is called for by the process. And so I want to have a long list of questions. I've done my homework. I want to ask many of these questions, but I want to get to the public hearing to do that. So I think we're in a position where we can say the posting was sufficient, right? At least that's my read. And again, we'll pick up in the executive or the administrative council business the broader question of posting.
Just a brief comment. I think there's maybe some lessons learned here in terms of revisiting or checking on those signs when there's inclement weather in the area or whatever that might be. That could be discussed under administrative council business. But one of the things I did want to bring up is that staff is somewhat limited in where they actually post those signs because they have to be in the vicinity of the proposed route that Excel is proposing. So, for example, if you had a liquor license application in a certain area, would it make sense to post notice of that liquor license application half a mile away because that is not the vicinity in which it is affecting? So I just want to point out that staff's hands are somewhat tied where that is concerned because there is a responsibility to put it in the vicinity where it belongs.
Mr. Benson.
I just have one final comment, and that is that actual notice is not required. Am I correct, Mr. Gaylor? And that's why the statutes and our ordinances define a way of giving notice. You're trying to give actual notice to everybody, but if somebody does it, you look at all the legal notices that are posted in the paper. Do you think everybody gets notice of all of those? Well, of course not. But that's the legal way that you give notice. We've got a legal way of giving notice that's in our land development code, and I think that we've complied with that. And actual notice is not required, but we should do our best to give everybody actual notice.
Oh, and I appreciate all the comments, and I understand by law that there's not certain requirements, but I know by our land development code, we do have certain requirements that we have to follow. I also know that this council can sit here in a future council meeting with a whole lot of upset residents because they don't feel that they were notified. I would rather take the high road than the low road. Not that our staff didn't properly post it, but as I've heard several council members say tonight, well, I think, and Mr. Benson just said, I think it was, I don't know for sure. I have several residents here that have said, no, I don't think it was properly done. As a city representative, I would rather ensure the residents that it was properly done and be able to come back and personally say, you know what, it was properly done. I trust the staff, but I want to take the high road. I will be voting no on moving the hearing forward this evening. The rest of the council can vote how they would like. Councilwoman Carson, did you have any comment?
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification. So our 400 postcards went out in the mail. And Mr. Stallsworth said he did not receive one. Was he within that mailing area?
Yeah, Mr. Stallsworth lives in unincorporated Adams County. The pipeline route near his property is in unincorporated Adams County, so the city council has no jurisdiction over that. His property is outside that traditional notification, so that's why he received no postcard.
And 15 signs were posted?
13.
13. And notice in one newspaper?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I see no one else. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. We have a motion and a second on the floor. And before I call for the vote, I see Mr. Gibson from XL raising his hand. You have something to say only about the posting? Then come forward, please.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, it's a pleasure to be here this night, and I'm very surprised about this occurrence, but concerned at the same time. We want to be sure that adequate posting was given for this public hearing. We believe it was, but on the other hand, I can tell you that it is our position that we give the public adequate notice for everything that we do, especially in a project of this magnitude. We have held 4 public outreach meetings. We have notified literally, I probably mailed out at least hundreds, maybe thousands of notices to those outreach meetings. And at some of the meetings we had a few people. At some of the meetings we had more people than just a few. And I think every single member of the council attended at least one or more of those outreach meetings. So it's very important for Xcel Energy to give adequate public notice, to get that public input, and to make changes to our plans based on that public input when changes are needed. So again, it's our view that adequate notice was given. We believe, in fact, we've read the ordinance that only one sign is needed. Only one sign is needed. I think 13 signs or something were posted, but we would graciously defer to the decision of the City Council. If you wanted to delay or continue this case for a couple of weeks for additional notice, we'd be glad to go along with that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. So now we heard from Public Service. We have more discussion? Because we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Mr. Benson has his light lit up first. Go ahead, Mr. Benson.
Mr. Gibson, are you saying that it would not affect you or your company if we did delay this for 2 weeks?
Councilor Benson, we have been working on this application for in excess of a year and a half now.
I know.
And we believe that 2 weeks would fit our schedule. Any longer than that would be difficult because we do have a tight timeline to meet the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act and the regulations associated with that. So in the interest of adequate public notice, or even more than adequate public notice, we'd be glad to defer for 2 weeks this public hearing, just to be sure that proper notice has been given, if in fact it hasn't. Again, we believe it has been given, but if there's doubt in the council's mind, we're glad to go along with the council for 2 weeks.
Well, thank you for that candid response, because that certainly makes a big difference to me. Thank you.
Mr. Moreno.
I'd just like to clarify the motion that we're voting on. The motion, I believe, was that adequate public notice was met. Right. That's it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's all we're voting on. There is a motion and second on the floor.
I'd like to request a roll call vote,
And I'm
please.
ready for that. You want a roll call? I'll ask for a roll call vote concerning adequate posting.
Will you read the motion, or can the motion be?
Would you like to reread that motion?
I'll
Mr.
restate it. The motion was that proper notice for this public hearing was given as required by the Colorado Open Meetings Law and by the Land Development Code of the City of Commerce City for this public hearing.
Okay, and we'll vote. Looks like 6-2 is the determination. It's not up here? No. Okay. 6-2, so the motion is approved, and we can move forward.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
I have
sir.
a motion I'd like to make.
Yep, go right ahead.
I would move that the public hearing be continued for 2 weeks.
And that would be, you want to state what public hearing that is, please? That's not the one that's coming up, though.
Right.
Conditional use
On Resolution
9712. CU 9712, is that correct? You want to make that part of your motion, please? Because we have several
Yes, that
public
we
hearings.
continue the hearing on CU 97-12 for a period of 2 weeks.
Okay.
To October the 15th.
I have a motion on the floor. Mr. McEldowney?
I would second. I just want to seek comment from staff to ensure that there are no significant hurdles in making that happen.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, we've taken a look at the agenda of October 15th, and I think there's room that night to continue this public hearing. I would request, is there additional notification that City Council would like staff to do, or is it just simply postponing it for 2 weeks?
I would prefer that there would be some additional notification take place, just because of the magnitude of the type of project that we're talking about, to ensure public service or XL, that the residents in the area are aware of what's taking place, because I also agree, once the dirt starts moving is when the concerns are going to happen. So I'd rather make sure that we take up those concerns prior, so that if it's approved, that there's not a delay because of concerns that arise later. So I would actually appreciate some additional signs to go up in the neighborhood. Let's see, Mr. McEldowney, did you have something?
I just wanted to, I guess, complete that thought. Can we differentiate the motion on the extension and then have a separate discussion on the means by which we want to notify for that meeting?
I think that we should. That's a good point. I have a motion and a second to continue the public hearing to the 15th, correct?
Right.
I have a motion and a second by Mr. McEldowney to continue this hearing until the 15th of October. All those in favor say...
I've got a question.
You want more concerning, not concerning posting, concerning the hearing?
Concerning moving the meeting. I need this
Okay,
answer before
Councilwoman
I can
Carson.
vote.
So I have everything lit up here with all kinds of stuff about posting.
It would be, it's my understanding, if we move this meeting, we need to send those postcards back out. So if I'm correct, what is the time limit that those have to go out in prior notice of a meeting? Because if we're going to now change the date of the public hearing, so do we have to follow?
Well, if I can just comment on that, I don't believe there were any postcards sent for this meeting, right? The notice that was put out for the public hearing and for the agenda were the standard means by which our charter and land development code call for. I think the only postcards in question, if I'm not mistaken, were occurred during the public meetings that were hosted by.
So we don't need to send those.
That would be a discussion item for our second. Once we agree to postpone the meeting, I believe there's a suggestion that we'll have a second motion on what, if anything, should we do differently or in addition regarding notification of that new meeting date. Does that make sense?
That's correct. We're going to vote on whether this should be postponed,
Well,
and then we'll take up the concern of how, if any, new additional
but if we
postings take
postpone
place.
this for 2 weeks and I still don't have clarification of how we are going to notify the public so that we don't have angry citizens, if we can't do that in the 2 weeks, then we're right back where we were tonight. Mr. Timms?
Yeah, just for clarification, we do send a postcard out for the Planning Commission, so as part of the notice. Normally, though, the postcard timeline is about 10 days in advance, so if it's continued for 2 weeks, there would be sufficient time to send out a new postcard as well.
So new postcards will be sent for this?
If that was one of the directions from council, yes.
Okay. Right, so the 400 that went out, we must assume that the post office did their job and those postcards were received and now we're going to send more?
That's correct. I did receive during the initial Planning Commission, even the City Council up to now, I did get calls from the public, right? I received this in the mail. I have questions about it, things of that nature. In addition, the ones that where you have properties that are unable to forward their address, we get all those sent back. So we do know that they did get sent out, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now I have a motion on the floor to concern moving this public hearing to the 15th of October. Is there any discussion concerning moving the public hearing before I call for the vote? Mr. Benson.
Well, I think that we're going to take up the issue of how the notice is going to occur for the 15th during administrative council business. I think that's going to take care of that issue. And right
That's
now,
the plan, Mr.
like I said,
Benson.
all we're doing right now is saying, do we want to
All we're
continue?
doing right now is moving the public hearing.
Right.
Mr. Mayor. If I
Mr.
can just-
McEldowney.
I think what we've talked about, based on the earliest comments, was that during administrative council business, the broad topic of notification would be brought up, meaning we're going to talk about it, we're going to decide, we're going to vote at that point if we need to put something on, request staff to put something on a study session agenda. My understanding is that with regard to this subject and notification on this reschedule, that's part of this immediate progression of discussion, not to be held until administrative council business. I would think that we call a vote on delay, and then we next will hear suggestions and a motion on what notification should be. That would be my suggestion.
Do you
That's at least
understand that,
my understanding.
Mr. Benson? I'm going to state this for all the council to be able to hear and understand, and hopefully you get it this time. We're going to take this vote, moving this hearing, or potentially moving this hearing to the October 15th timeframe. Immediately following this vote, we will take up concerns on whether we want additional posting to take place on this particular hearing that will be coming up the 15th if the council desires to move it. During administrative council business, we will take on a broader perspective of other and additional posting locations and how we handle posting as a general rule. But immediately following this vote, we're going to take up whether this council wants to have additional postings put up for this upcoming hearing on what would be the 15th of October if it's approved. Any concerns?
No.
Everybody got it?
Got it.
You have something there, Mr. Moreno?
Jesus Christ, come on. Yeah, I just have a quick explanation. I'm actually going to be a no on this.
Okay.
And I know that's a decision that may make me unpopular with some. I believe that I have the information to best represent my constituents on this issue. And I was prepared to study the issue, ask questions, and properly make a decision this evening, as was supposed to happen. I think we're making a value judgment here about what we believe our residents consider important and what they don't. And when we make special exceptions for conditional use permits, simply because we believe that our residents feel that they need, more time to weigh in on this issue or whatever, there's no limit to the conditional use permits then that we delay and that we continue to ask for input for. I think the standards were met, and I'll be a no on the motion.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilwoman Carson.
I guess I'm probably leaning towards what Mr. Marino said, for the fact that this is a contentious item. Some public hearings are and some aren't. But there has been a lot of conversation in this city about this pipeline for a long time. And I do know that a large amount of the citizens in our city are very aware of the Cherokee project. I don't know how we could, if 400 postcards went out, not even 1% of that is here. So that's where I have some problems of saying that if those 400 that went out affect the people that are within those boundaries, excluding the ones who live in unincorporated Adams County, whether they're just feeling discouraged that this pipeline's coming, whether they want it or not, because I have heard statements such as that. But no one my understanding, no one in this audience is within that mailing area to receive that postcard. Joy, did you receive a postcard? Or Jean, who's?
He's on Brighton Road.
There.
I'm on Brighton Boulevard, 40 foot from the pipeline.
Did you receive a postcard?
I do not believe that
This was for.
Okay. Is there any more discussion concerning the vote that is before us on moving or attempting to move this public hearing? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
No. Nay.
Can I get a roll call, please?
I can't get mine.
Renee? I pushed mine. I didn't get it was lit up and I pushed it, but it hasn't done anything.
We're starting over. Wait till your light flashes. It's not flashing.
Not yet.
There that is. Okay, so it's a 5-3, and it goes to not approving the extension. So the public hearing will occur this evening. Now we can move forward, and I don't think we need to take up additional posting requirements or additional posting issues because we're going to hear the public hearing this evening. Now, let's get back into our agenda. We're into our public hearings. We're going to take up Resolution 2012-53 first. What are the desires of the council? Mr. Moreno.
Move to approve Resolution 2012-53.
Mr. Bullock.
Second.
A motion and a second. Now we got to open the public hearing on the resolution is what I'm looking for. So the public hearing is open. I need staff to make their presentation on Resolution 2012-53. Is the appropriate staff here to make that presentation?
Mr. Mayor, we do have staff here. We weren't necessarily intending a presentation because it had been discussed in a prior study session. We
I
certainly
understand
can.
that. But I'm just going off of what you have here. It says to have the staff make their presentation.
That may be in.
So I'm following your guidelines.
Our apologies. That's an error in the directions for the meeting tonight. We can make the presentation if council would like.
I think something brief about what we're discussing here, so that the people in the audience are aware.
Who can do that?
Mr. Kramer.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is a follow-up to a study session that was done last week regarding utilization of an allocation of community development block grant dollars from Adams County to Commerce City. The proposal is to utilize $200,000 of the total allocation towards a home improvement program. The program would have guidelines regarding those residents who would be eligible based on income, and that would be limited to eligible repairs or projects that are intended to serve for security, safety, home improvement for the purposes of aging in place, or meeting code requirements. So this resolution tonight would basically be in support of that application for that particular CDBG grant.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in favor of, in opposition to, or for information only regarding Resolution 2012-53? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Your light's lit up? Councilwoman Carson, public hearing's closed. Are you prepared to make a motion?
No, I have two in front of me.
You up?
2012-53 that was on the agenda looks very different than what's on our dais.
They changed it.
Yep.
The one in the.
So,
There was a technical error with the uploading, so the one in the dais is the correct resolution.
and yeah, I just wanted the public to be very aware of that.
Okay. Okay. Now the public hearing's closed. I have a motion from Mr. Moreno and a second from Mr. Bullock to approve Resolution 2012-53. All those in favor signify. We need a title and a roll call. Okay.
Title, Mr. Mayor, resolution in support of application for community development block grant, the CDBG project.
I know. We're going to go over this later. Title's been read. I'll have a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Mr. Attorney, Bob, it states here that a roll call was necessary. I just want to make sure that the voice vote is appropriate.
Resolution A, voice vote is
Correct.
appropriate.
Next item is ordinance conditional use 97-12. I'll now open the public hearing. I'll ask staff to make their presentation.
Thank you. Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and Council. Tonight, because of the nature of the presentation, it's highly technical. If it pleases the Council, staff would request that the applicant go first, and then staff will follow that presentation with a analysis from the Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. Applicant, please come forward.
And before the applicant starts presenting, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to state for the record that exhibits A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, all as referenced on the agenda, be admitted as part of the record of this proceedings, along with the Planning Commission minutes and the staff report.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Again, my name is Preston Gibson. I'm an area manager with XL Energy. My address is 5460 West 60th Avenue, Arvada. And it is truly a pleasure to be here this evening. We have planned this project for many months. We've had, I think, 18 months of planning, engineering, field research, meeting with many of the residents in Commerce City, as well as other places that this pipeline is proposed. And we're glad to have the opportunity to present our case this evening. So with that, let me move to the, how does this work? Okay. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that. I'm going to give you a little bit of information on gas pipelines, generally speaking, and then we're going to drill down to the specific proposed pipeline. But I want to talk a little bit about how many pipelines, how many miles of pipelines there are, not only in Colorado, but throughout the country, and then again move into local pipelines locally. Nationally, 175 million residential, commercial, industrial users of gas, 2.4 million miles of gas pipelines, 300,000 miles of transmission pipelines. In Colorado alone, Public Service Company operates about 2,400 miles of transmission, 23,000 miles of distribution pipelines. And so far as safety is concerned, we are extremely heavily regulated. We're a very heavily regulated industry. The Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, the Department of Transportation, the National Transportation Safety Board, the Department of Homeland Security, the State Public Utilities Commission, and the list goes on and on. Those are the major organizations, major agencies that regulate the safety of gas pipelines. Next slide, please. This is a map that shows pipelines within this particular area of Commerce City. The blue or purple pipelines are the high-pressure gas transmission lines. The green lines are the distribution lines. So you can see that there literally are pipelines everywhere, and it's not often known. You don't really understand oftentimes that there are these pipelines within your community, but they're not only within Commerce City, they're within, I would say, every city in the Front Range and in Xcel Energy Service territory. So wanted to be sure to show this to you just so you understand that this proposed pipeline is not just a pipeline that is unusual or extraordinary. There are transmission pipelines throughout Commerce City. Yes, sir.
If you could, the purple pipeline, what's the diameter of a purple pipeline?
You know, I'd have to defer to our engineer, Sarah Robinson. I'm not sure we have that specific answer, but we'll do what we can to give you our best guess.
Good evening, Sarah Robinson, Xcel Energy, 1123 West 3rd Avenue, Denver, Colorado, 80223. We have a variety of sizes, but we do have several 16-inch and a couple of 10-inch that are specifically in Commerce City.
Just wanted to make sure that was noted that the 10-inch and the 16-inch are probably the purple and the blue.
Yes, thank you, sir. Okay, next slide, please. Some of the benefits of natural gas, clean. It's the cleanest fossil fuel, domestic. 98% of the natural gas consumed in the United States was produced right here in North America. Abundant. We've got about a 100-year supply as estimated of natural gas. 92% of the natural gas produced is delivered to customers as usable energy. Creates jobs, comprises almost 1/4 of all energy jobs in the United States, and is directly linked to some 3 million jobs. Why are we doing this particular project? Well, this entire region was really under threat of implementation of multiple air quality mandates that were not being met by the Environmental Protection Agency. And rather than being told by EPA, Washington, D.C., as to how we were going to operate our business, we decided to take a leadership role and move forward. And in 2010, and we were one of the proponents of House Bill 10-1365, commonly called the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act. I will say that we are, I think, a progressive utility in that we proposed and actually worked on that legislation and supported that. And many of our other utility companies throughout the United States really did not move forward like they should have quickly, and now they are in the process of shutting down their coal-fired power plants. And they didn't really have plans to do that. I'm proud that Xcel Energy actually moved forward to take action and comply with what we thought were impending air quality regulations that would be implemented by EPA, and we've done that. And the legislation was passed in April 2010. It addresses federal, state, and air quality mandates, and then we developed a number of plans, some alternatives to be reviewed by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. And those plans were subject to review and public hearings by the Commission. And then on December 15, 2010, they approved the plan. And then the EPA approved the state implementation plan, it's hard to get that out, on September 11, so they just recently did that. Now, the implementation for this Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act is to be completed by January 1 of 2018. Next slide, thank you. So what are we actually doing relative to the Cherokee Power Plant, which is one component of the overall program for Clean Air, Clean Jobs? We are retiring 3 of the units, 3 of the power generation units, and we're refueling the 4th unit, and we're actually building a new unit. Now, 2 of those units have already been retired. We are going to build the new unit and begin operation in 2015. That's a 569 megawatt natural gas combined cycle plant. And then the there will be a fuel switch in 2017 on Unit 4 to burn natural gas. Now, that we're currently burning coal from that unit, but we're going to be able to, again, fuel switch that. Now, some of these units have been around since the 1950s and 60s, and so it's a good opportunity for us to retire some of these older units and bring on a more cleaner burning fuel in natural gas. So this is the plan. We're going to bring on a total of 921 megawatts. We were supposed to reduce the emissions from at least 900 megawatts by the legislation, HB 10-1365. Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act implementation results in more than an 80% reduction in mercury, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, and that was part of the act itself. We're going to go beyond that at Cherokee. At Cherokee alone, the nitrogen oxides are going to be expected to be reduced by 96%, sulfur dioxide expected to be reduced by 99.8%, and mercury will be reduced by 100% after Unit 4 is fuel switched to natural gas in 2017. So you can see that this is just a dramatic move towards much cleaner air coming out of this power generation facility. In addition, we'll have less coal truck and rail traffic going to the site. And I should point out that the pipeline construction is estimated to generate about $1.3 million in economic benefits to Commerce City. A little bit about the pipeline itself as we drill down into some of the more detailed information. It's a maximum of 34 miles in length. If we got any further than 34 miles, we'd have to actually build a larger pipeline. And so that is the length from where we collect the gas in Fort Lupton and deliver the gas down to the Cherokee plant. The diameter is 24 inches, made of steel. The maximum allowable operating pressure is 1,020 pounds per square inch gauge. That's PSIG. We will initially put the gas in at Fort Lupton at 750 PSIG because it needs to be delivered to the plant at 550 PSIG. The right-of-way width, 50-foot permanent, is needed. We need some temporary right-of-way for construction. The buried depth is a minimum of 48 inches. Now, I should say that's from the top of the pipeline to the ground level. We're going to be 48 inches. The bottom of the pipe, obviously, is going to be about 6 feet down, but the top of the pipeline is covered by about 48 inches of earth. We have 7 mainline valves. I think that's 1 or 2 extra valves beyond the requirements of federal regulations. Yes, sir.
If you can just speak to the nature of those valves and why the additional valves are of note. I think you've talked about this in a prior meeting, but just to add to the commentary.
Thank you, sir. Well, you know, one of the safety mechanisms for this project is that we monitor this every second of every day of every year. This is continuously monitored, remotely monitored. And if there were ever to be any issue, a loss of gas pressure or whatever the case may be, we can immediately shut off that section of pipeline that would be impacted. And so this enables us to shut off, you know, essentially 1/7, 1/6, or 1/7 of that pipeline until we can inspect it, until we can repair it. So it is a safety mechanism to do that. And again, I think we have 1 extra valve is beyond requirements for federal regulations. And I've got some additional safety features I'll mention a little further in the presentation. Thank you. Within Commerce City, we have approximately 12 miles of natural gas pipeline, 50-foot permanent right-of-way. as I mentioned, temporary right-of-way, 2 valve sets, and these are where the valves are located, at the intersection of East 96th Avenue and Colorado Highway 2, and south of the intersection of East 104th Avenue and Tower Road. And then we'll need temporary staging locations for the construction of the project, and those are currently being analyzed and considered. The proposed pipeline route, you can see that it comes from the, at the very northeast part of that map, you can see it comes diagonally, and it actually is within an existing power line easement. We try to keep it within power line or gas easements when we can. Then it turns due south, and then our proposed pipeline alignment is south of 104th Avenue within a 210-foot strip of land that's owned in fee by Xcel Energy. And there are high-tension electric transmission lines within that pipe, within that route. And so it's very visible, very clear that people should not be in there, for example, doing anything within that area, for example, digging. It's an area that also contains additional pipelines. There are 2 additional high-pressure pipelines within that 210 feet. And there's also a Sinclair petroleum line within that 210 feet. And then we've been south about 1/2 mile to the west of Potomac Avenue. And then what we do is we pick up right along the edge of the wildlife refuge and in an easement that was created by the refuge. I think it's 100 feet, 100 foot, 50 or 100 foot easement. And then we'll stay within that easement and then come south along Highway 2. And then, you know, much of this pipeline route is going to be trenched. That's how we're going to construct it. But where we have traffic and we're crossing roads like Highway 2, we're going to bore under that road so we don't impact the traffic on that road. And then I think much of the route along 84th Avenue will be bored. I think some will be bored. I'm not sure if all of that will be bored. And then certainly when we get down to Brighton Boulevard, that will be completely bored. So we will not impact traffic at all when we're constructing that pipeline under Brighton Boulevard. At least that's the plan. There may be some minor inconveniences as we do some construction setup, but bottom line is we're boring that so we don't have to trench and negatively impact traffic there. Then when we get down to 64th Avenue and go over to the plant, some of that will be bored, some of that will be trenched. Where we can, we're going to bore it, and where we need to trench it, we'll trench it. And then we work our way down to the Cherokee pipeline, or excuse me, the Cherokee power plant. This is just a little more detail. You can see the location of the proposed valve sets. You can see one at Tower Road and then one proposed at Highway 2. And then you can also see that we have one proposed on 84th Avenue just before we get to Brighton Boulevard, and then I believe there's one close to the Cherokee generating station. Natural gas pipeline safety. Pipelines, a very safe way to transport energy. National pipeline safety continues to improve. Public plays a role. I can tell you one of the issues that we have, in fact, the major issue in terms of there being any problem or danger with pipelines is third-party damage, when someone doesn't actually call before they dig. And this is a concern for not only for Xcel, but for the entire gas pipeline industry. That's why we've worked to set up 811 before anyone is supposed to plans to dig a trench for any reason. They need to call 811. In fact, I can tell you that I just had my yard trenched for some sprinkler systems, and I called 811, and 3-4 days later they came out and they marked it, and it's no charge to the customer at all. It's a free service. It's provided by Xcel Energy, and I think some other utilities kick in some funding to that as well. But it's very important that number be called, and I can tell you that one of the reasons that we're trying so hard to stay within our existing easements and rights-of-way, and especially where we're under the transmission lines, is because it's much less likely for someone to dig in those areas. And we think the pipeline's safer to be located within those areas. And in addition, we've developed a plan to essentially it's a gas pipeline emergency plan where we have responsibilities laid out in there, as well as procedures. So we are very serious about safety. It's one of Xcel Energy's core values, and not only are we, of course, regulated by those agencies, but we take it, I think, to another step. So as I mentioned, we meet federal, state standards and safety requirements. And as I also mentioned, the valves are remotely operated. You can see the inline inspection tool. We commonly call this a PIG. And this is something that we can internally put through the pipeline. And that tool can actually determine whether or not, A, there's any significant damage, dents, for example. But even if there's corrosion on the exterior of the pipe, that sensor can actually tell us exactly where that is, so we can go in and repair it. And that sensor, that PIG, will actually be put through the pipeline at least once, minimum once every 7 years, and there's some other interim inspection. And then when we're constructing the pipeline, a third party inspects all the wells. So we have one company that actually welds these pipes together, and another company that inspects all the wells with X-ray inspection before it's lowered into the trench to be sure that those wells were absolutely perfect and meet all our federal and engineering standards. There's a corrosion prevention system installed to eliminate metal loss during the life of the pipeline. This is called a fusion bonded epoxy system. And then in addition to that, we have an abrasion resistant material where we actually pull pipeline through a bore when we're boring, so we can have an additional coating. And also not mentioned on there is that we have a cathodic protection. In other words, we attach a sacrificial anode to the pipeline, and that would corrode before the pipeline would ever corrode. We can dig up pipelines that have been in the ground 50 years, just bare steel pipelines that have literally no corrosion when that anode has been working properly. But we also undergo, the pipe also undergoes a hydrostatic pressure test of 1.5 times the maximum allowable pressure before we begin operating it, and then we again put that state-of-the-art inspection equipment, that PIG, through the pipeline for further inspection. Yes, sir.
On the safety measures, if I remember from past discussions, you talk about these corrosion resistance. There was one's essentially a liner interior to the pipe, correct? And the other was an exterior. Is that right?
A liner on the interior? I don't believe there's a need for an interior liner. Let me check with my engineer. There's not. I think it's steel interior.
Okay. So the liner then is the exterior.
The exterior.
Gotcha.
Of the pipeline.
Okay.
Thank you. Continuous remote monitoring by our gas control center. The pipeline is patrolled on an annual, semi-annual, and quarterly intervals. In some cases, we can simply fly over the pipeline with a helicopter with sensing equipment and determine if there's any gas leakage. Of course, if there was, we would have already picked that up at our remote monitoring by system by our gas control center. Pipelines inspected at least every 7 years with inline inspection tools. Again, that's that PIG. So at least every 7 years we run that through the pipeline. So if anything's happened, if there's any corrosion, if there's any damage of any kind, we can determine what it is and go out and fix it. Next slide, please. We have got.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting. I apologize. I'm just trying to think of the questions that have come up, either from me or others, and throw those out there. On the remote monitoring, I can't remember. Is that done in state or out of state? Do you have a centralized monitoring, or is that done here in state?
That's done in state here, isn't it? Sir, would you like to get our engineer again, Sarah Robinson?
Thank you.
Can you say my name again? Our monitoring is actually in Golden, Colorado.
Okay. Thank you.
I thought so, but I wasn't sure, so I wanted to be sure we got accurate information. So, the route selection process has been, let's say, lengthy to say the least. And I think you can see the analysis that we went through in developing the plans to be presented to you this evening. In fact, the document that you've seen is over 800 pages of analysis, and we have looked at environmental issues. We've looked at the public input that we've received and made changes based on public input that we've received at the outreach meetings. We've looked at economics, land use, engineering needs. We've looked at all the various man-made and environmental issues relative to all the routes that we analyzed. We looked at literally dozens of routes, to be honest, and we've done very thorough analysis. We've examined many route alternatives, facility alternatives. Analysis and route selection report is submitted with CUP application, so you've clearly seen that information. Yes, sir.
President, I was there at your outreaches you had. I even went to the one up in Brighton, and I know, especially when in Commerce City, when the citizens came out and did speak on this, that 104th was one of the areas that they were concerned. And through many discussions and talk, the other route, an alternative would be going up down E47 to 96 and straight up that way. That way, right now, you wouldn't affect any present residents. And so at least a pipeline would be in place going forward. So if any builders decide to come in those locations, they will be well aware of that firsthand. But that was my, big concern is the route choice. I know you had several route choices, and from my understanding, the 104th was not, first was up on the list because of the location and like you said, underneath the power lines and all that, and the utility right-of-way. But it was highly suggested that would not be your final choice. So I was really surprised to see that route as your final, based on your analysis. So
I would be glad to respond to that. And Councilor Douglas, I remember you coming out to Brighton as well as to the Adams City High School. I think you were at the Stewart Middle School. I saw you and your wife at many of these outreach meetings. I was glad that you were there. I can tell you that we did a very, very thorough analysis. We probably, I'm subject to hours and hours of discussion internally at Xcel Energy, especially regarding this particular issue, 96th Avenue or south of 104th Avenue. And I think there are a few things a few reasons and a few things I need to point out why we're proposing it south of 104th. Safety, again, is of utmost concern to Xcel Energy. The number one issue in terms of safety with gas pipelines is third-party damage. That's the number one issue. And when we can put it in an existing fee-owned right-of-way that Xcel Energy owns and controls and has power lines in it, so it's clear to the public that something is there and they shouldn't be under that pipeline digging. In addition, there'll be signage for the pipeline itself. Putting it there is compared to 96th Avenue made more sense to us. And that's because there's an enormous amount of economic development opportunities on 96th Avenue, especially as you go east of the refuge. We believe that there will be very heavy development. We think there will be very heavy office development, commercial development, probably retail development in that area, as well as homes. To put our pipeline there, not only would it be potentially more dangerous, but it may in some way impact the future economic development of that area of Commerce City. That was a concern. In addition to that, we know that there are residents within a certain amount of feet of each pipeline alignment, but there are many residents that are along the 96th Avenue alignment as well. And in addition to that, there's a school that's planned to be built along the 96th Avenue alignment. And we've done what we can to keep this pipeline away from schools. In fact, one of the things that we did, and I didn't point this out when I was talking about the alignments, but we initially, and this is one of the changes that came out of the outreach meetings, we had the pipeline proposed on 80th Avenue. It would go right by DuPont Elementary School. We received comments from Adams 14 about that. And then we looked to find another alignment route. In fact, we worked with your staff on that. And based on our analysis, based on input from staff, we decided the best alignment to get it to the west and then down Brighton Boulevard to the power plant was 84th Avenue. Not planned to be a lot of construction on 84th. Not a school there. Not planned to be a widened road like some of the other roads in that area. So we tried to avoid that school. We did avoid that school. So it's for those reasons that we continue to believe that right-of-way south of 104th is preferable to the 96th Avenue alignment.
Well, I saw that how that change was down in the south for DuPont. I wish there was more consideration with Stewart Middle School and Second Creek, because there's a school right there on 104th, and that's right there in that alley. And
Well, if I could respond, Mr. Mayor, I will tell you that we are over 600 feet. The pipeline is over 600 feet to Stewart Middle School. I don't recall the distance to the other school, but it's clearly some distance away. But I can also tell you that we've got information that we have transmission pipelines that are within a couple of dozen feet of dozens of schools throughout Colorado. This is not an unusual occurrence, and in fact, pipelines are deemed to be safe, and there are no required setbacks, no federal standards that they be set back from particular land uses because they are safe. This is going to be the safest pipeline that can be built. It's going to be, I know state-of-the-art is probably an overused terminology, but it's going to be a very safe pipeline. And it is, I think, about 660 feet to the Otho East Stewart Middle School building. Yes, sir.
Just to continue on Mr. Douglas's comments, I think one of the first comments that I talked to you about when this first came up was the corridor, and I get much of the logic in terms of the reduced likelihood of disruption once the pipeline is actually laid in that utility corridor. And certainly, based on current population, we don't have as dramatic a population in immediate proximity to that 104th corridor, but we certainly have higher density developments planned based on zoning along that corridor in the area between essentially the school and Tower Road. You look at the fact that there's a daycare that's, I think my math shows, less than 100 feet from where the trench is going to go. You're certainly within that 500 or 600 foot buffer to Stewart, to the outer wall of Stewart. You're much less so to the facilities, the outlying track and such. I've grappled with that concept, right? It's easy to look at videos on YouTube or otherwise and see very scary pictures of pipeline accidents. But if my memory serves, and I think it was, I don't see the gentleman here tonight who was present at the Stewart Middle School meeting, but I seem to remember talks about the reason that we've seen some of the explosions, and I'm thinking of the one in California offhand. I think there was another one in Arizona and one in Texas that were some of the key examples that I'd stumbled across. And it's my understanding that those were of a past vintage, that past design that had a higher risk to them. And some of those I think were 50, 60 or more years old. And I think the case of the San Francisco area comes to mind. I guess personally, my daughter goes to Second Creek. She's going to go to Stewart. The thought of having that pipeline in such close proximity, I have to put a lot of faith in the experts that you bring to the table in terms of the safety measures. I've got neighbors, dear friends that live exactly along that perimeter of the neighborhoods that back up to that utility corridor. And certainly there are existing utilities moving through that corridor, but again, the concept of a pipe of that size to come through, it certainly brings to mind some startling visuals in terms of what that risk might be. And I know we hear that this will be the safest pipeline possible. I'm just trying to get my head around what what happens if, right? And certainly it's impossible to say that nothing will happen, and it's impossible to say that something will happen. And so when we've talked about this in the past, I know myself and others have put the idea out there of, well, you should go down I-76, right? There's much greater buffers around a potential corridor down 76 or some of these other corridors. But I think the thing that I hear coming back in the responses from Excel is that you put it near railroad tracks, you put it near high volume highway corridors, you create another risk in terms of vibration and all those other activities. And so as counterintuitive as it may seem, it sounds like that 104th utility corridor is in many respects a safer corridor. And you pointed out obviously what would happen on 96th if we were to lay it now. In advance of development, certainly we create more opportunities for something to happen. I'm I'm putting a lot of faith in the experts behind this design and behind the monitoring and safety of this pipeline.
Well, thank you, Counselor. You know, I appreciate your deliberations. You know, it is our professional opinion that the safest route is where we're proposing it. You know, we could have gone down 96. I mean, it wouldn't. I don't know if it cost any more or not. That's immaterial, to be honest. We believe the safest, and again, it's our professional opinion, the safest alignment is in that corridor south of 104th Avenue. And I'd also call your attention back to one of the first maps we looked at that shows that there are literally transmission lines, 2,400 miles in Colorado, many in this area, in street rights-of-way within feet of residential neighborhoods and probably daycare centers and elementary schools and so on and so forth. The fact of the matter, the reality is that if we're going to use natural gas to heat our homes and to generate electricity, there have to be pipelines to them, and they have to be in urbanized areas. And unfortunately, that just is the case. But we do take safety extremely seriously. We take it, we believe, to the next level. We have very few incidents ever occur. I don't think we can remember a time when we had an incident like you mentioned California. Everybody brings that particular example up. But the bottom line is that those pipelines were built to different standards decades ago, and this clearly is a pipeline that's built to very high tolerances and very high standards. So I understand your concern, and we do believe that we have a very safe pipeline and a very safe alignment.
Thank you.
And one more thing to say, and I understand about the mandate and all. And I could see if this pipeline was going to be used in Commerce City in conjunction with the route. But as you stated before at one of the meetings, that's not what the purpose is here. I think there's going to be a valve or so for future growth, but that's not really what this project is for. It's pretty much mainly to fire up our Sin supply line down to Cherokee plant, right?
May I respond that this pipeline is designed to fuel the Cherokee power plant, but in addition to that, it's sized large enough to provide for additional growth. And as you're looking at growing in this community, looking at creating additional economic growth, economic opportunity, this pipeline serves to reinforce our gas system, so we'll be able to quickly serve gas to end users in your community. And I'd like to also point out, again, that within this 210-foot strip south of 104th, and we had a gentleman, I remember he came up to me at one of our public outreach meetings, and he was, to be honest, he was pretty outraged that we were going to put this pipeline within that 210-foot strip of land. And then I told him that there already are two high-pressure gas pipelines in that strip of land, a 10-inch and a 4-inch. They're smaller pipelines, but they're high pressure, as well as a Sinclair petroleum pipeline, and that's a 10-inch pipeline. And when he heard that, he realized that there are pipelines here. There are pipelines throughout our community. It's something that we live with, and he went away pleased with the information, and hasn't responded. In fact, the interesting thing is we do have some residents, some citizens here this evening that are very concerned about the pipeline. But we've sent out literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of notices, and we've had a number of outreach meetings, and at a couple of the outreach meetings, we had probably 10 people or fewer. At some of them, at a couple of them, we had more. But we've done everything we can to let the community know about this project so we can get their input. But at any rate, I have to probably diverge off where I'm needing to head with a slide presentation. So.
Please hold any more questions until we allow you to get through your presentation, and we'll have an opportunity for questions at that time, but we keep getting off track, and I want you to get through your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Next slide, please. Some of the data collection that we did was we collected data on existing transportation and utility corridors. You can see land use, zoning, oil and gas wells. You can see the litany of issues, of information that we collected information on, and then we created a resource map book that I believe is. I need to hold you up for Yeah.
I just got notification that Channel 8 just went down. And I know with this meeting in particular, I want to see if we can check real quick and just take a very short break, because I know folks at home that are watching live on Channel 8 would like to see what's happening, and that's why I got a message that our communication went down. So what I'll do is, while the staff is checking into it, we will take a 5-minute break, and I'll let you pick up back where we stopped.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to make sure we try to do everything we can for the folks at home that can see.
I understand, thank you.
Yeah, me too.
That's right. It's not my thing.
You got the Marine Corps plate?
Said, oh, you need to slow down. And he says, have a nice day.
Before you walk out?
If I can get everybody to take their seats and get the council back up here, we're going to reconvene. I would like to make a little announcement about Channel 8 and what's taken place. Apparently, the problem lies on the Adams 14 side. We have staff, they're going upstairs now, and they're going to try to reboot everything and try a few things to get it back online. However, it is being streamed live on the web, and the Blu-ray is still recording, and it will also air tomorrow what did she say, tomorrow, Saturday, and Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? So it will also be rebroadcast to show the entire meeting, and it is also live right now on the web. And if they cannot get it rebooted because it's on the District 14 side, they will at least be able to put an announcement onto the Channel 8 system that says what times it will re-air, and that it is also being aired live on the web. So to give everybody an update of where we're at with the Channel 8 system. So they're currently working on it, but I can assure you that the Blu-ray is recording and it will continue. We will be able to rebroadcast it, and it is live on the web. So with that being said, we are now back into session. I'll allow Mr. Gibson to finish his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's go to the next slide, please. So after this mapping and research program, we developed an opportunities and constraints analysis. We looked at opportunities such as paralleling existing transmission and gas pipeline corridors, roads, industrial and commercial land uses. Areas we'd like to avoid, such as center pivot irrigation areas, residential areas, wetlands, conservation areas, and then areas that we completely want to avoid are exclusions within city and county parks, national wildlife refuge, state parks, state wildlife areas, as well as the South Platte River area. So next slide, please. So based on all of that analysis and overlay, we've determined that we've basically developed a map that shows sort of a composite analysis of all of that different information. And you can see the red areas, such as the wildlife refuge, is an area that we clearly want to avoid and have avoided. The areas that are most appropriate for the pipeline are the green areas, especially the darker green areas. And you can see from the alignment of the pipeline, I think that's in, if I'm correct, I think that's the blue line. You can see we're almost, I'd say, completely within green area, at least light green, and oftentimes in the dark green areas that are suitable for a pipeline. Most suitable, I'd say, for a pipeline. Next slide, please. Further route refinement and selection of the preferred route. Further field reconnaissance. We were out in the field many days analyzing the alignments. We identified additional route connector segments, defined comparative analysis criteria. We select preferred and alternative routes based on quantified impacts. Over 70 routes with different connector segments were analyzed. And I can tell you it was very, very thorough analysis. The matrix consists of resources in the following areas of consideration: engineering, land cover, land use, vegetation, residential density, schools, oil and gas wells, et cetera, biological resources, and cultural resources. Next slide. You can see that the proposed and alternative routes for at the very north edge of our study area is where we actually collect the gas at our facility in Fort Lupton. We come due south, we skirt around the through eastern areas of the city of Brighton, and then we move in the diagonal direction from the northwest to the southeast to an alignment to the, I believe that's the Piccadilly alignment to the east of Bar Lake. Again, we're in an existing transmission line, electric transmission line easement at that point, and that easement follows, I think, most of the way down to the south of 104th Avenue alignment. Then when you get down to the Commerce City area, you will see in the other color, I think that is that green or orange. Again, I'm a little colorblind, but you can see that the other alignments that we actually looked at. You can see we analyzed the 96th Avenue alignment. We looked at the, we actually moved the alignment from 80th to 84th in the older part of Commerce City. So we looked at other opportunities to align this, and these are just a couple of alignments that we're showing on this map, but we looked at numerous alignments throughout this area. In fact, as I mentioned, over 70 segments were analyzed. We wanted to minimize the amount of route on new property. Approximately 83% of the proposed route is within existing public service company easements or fee-owned property, or adjacent to or within existing roadways in Commerce City. Next slide. Public outreach. This was a very important consideration for us. I can tell you that your your requirements, your code requires one public outreach meeting. We held 4. We noticed beyond the notice requirements that are required by your ordinance to be sure that we brought in even more people and to listen to this, to our information and to receive their input. In terms of notifications, we mailed notices. We sent out email notices, especially when people signed up at a particular outreach meeting. We would then send them notices of additional outreach meetings. We put notices in local papers. We advertised and used social media. Next slide. So, let me also say that we have a website dedicated to the pipeline, so people could enter comments and questions into the website, and then I was able to, or our team was able to, in some cases, answer every single question that was asked by the community on that website. And in addition, we have a project hotline. I think we may have received a couple of phone calls on the hotline. The project construction schedule, the fall of 2012, boring and canals and roadways begins. Winter, spring 2014 begin trenching for pipeline. I won't read the whole thing, but you can see by October 2014, we plan to have the new pipeline in service. So January 1 of 2015, we can bring that new gas generation unit online at our Cherokee power generation facility. Next slide. Again, I mentioned our website information. We received a number of emails in our project hotline. And that's me, Preston Gibson. Cheryl Dietrich, our senior agent for right-of-way and permits, has not spoken yet this evening. She's available for questions as well as other members of our team. So thank you for your time this evening. We appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you, and we respectfully request your approval of the permit that we're requesting. And I can tell you that staff has worked extremely hard on this. This is an 800-page document that they had to analyze. They've done a very thorough review of the document, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate the conditions of approval that they developed on this case, and we agree with those conditions of approval. We agree with the recommendation. We also are very appreciative that the Planning Commission saw fit to unanimously recommend approval of this project to you. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, and I and my team will be available to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll go to the council. Do you have any questions to the applicant? Councilwoman Carson.
That's from earlier, I'm sorry.
Mr. Teeter?
Thank you, Preston, for your presentation.
Thank you.
I know you've covered this once, but I missed it. When you get to the crossing on Rosemary, is that going to be bored or trenched?
Let's see, the crossing on Rosemary. I know where Rosemary is, but do we? It's going to be bored.
Thank you. That question will be asked of me down the road, I'm sure. And also, what is the building distance once the pipeline is in place on both sides?
The building distance?
That you can build near it?
There's no minimum building distance. You can actually build right up to the pipeline.
Okay. I'm looking very forward to the clean air once you get this in place. I know a lot of people that struggle in the winter months with Colorado and the pollution, and also doing away with those coal trains through Commerce City all day long. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I probably should have hit that harder because clean air is the reason that we put this application forth for review. And as you can see from the presentation, mercury is completely eliminated, and the other pollutants are almost completely eliminated. Thank you.
Mr. Benson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gibson, for being here tonight. What's the depth of the pipeline?
The top of the pipeline will be at least 48 inches below the surface of the land. The bottom of the pipeline obviously will be 2 feet deep for about 6 feet.
Would it be possible to have it, I know we go by, we recognized Stewart Middle School, and there's the Primrose daycare, which is there on 104th. It's very close to the pipeline. It's between 104th and your towers. The Primrose School is very, very close. Would it be possible to bury it deeper as it goes adjacent to those schools? Because that's the objection that I hear. It's going close to these schools. And is there something that we can do to make the pipeline as it goes adjacent to these schools more safe?
Well, again, this is built to very high-quality engineering standards, meets and exceeds all federal requirements. I'm not sure putting it, I don't know how deep you would be looking at putting it, but I'm not sure how putting it deeper makes it safer. In fact, in some ways, it makes it less safe, because if there were to ever be any gas to escape from the pipeline, which we don't think is going to happen, but if it were to ever occur, the deeper the pipeline is in the ground, the more difficult it is to find that leak. So that's a safety concern in and of itself.
I know you and I discussed in the past, and this was something that's been suggested to me by a couple of citizens, putting in the areas where it's going adjacent to the schools, putting something over the top of the pipeline, either concrete or metal, so that it is protected to some extent as it goes adjacent to the schools. Is that a possibility?
You know, I'd have to ask our engineer to come up and speak on that. My initial concern, again, is about if there were ever a leak, migration of gas would be controlled by some sort of a cap over the pipeline. It'd be more difficult for us to determine where that leak would occur. But at any rate, let me see if our engineer might have another response to that. No, we're good on that. That's our response. Again, we believe this is and we not only believe, I can tell you that it is a very safe pipeline. There are pipelines that we have throughout Colorado, 2,400 miles of transmission pipelines, that are probably within a dozen feet or so of many structures within Colorado. Daycare centers, homes, schools. That's true throughout the United States. It's not an unusual situation.
Now, I understand, but this is the first time that the people in our community, especially in that 104th corridor, are being asked to live next door to a 24-inch pipeline at 1,000 psi or 750 to begin with. That's a lot of pressure. That's about, what is that, about 60 atmospheres?
I don't know, but I appreciate your concern.
You'd have to go down about 1,800 feet underwater to get that kind of pressure, I believe. Now, you spoke about the relative cost between going down 96 and under your right-of-way. Obviously, it would cost you more to go down 96 because you don't own that property. You'd have to buy a right-of-way or buy the fee, wouldn't you? So it would cost you more to do that.
You know, it's logical it would cost us more.
Do you have any feel for what that might be?
I don't, because that did not enter into the equation of our analysis. It was all about safety.
You said we were going to get 1.3 million.
Yes.
Is that a year?
That's the
or
construction.
one
That's
time?
the construction impact of the project. In addition, there is over $2 million annually that is received by Adams County, and then that is distributed to school districts. I know Adams 14 will benefit, 27J will benefit, the Fire Protection District will benefit, and many other agencies.
Well, explain the 1.3 million. I'm not. Can you give
the
me a
1.3 million
breakdown
is wages that are paid, and expenditures in the community, wages paid to the construction workers and the construction businesses to actually build a pipeline.
But that's not 1.3 million coming to the city.
Yes, that's what we believe based on our analysis, 1.3 million.
Well, how does that occur? Just humanly?
I don't know that I can explain that any better. I don't know, do we have any?
Jim, it's not a direct, it's not that they're going to give us a check for $1.3 million.
I understand. I'm just trying to find out how
ancillary spending through construction would come into our city at $1.3 million, not cash. Ancillary spending. Does that make sense?
No.
It doesn't.
We're trying to figure out how we get 1.3 million to the city, what it starts out at, how it goes through the workers, whatever, our use tax, sales tax. How does that filter out?
The use tax is collected for the region, correct, Mr. Gibson?
That's correct.
And it is distributed by the county. So Commerce City doesn't get just its full use tax. It's right. Over the length of the pipeline. It's collected regionally and dispersed regionally. The $1.3 million is ancillary spending that will occur because of the construction of the pipeline within our community. So it will be for the contractors, the stuff they'll be buying, whatever those costs are. Am I correct in that analogy?
That is correct, and I can also indicate this study was done by the Leeds School of Business. We didn't actually prepare this study ourselves.
But is that presuming that all the workers are going to be Commerce City residents, that all the contractors are going to be Commerce City companies?
No, that means that the portion that will be Commerce City residents will fold into that equation.
I'd like to see the equation, because I can understand how you're saying it's, I guess, what some people might call trickle-down economics.
No, this is
We're going to get
ancillary
1.3
spending.
million trickle down to us.
This is ancillary spending.
If they buy from our shops or shop at our restaurants or go to King Supers while they're in town, all the spending they do that is going.
I understand it's trickle down.
This is the spending of wages within Commerce City.
So there is no hard and fast way to say that we are going to get 1.3 million. It's just an estimate based on projections.
It's a projected amount that they will spend, in Commerce City, not give to Commerce City.
This very thorough analysis from Leeds School of Business is in the information packet that was submitted to you and that you have
Correct.
hopefully before you this evening. It has all the details in it.
Okay.
So it should be right there on your iPad, Jim.
Okay.
Go ahead and continue. You have the floor.
No, those are all the questions I had.
Okay. Mr. Douglas.
Yes, thank you for finishing your presentation so we can do the questions here. I appreciate that, Preston. I look at the yellow line here. That's an alternative pipeline route, and I see it coming on the other side of E470, and then or does propose would it come down Tower, 100 Fork down to Tower and across. And you identified how safe this is and all, but then you also had some developers contact you to say, please do not put this in our area because it's going to affect our development, when this could help, they could benefit from this, have this pipeline in their development, the 24-inch pipe, and the area over there designated to be finished, you said, with office buildings, school, just a variety of things. This line could benefit that area tremendously, especially to cap off into that. That's less work you have to do in the future. So I think these developers would benefit from that. Your analysis, I think, is based on what you guys already have set up. I understand about the easements and all that, and that does make sense. But in a safety route right now, especially with the rate of development, we were fast pace going, up until 2008, and things have tapered off. So we're not going as fast as we would like. But I really would, if you guys could still consider that 96 route, based on everything you said, how safe it is, that would be the best place. And I understand that when you had I would like to hear from the planning, because I can't really comment on that right now, on what was suggested there. But to wait until now to have your final say-so, I think would have been nice if you had this, brought this out to the community, before now, just to get a final approval with the community to let them know, hey, this is our final approval. And get that feedback then would have been great. But that didn't happen. But just hearing your whole presentation and all, which I appreciate, and you did identify how safe this is and the depth of the pipe, the reason why it's going to be 48 inches from the top as far as below the ground. Still, to me, 96 would be the best route. Based on everything you just said, because that would fit fine for us in our city, especially with that later development. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond to that?
Yes, you may.
I understand how you're saying that the development in that particular area would benefit from having the pipeline there, but it's likely that the gas that we don't know if that pipeline will be directly tapped, and if so, where. The gas would probably be delivered through a distribution system from some other location, and that location would be supplied by this pipeline. So I don't necessarily think that community, that area would benefit from having the pipeline there. Now, again, you can clearly look and see the map. Today, it's largely undeveloped, not completely undeveloped. There is a residential neighborhood just to the north of the 96th Avenue alignment today. There's also a planned school right by 96th Avenue, a planned school. And then in addition to all the economic opportunity, look how close that is to Denver International Airport. We know that there's an enormous opportunity to grow your community and grow your economy in that location. To put a pipeline there would seem just counterintuitive to me. And again, our company's collective professional opinion is that the safest route is in that existing right-of-way south of 104th Avenue.
As far as schools go, that has to be approved by the citizens, and right now those bond issues are hard to pass. But I'm not going to keep beating that dead horse there. So I just want to put it out there to see if you could maybe do a roadshow or so, and see just don't hit that easy button.
Well, we if I could, Mr. Mayor, say that we have been out a lot and listened to the community, and we understand that. We understand that concern. We also appreciate staff's recommendation, which is the alignment that we have chosen, and in fact, the same alignment that the Planning Commission unanimously recommended for approval. We know there are two alternatives. I can tell you if this City Council said, put it on 96th Avenue, it's likely we'd put it on 96th Avenue. We don't think it's the best alternative. That's the bottom line. We don't think it's as safe as the other alternative.
I have a couple of items, Preston, and you know what? When you guys first came into Commerce City to talk about the pipeline, I encouraged you to participate more with the community, and I want to thank you for doing that. You have participated more. Your involvement with community enterprise, the four outreaches that you had. My background has always been utilities, and I understand those pros and cons. To Mr. Benson's question, can you bury it deeper? You can. You end up getting closer to groundwater, which can cause a quicker erosion of the pipeline. If you put some kind of cap or encase it in another sleeve of some sort, you can cause a big pocket of gas under the ground, which becomes a much greater safety hazard than to have a leak that you can significantly find and make a repair on if it were to ever leak. I understand the necessity of the pipeline. And I would like to say that hearing the questions that I'm hearing, and I think what the concerns are, the philosophy at least from the public perspective of being in office, you can build a highway, but you can't, it's easier to build a house next to a highway than a highway next to a house. You can put a gas line in, a pipeline in, before the school's there. It's harder to put it in after the school's in place, because if it's already there, they're aware that it's there, it's been operating safely. It's those unknowns, and we try our best to protect our residents from those type of unknowns. And I know that right now you guys have the state-of-the-art type products, and that you'll monitor this, and I know the risks are much greater for overall. For Excel, you don't want to have any situation. We don't want you to either. That's why, from the beginning, my suggestion had, even when you were having the meetings before I was elected and I was attending some of those meetings, that 96 route seemed more logical because there were fewer people. It was within that 100-foot stretch of the arsenal or the refuge right-of-way that Commerce City was given along 96th Avenue. I don't dislike the people along 96 more than I do along 104th. It's just that there are fewer. There's not currently a school there. The one thing that I find interesting is that there's nobody here from 27J. Excel, have you been working with 27J? Are they aware of
They've
the
waited.
location of the pipeline? Are they aware of the potential risks? Have they went over that with you? And not seeing them here after we've had this long discussion on notification, I just want to make sure that there has been complete type of discussion with the school districts, both of them, to assure this council that the school districts are both on board to the location that this pipeline would be.
Mr. Mayor, there is a letter of support in your packet from 27J. We have worked with them. They support our project. Adams 14 appreciated our moving the pipeline away from DuPont Elementary. I don't know if there's a letter to that effect,
Okay.
but they appreciated that, and I've had no other concerns expressed to me by Adams 14.
Okay, we have one more person that has a comment up here, and then I'm going to go back to the staff for their piece. Mr. Benson.
Well, I noticed that our staff report says under the heading proximity to schools that no schools are located within 600 feet of the proposed route. That's just not true. As I mentioned, Primrose is south of 104th and north of the route. It's definitely within 600 feet. It's probably within about 200 or 300 feet. I mean, I don't think it's a 27J school, but it is a preschool.
Yeah, I think what that staff report was referring to was public schools, not private
Well, I
daycare.
don't know what difference that makes, whether it's a public or a private school. It's located within about 300 feet of one preschool, which would be kids that would be helpless in the case of a problem. I think that should be changed. It says no school. It doesn't say no public schools. That's just not right.
Okay. We will, and that's more along the lines of staff communication anyway, so we're going to go ahead, and I want to thank you for your presentation. We're going to move on with the public hearing and go to the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of items. Mr. Gibson obviously alluded overall to the project. Staff wanted to highlight a couple of items that were not in the presentation, just to assist council with decision tonight. Why is there even a conditional use permit needed? I don't want to gloss over that aspect. It's a requirement in our land development code that public utility installations and pipeline activity is a conditional use permit in all zone districts. This proposed pipeline does cross over multiple zone districts. That's the basis for why we're here tonight. So I just wanted to clarify that. The route map, I just wanted to clarify that as well. There was some confusion about exactly what Planning Commission approved and what they didn't. So again, there is the primary route, which has been talked about. That's in green on this map. And let me just darken the room here a little bit. Green is the primary location. Yellow is the alternates. Those are on the table tonight for council. Again, the pipeline starts in Adams County. Adams County had their county commissioner hearing today. The county commissioners voted unanimously to approve the primary route. And so that particular route is set in the county. Basically, our city begins here right across the South Platte to 64th Avenue. There was a lot of discussion in the Planning Commission hearing about what side of the street this pipeline would go on, whether it be trenched or bored under various aspects. We can certainly talk about that if desired. But the pipeline goes down 64th Avenue to Brighton Road, Brighton Boulevard. Then it follows Brighton Boulevard up, attaches with US 6, and goes up to about 75th. 74th is the city limit stop there. It goes up Brighton Boulevard up till 80th. And then you'll see that this is where we have a split, our first split here. We have the proposed pipeline goes over 84th Avenue, again with an alternate proposal up to 88th Avenue. The county commissioners, again, approved this piece going up Brighton from about 74th to 84th, and then over to the UP Railroad going directly east. It crosses into the Irondale area, and again, there's one alternative is to go up the railroad or to continue down 84th Avenue. The primary route has it going over to Highway 2, and then all the way up to 96th Avenue. The route then goes from 96 and Highway 2 over to about a half mile west of Potomac, where it goes north over to the fee simple area that's been talked about already this evening. There are a couple of alternatives that have also been talked about. One is continuing down 96th Avenue. One is going down 96 and going up Potomac. One is going down 96 and going up Tower. One is going down 96 east of E470 and then connecting back up north again. Again, our city limits stop approximately at E470. This area east of E470 was under the county jurisdiction today, and they aligned, or they voted on this primary alignment here. Statistics, I've already referenced about 34 miles, 12 miles in the city, and these are just some of the dimensions that we've already discussed tonight. Construction schedule, again, some of the boring work would begin this fall, but you would have it basically continuing in force, I guess, if you will, starting in 2014, continuing through the end of the year, and then in the first natural gas combined cycle unit in 2015. So regulatory review, Commerce City is not alone in reviewing this, and they're reviewing the initial application and the approval. All these different agencies and bodies from the feds down to the state, down to the county level, down to the city level, and not just our city, but Brighton and Adams County and Weld County also have a say on this particular pipeline. In terms of the Planning Commission analysis for the conditional use criteria, and again, that's the approval or non-approval criteria before City Council. Planning Commission did feel that the characteristics of the site were suitable for this type of activity, that the use would be served by the city. We did have, as part of the review process, we did have extensive interactions with our emergency operations team here at the city. Council may remember Alan Colon before he left, but he was actively working on this. Ron LaPena and Kevin Bensel with the fire district were also working on this. Adverse effects have been mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. Mr. Gibson has alluded to ways that they can help mitigate any potential adverse effects to their safety program, et cetera. And then Public Service Company as a company has a record of ongoing maintenance for their facility. This isn't a type of operation that Planning Commission felt that they would just put in the ground and then ignore and leave behind and never deal with again. The use does not violate any federal, state, or local requirements, the Planning Commission felt. There is a community need. This community will be receiving, obviously it receives electricity and heat through the Cherokee plant now. That would continue. Proposed changes are mandated by the state to ensure a certain level of service for a public service company. Now, in terms of the proposed versus alternative route, this was discussed quite extensively as well with the Planning Commission. And Planning Commission thought that, public service, they do own the land exists within the corridor south of 104th there. They did feel like at the end of the day, if it's on your own property, it's going to be safer than if you're potentially leasing it or have an easement or et cetera on someone else's property. You have a greater ability to control what you own yourselves. East 96th Avenue and Tower Road need to be widened at some time in the future. Right, 104th Avenue, even though it's not going right down 104th, but that has been widened. But Tower Road definitely needs widening. 96th Avenue will need widening. There potentially could be some construction risk, potentially, as a part of that construction. And then there was also some concern that, especially along Tower Road, a pipeline there may generate some negative impacts towards future economic development prospects. That's been discussed here as well tonight. In terms of the schools, there is the letter from 27J. This has gone through their staff as well as their emergency operations team with 27J as well. They did feel like with the proposed high school, that high school has been zoned and set aside. Obviously, it's not constructed, but the land is set aside. They felt like, the Planning Commission felt like the high school long-term is going to have a greater student population and increased vehicular activity associated with it. That rendered the 96th Avenue a little bit less attractive from a school perspective. And then in general, the Planning Commission felt like there was probability less of a safety concern for 104th Avenue, again, contained within the confines of public services fee-owned land. In terms of the notification, we talked about this extensively tonight. We did talk about the open houses. We did talk about the website. I did receive 2 emails preferring the route to go down the 102nd, 103rd alignment. Those were included within council's packet. I did receive 5 phone calls. I'll be honest with you, 3 of those phone calls were for people that, once they found out about it, were indifferent on the pipeline. They were most adamant that they not be annexed into Commerce City. So that was how they felt. One phone call was concerned about public service utilizing their property. However, we had Ms. Dietrich talk to them, and it turns out that public service does not need to utilize their property, and they were quite happy with that. So that is what I received in terms of outreach and notice from the public. September 4th, the Planning Commission did take a public hearing on this. They did take testimony and analysis, and then 5-0, that was a unanimous recommendation, subject to conditions. And let's talk about those conditions just for a moment. There are 23, I believe, approximately 23 conditions tied to this conditional use permit, and they generally deal with the following topics. Approval permits. Excel needs a variety of approvals, not just from us tonight, but from E470, from the departments, from the state. They need floodplain permits in those places where they cross floodplains. They need things from CDOT. And so there's some approval criteria as it relates to permits there. Obviously, the approval route, whatever council approves tonight will be final. And so if for some reason they're going through construction later on and say, you know what, we're unable to build on this alignment, we want to change it, well, that change would require coming back before Planning Commission and City Council. So the approval route is very important. Parks and trails, there's understanding about any type of disturbance to our parks and trail system up north or in the historic city. Obviously, we want those mitigated to the minimum extent and also reconstructed accordingly. The construction areas, where those can be, how big they can be, what they look like, et cetera. We talked about the disturbance activity. Again, they have a strict vegetation plan, revegetation plan in place, a strict dust control plan in place. The permanent valve sets, Councilman McEldowney asked about those. There's 2 within our city, and there's some criteria on that. And then changes to the city. So in terms of emergency operations, but also in terms of, let's say right now it's this particular natural gas. If they wanted to change it in the future to hydrogen gas or helium gas or something of that nature, that would not be permitted with this conditional use permit. That would have to come back before City Council and Planning Commission as well. Oftentimes, if they decide to decommission this pipeline for any reason in the future, the city would need to be notified of that as well. So a fair number of conditions. Mr. Gibson has stated that they are aware of those. They are in support of those conditions. There is one advisory. That advisory is not a condition, but that particular advisory has been rectified. It's no longer needed. So with that concludes staff's presentation, and we'll be glad to answer any additional questions that council could have.
Mr. Benson. Do you have a comment or question for staff?
No, just to reiterate that there is a school there on the southeast corner of Landmark and 104th, and that school seems to have been completely ignored in this analysis. That's all I've got to add.
Okay. Mr. Douglas.
Steve, could you tell me on this Cherokee plant, or maybe, ask you first. The Cherokee plant, my understanding, this electricity it's going to produce, is this, how would this benefit Commerce City as far as electricity? Is that just for Denver, or just portions of Commerce City are online there? Because I know portion of the city is United Power and Excel.
Yeah, my understanding, and we can get confirmation from Excel, my understanding is that Cherokee Power Plant does deliver electricity to all of Commerce City south of 104th Avenue, and it delivers heat as well to the entire city. So my understanding is the Cherokee plant is providing a existing service as of today for residents.
And the other question is, with this franchise agreement that's going on the ballot, would this have any adverse effect as far as any funds generated or from an agreement if this goes forward? Because if that, passes or doesn't pass, how does that affect the city?
That's a good question. That's a simultaneous process that's occurring right now, right? And so I'm actually going to default to Mr. Gaylor on that one. My understanding is that they're two separate issues and won't impact each other, but I want to get any feedback on that.
Well, the vote on the franchise agreement, of course, is one issue, but whether or not this conditional use is granted is a separate issue standing by itself. Now, I missed part of your question because I was getting a copy of the charter in front of me. Did you have some question about the financial impact?
Yeah, how that would work out if we had a franchise agreement or we don't, if one's not in place.
The financial impact would not be affected one way or the other. The sales tax that's payable would still be due. The only difference would be is that if the city were to try and charge some permit fee for use of a city right-of-way, that's covered by the franchise agreement. But I don't believe that's a factor here in front of us. Okay. But the sales tax and those taxes that would otherwise be imposed for the construction not impacted by the franchise.
All right. And one more question too for you, Steve. Mr. Gibson had said, Mr. Gibson had said that based on the council's approval of a different route, so we do have that option of changing that route. I mean, even though this is proposed, we can propose that 96 would be a better fit for our city.
Yes, my understanding is that the route that's shown in green and yellow is potentially on the table, anything within the city limit boundaries. So City Council has the ability to concur or utilize Planning Commission's recommendation of the primary route. They can choose to accept part of it and not accept part of it, or they can accept to deny the whole application.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gaylor. In that regard, I'd like to just make it clear for the benefit of the council, and I'm quoting from the charter, and that's why I went to get it to make sure I understood or recalled the way this is written. We have one council member absent tonight. So the charter requires that in order to overrule or change the recommendation of the Planning Commission, a vote of not less than a majority of the members of the council in office at the time the vote is taken shall be required to make that change. So that means you have 8. You have 8 here, but the entire council is 9.
Take 5. It would take
so
5
you need 5
to overturn the recommendations of the
That's
Planning
right.
Commission.
Just for clarification.
Right. So out of the 8, it would take 5 people voting not to approve the Planning Commission to overturn it.
So if we decided to have something like that tonight, should that get pushed off? But like you said, it has to be offset by those numbers. So, thank you.
Okay. Mr. McEldowney.
Thank you. One last question, and I don't know if this is, probably more for Mr. Gibson. In our list of provisions for this conditional use permit as it's been received from, or in the recommendations from the Planning Commission, there's no reference to required maintenance intervals, and I know there are limited requirements from a federal perspective, it sounds like. You've talked about the use of the pig to go through the pipeline, the upfront inspections, et cetera. You talked about the sacrificial rod to help avoid the pipeline itself being compromised. Are there any provisions for the specific interval at which those rods are inspected or replaced? And is that determined based on local conditions? In other words, if the water table is a certain way in one area, does that change the provisions in terms of how frequently they need to be inspected, replaced, et cetera?
We have test leads that we put along the pipeline, and it's every couple of miles, if not even sooner than that. It's every 2,000 feet. We put test leads, and those test leads are monitored on an annual basis to determine are the sacrificial anodes still doing what they're supposed to be doing, or do we need to go look at something?
Okay. So essentially your provisions are set up so that you've got a reasonably early enough warning should they be eroding faster than maybe expected, and so you could get them replaced before they become an issue and the pipeline itself is compromised.
Absolutely. But you have to also remember that with the coating that we're putting on the pipe, that's basically your belt, and the anodes that you're putting on is your suspenders.
Gotcha. Double duty. Okay. Thank you for that.
Mr. Moreno.
I had a couple of questions. Regarding in Excel's original application, I noticed that there was a proposed 300-foot buffer from the center line to address alignment issues. Is that maintained in the current application?
That's a fine question. It's addressed in pieces, but not through the entire route, if you will. So areas potentially where it is on 103rd Avenue or areas that it would be near residential, it's actually constricted severely, I guess, within their fee simple area. So the potential isn't to meander, I guess, the pipeline.
And what's the restriction on that? What's the footage?
I think we agreed from 50 feet, I think. 150.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the valve locations, I understand within the city we'll have one at 96th Avenue and Highway 2, one at 104th and Tower Road. My concern was that there wasn't a valve to the south of that, but there is, correct? It's just not within our city boundary.
That's correct. There's one over in DuPont, so there is another one south of there, yes, sir.
Okay. Also, in the original conditional use permit application, it calls for an emergency response plan, but it wasn't clear who develops that emergency response plan. But I think I read in the conditions here that we are requiring Excel to do that, correct?
Yeah, Excel does that, and then we basically require them to submit us copies when there's changes and things like that to not only our city, but to the fire district and related applicable agencies.
Is that developed in conjunction with our emergency management department?
They would definitely have feedback or input, I guess, if you will.
Okay. Yes. And then regarding the proposed routes, there was obviously a lot of information about habitat, about groundwater, wildlife, et cetera. But was an environmental impact study required for that?
On that one, I'll default to public service.
Councilman, this is Carolyn White, Land Use Counsel for Excel, 410 17th Street, Denver 80202. I want to make sure how you mean the term environmental impact study, like in the defined term use of the word, like under NEPA? No, but this is a permit under your code, which has a series of requirements that relate to environmental quality, and all of those things were considered in addition. As Mr. Gibson pointed out, there was extensive research around natural areas, habitat, vegetation, air quality, water quality, and all of the other components that went into the original route selection analysis. Is it exactly the same as an EIS under federal law? No, but it's pretty close in terms of how extensive it is.
Okay, but as part of your federal permitting process, that was not required?
That's only required when federal government money is being contributed to the project, and this is being funded entirely privately.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilwoman Carson.
I know this was discussed at one of the public meetings, but I really don't remember. The railroad crossings, it says it will cross the UP and the Burlington Northern. And then it says it'll be bored at appropriate depth. It says that everywhere. Is it deeper at these railroads? You know, you think about these trains that come through every day and this ground shake, and if a rail car disrails, how far will that impale into the ground? And
Go right ahead.
The 24-inch pipe doesn't bend very easily. So when you're trying to get underneath a railroad crossing or even a road crossing, you have to get a ways back and you're going to go deep. So we've already actually done the design for the 84th crossing, the railroad there. We are over 30 feet deep underneath the railroad.
Well, you know, I know there was a gentleman at one of those meetings who was highly educated into the trains, and even read some articles that when they derailed at a certain speed, how far they could impale into the ground. Or it just sounds really scary.
Well, again, the railroad bed itself is typically 10
Right.
feet above the ground. We're going to be 30 feet below all of that. And at that, I mean, we're only going to be, the railroad right-of-way is 100 feet wide. So in order for the railroad to actually hit that one spot and go 30 feet deep.
And then ground rumble. How deep did
Well,
that
now
go?
the vibration with that, the vibrations of a train is less than an earthquake. But we do seismic calculations against our pipeline because with the fracking and along those lines, the best way for those companies to determine where gas pockets are is to do seismic vibrations along our line. So we do have specific calculations that we need to do to make sure that our pipelines are safe.
Okay.
For semi trucks going over us, I mean, being in Brighton Boulevard, the vibrations of the semi trucks driving over us is again more than what will happen on the railroads. But again, we've calculated; those are all in our equations for safety factors that we're building into the construction and the design of the pipeline.
And then I'm assuming it's been a couple years that we had a presentation here and talked about the rumble from the planes is even worse than noise and how many miles out that will extend. Are we anywhere close to what that airport at full build-out would be for that?
Well, I mean, if you actually think, I mean, what I've seen on some of the proposals is what I'm calling the Denver Tech Center of the North. We are designing a 4.5-mile stretch to be a Denver Tech Center of the North. So it will be designed for what we call a Class 4, so that you can put skyscrapers around these pipelines, just in case that comes about. This pipeline, without any safety factors, is good for over 2,000 pounds per square inch gauge pressure. But the safety factors that the government wants us to put on it, we're going 50% of that, so that's 1,000 pounds.
I don't mean to sound negative, but I think people have always been told what's new and being built is safe and as safe as it can ever be. So excuse us if we're proceeding with caution here.
Absolutely, no, that's what you're supposed to do, and ask me all the questions.
But yeah, the railroad crossings tend to bother me a lot. But
again, we need to get railroad permits from the railroad companies, and they have to review our designs and approve our designs.
yeah, and it said that they have not expressed anything. Is that correct? So they're just being the railroad?
They have specific requirements that they want us to meet, and actually they say a minimum depth for them is 10 feet, and we're going 30.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Douglas.
Just hearing that about the trains, how deep you guys are going to go there, and then, with the school and all, and then the rate of getting to a pipe, if there's damage, being so deep, I would think you'd take that same consideration along the school as you would the railroad for safety. We're talking about, of course, tons and tons of weight coming down in an area and impacting and being so deep. I can understand the safety measures, and I think that's great. But just taking that extra measurement of safety run along the school, I would think you would take that in consideration as well to make in that area, because you're not going that far. We're not talking a mile or 2 miles. It's a shorter distance where those school areas are. But like you said, this is built on safety and someone else's recommendation as far as the experts. But I think you would take that same consideration being close to the public as far as kids being at that school on a daily basis.
Mr. Moreno.
Yeah, question for staff or Excel. Regarding actual markers to allow the public to know that there's a natural gas pipeline buried there, what are the requirements for that?
I'll have Excel answer that. My understanding is that that is mandated by the Department of Transportation. I'm sorry. And what is that distance that's required?
The distance that's mandated by code is visual, so you need to be able to see it when you're standing there and looking at it. We do put pipeline markers at every crossing, at every road crossing, and at every turn. We put pipeline, and on every side of a creek and every side of a railroad.
We do have a photograph here, Ms. Scott, if you could, just so everyone's aware of how those look. There we go.
Okay, and that's, I understand they're mandated by CDOT, but is there a required, a mandated distance between the markers, or is it just whenever you have a turn or a crossing?
The actual mandate by the federal government is that it just needs to be within sight. So whenever you're standing in one location, you need to be able to see it. There is no footages, so if it's on a good clear day, you can see Pikes Peak from here. That's basically the requirement for the code for pipeline marker. But I mean, we heavily, putting in pipeline markers is cheap for us. It's a very great safety factor to let people know. We want people to know there is a pipeline here. Please call for locates if you're going to be digging around us.
Okay. I guess just my other concern is I appreciate that in the high density residential areas, we did move that buffer down to 150 feet. I guess I just have some concern, though, that that's still a lot, considering on either side you do have development along 104th. I don't know if staff looked at a more restrictive footage requirement?
Staff did look at that. Public Service Company felt that 150 was the minimum they needed to effectively place this.
I probably need to clarify that. It's not really a buffer. That's the amount of distance we can deviate from the route that's shown in this application. It's not meant to be a buffer or a setback or something of that manner.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions from the council, it's time for me to go to the audience. And I know that I had a few that were signed up on the list. I'll go through those first, and then I'll ask the rest of the residents if they would like to comment. I'll first call Kathy McIntyre.
Kathy McIntyre, 17503 East 104th Way, Commerce City. I've been sitting at the back of the room, and I kind of feel like the Oil and Gas Land Use Committee meetings that I was at. There's no straight answers. People have come up here, they can't even say correct numbers of feet or miles. We don't even know what route they're going to take, for sure. On the public meeting notice, it said that, it could possibly be 96, it could be 104th. I don't understand how you can possibly be voting on something that there isn't some map up there on that screen that shows exactly where this is going to go, because it is going to make a difference. And Jim, thank you very much, Mr. Benson, for caring about the babies. Even though they don't go to a quote-unquote public school, they still are going to be by that pipeline all day long. The last year I have spent of my life becoming a Colorado fractivist. Natural gas is not clean. It is dirty. 60%, you have a 66% greater chance of cancer when you live within a half mile of a natural gas well. This week, it was reported in the Denver Post, that finally Governor Hickenlooper and the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission are going to start re-looking at the rules that this pipeline is based on. So this pipeline is being based on rules that now, after all the ruckus from all the thousands of citizens across the state of Colorado, they're going to reevaluate. So we may not even need this. It says in here that this is going to be a benefit to Commerce City, but I don't hear any answer really on how this is a benefit to Commerce City. It even goes on to say that community need exists. Are you telling me that we're going to not have gas if they don't do this, so we'll all be sitting in the cold? I mean, is that the case? On the recommendation here for the Planning Commission, it says they conducted a public hearing, took considerable testimony and analysis. Considerable testimony was maybe a half a dozen citizens, but yet they're going to change the whole route based on 2 emails from 2 developers that are not citizens. The other statement that keeps being made is that it's so safe. It's so safe. It's just so safe. We take every precaution. It's so safe. Well, if it's so safe, why do we have to have all this emergency planning? And then Mr. Gibson himself at the Planning Commission stated that no fatalities have resulted from incidents associated with public service companies' natural gas transmission pipelines in the past 5 years. Well, what about the past 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 years? 5 years isn't a very long time, and everybody in the room that's lived in Colorado knows that there have been accidents that did cause deaths, and Public Service and Excel did say that it was because of the contractors. It was the contractor's fault, their subcontractor's fault. They didn't take any responsibility for that. But then he goes on to say, however, several other non-fatality incidents have been reported. So you have to die in order for it to be taken serious, I guess. So if it's a non-fatal injury, then we're okay with that. And then he goes on to say that there were injuries requiring inpatient hospitalizations. Well, gee, you can go to the hospital now, have outpatient surgery, and be home in 12 hours. So if it's requiring hospitalization, it must have been pretty serious. Then there's another sentence that's not a complete sentence, it's just like a partial sentence. $50,000 or more in total costs, measured in $1984. I don't know, when I got up this morning, I looked at my calendar, it was October 1st, 2012. Why would we be measuring anything in $1984? Okay? I'm a CPA, so I can probably quickly calculate that, but most people probably can't. Then he goes on to say, highly volatile liquid releases of 5 barrels or more, or other liquid releases of 50 barrels or more. But it doesn't say where, what was spilled, what did it affect. And then it says liquid releases resulting in unintentional fires or explosions. Well, that makes me feel really good because at least it was not an intentional fire or explosion. It was unintentional. So the Planning Commission comes through and says, oh, no, that's all good, okay, after 6 citizens and all that Mr. Gibson said. The quote-unquote letter of support from 27J, I beg to differ, okay? And maybe it's just my opinion of what support means, but in number 4 on the 27J letter, which it is in your packet, 27J did respond, and I guess they assumed they were hoping that all of you would read their letter. They said, we asked Public Service Company how much time it would take to shut down and isolate the line if an accidental release or fire is detected on the Public Service Company's pipeline adjacent to Stewart Middle School. To Public Service Company's response, we need additional information. I don't think additional information is really support. That's just my opinion, of course. And then the 96th and their future development. Gee, I've lived in the Northern Range for almost 10 years now, a little over 9 years and 1 month now. 104th is the only area that I see developed. And that's where King Soopers is, and that's where the majority of the houses are, and that's where the schools are. And I have friends who live by 96, even some right at the back of the room. I don't want to see it going down either one, but if we have to pick, I don't understand how they could possibly say that 96 is going to have all this development. I've never even seen any plans for that. And just because there are other pipelines in our neighborhood, that does not make them safe. And telling me state of the art doesn't make me feel any better. It is not safe. And when you add more pipelines, it just makes it less safe. So, in closing here, I just have a couple more comments. It would be nice if our elected officials this time, one time, anytime, represented the people of our city instead of the oil and gas industry. It's really getting tiring, and it's really disgusting. We love our city, we've invested here, and this is just one more reason, this pipeline, for our property values to go down the tubes. A notice should have gone out to every house in our city, and when Mr. Tim said that a postcard went out to 400, he said some of them came back, but he never said how many came back. But you use our tax dollars every month to print the city staff's newspaper, but there is not one article in here, not one word in here about the Excel pipeline. Nothing. A year ago, there was for the open houses, but those open houses didn't mean anything. And Mr. Gibson proved that to me tonight. He did not listen to our concerns. None of it was taken under advisement. They were going to go ahead and do this their way anyway. It didn't matter what the citizens said. It was rubber stamped by Excel way before they ever put on the dog and pony show to show us all their alternative routes and listen to their concerns and give us a cookie and give us a hug, okay? So how come the last 3 papers that we got in every mailbox in the city, there wasn't information about the Excel pipeline and what was happening here? Also, we got these postcards. This went into every mailbox in the city. It's your city. It's your vision. Really? Well, it wasn't our vision to have a high-speed 24-inch transmission pipeline going right by our schools, right through our residential neighborhoods. So how come we couldn't have had a postcard like this? We have $1 million communications budget. So both of these should have been about the Excel pipeline, not 400, and the people that I know didn't even get one. So I hope that you don't vote for this. And I don't know what the state laws are or anything like that, but JD, yes, I do feel it's rubber stamped. I feel like you guys don't even have a choice, really. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, next person, Christy Douglas.
Christy Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. That's a hard act to follow, Kathy. You pretty much summed up everything. My view from the back of the room was that Preston has come in and done a great job of doing his job in connecting with the community and doing the PR and laying the foundation for this to make sure that it happens. And I have a hard time believing that it isn't more about money than it is about safety as far as the location selection. Kathy just looked up, I had done some research before. The CEO at Xcel Energy, in my memory, had made $10 million in 1 year. She looked it up. It was actually $11 million last year. I think choosing the route that they have chosen really doesn't have to do with safety. And I hate to come up here and speak in truth, but that's the way big companies operate. And it's too bad that's what our culture is, but it is. And as far as people not coming and not knowing about this, yeah, you're right. They probably wouldn't have come. But the attitude, as Ms. Carson said, was that it's going to be done anyway. So why should they waste a Monday night coming down here to voice their opinion when half of them are scared to death to come up and speak in front of the council because they're intimidated, or speak in front of representatives of big business because they're intimidated. And they don't think it's going to do any good anyway because it's all been pre-planned. I just don't know what else to say. I think that I saw one of the letters from Mr. Crowley, who I know owns land up there. He doesn't want it on his property. Why doesn't he want it on his property? Because it's going to devalue his property? What about us? What about the citizens? What about us? Thanks.
Mr. Stallsworth.
David Stallsworth, 8110 Brighton Road, DuPont. And as Mr. Timms pointed out, I'm in unincorporated Adams County. But Commerce City has a 1-foot strip of property between me and where you're going to put your pipeline. So, yes, you do represent me one way or another. Now, if this was to be run within 50 feet of your property, would you vote for it? If you was to buy a piece of property or looking to buy a piece of property and you found out there was a pipeline right adjacent to it that carried 1,200 pounds of pressure, it was 24 inches in diameter, would you buy that property? So what are you doing to my property values when you vote for this? I couldn't, in good conscience, vote to put this next to anyone's property, their house, business, school. I couldn't in good conscience vote for it in any respect. I know they say we need it. But let's find a place to put it where you're not running right next door to somebody's house. Thank you.
Okay, that takes care of the list. Is there anyone else in the audience? Please come forward. Mr. Cerna.
Guillermo Serna, 14122 East 102nd Place, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. I promised myself I wasn't going to say anything today about this, but mentioning Adams County commissioners, the waste material plant, they okayed it without even talking to Copper City. That really almost not notifying you. Took the people to get it out of the way. The frackling, they okayed it before you had anything to say. And even though it was close to you as a city, Adams County Commissioners are supposed to help you with the tower ramp. They haven't done anything. And they negotiated all of this when these properties were handed over to Denver. They haven't done anything to help Commerce City. But yet we're saying, according to administration, that, hey, they okayed it. (27J), and with all due respect, I respect what the power company has done with District 14. But 27J, they mention the fact that there's going to be a school there near 96th Avenue. Well, it hasn't been built. If we can negotiate a transfer of property for 96th Avenue being straightened out, why can't we do the same thing with a property for a school that hasn't been built? And if it's safety, 6, 7, 8, 9-year-old kids that are the kids that need the most help are being traded for a high school where kids 9, 10, 11, and 12 can actually think better than the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olders. It's not about feet. It's about children. In the existence of public services, how much do they actually give back to the communities that they serve? They give cities monies, but, you received, what was that, $3 million today? But where does that go? The Planning Commission didn't even take into consideration, and probably didn't even read it, because it was in the report from the power company of the input of what the community had input. They didn't even know about it. It had to be brought up by the public service company that was there. Administration didn't know about it. Neither did the chair of the planning committee. But they made a recommendation to you. They said it was a unanimous decision. No, it wasn't. There was a contemplation there where they were thinking about tabling it. But all of a sudden, the chair considered and changed their minds because it was coming to you to make the final decision. So I question whether it was a unanimous decision. It's our city that's in your hands. They said the arsenal couldn't be cleaned up. It was. Get a little bit of grit right where you are. You're the ones that are going to have to make the decision and come up with a better way of working with businesses to help Commerce City as a whole. We deserve something. We have been giving and giving and giving, and we don't get anything back. That's what this is all about. It's our future. And all it takes is 2 or 3 more participations of community, an explanation, and communicating with the community after something is recommended. That's what it's all about. And you guys are going to have to, and ladies, are going to have to make this decision tonight. Take into consideration all of this. It's going to be here for 100 years. But yet, in 100 years, the wind will still be there. There's other ways of providing energy. We always go to the easiest one instead of the hardest one to get, which on the long term, I think wind is going to be around here for a long time. So think it over. He told you, if you guys say down 96, then it's down 96. If you're looking at the needs of your community and the full safety of your community. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else in the audience want to testify?
Please forgive me, I just have one more sentence. Christy Douglas, 10970 Unity Parkway, Commerce City, Colorado, 80022. I would also like to say that if this is mandated, it's mandatory, and we have to take the risk, we should somehow be compensated, and compensated residually. That means the whole entire time that we have to live with that, we should be compensated. Have there not been any negotiations?
Okay, is there anyone else? Seeing no one else, the public hearing is closed. Mr. Gibson? Your hand was up before I threw the gavel down. Did you have something to add?
Mr. Mayor, a lot of comments were made about our presentation tonight, questioning some of the facts that we've given tonight in our statements, and if it would please the mayor and the city council, I'd like to have a few minutes to respond to some of these comments before the public hearing is closed.
That seems fair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You and both Christy Douglas said that I had done a good job in connecting with the community. It's been my pleasure to connect with this community, to serve on the Community Enterprise Board, to serve on the QCI committee, to work on a Habitat for Humanity home, for on and on. I've done that over the last couple of years, and it's been great to meet a lot of folks in this community. I wanted to just to respond to a few of the key points. Mr. Cerna talked about wind. We're the #1 wind energy utility in the entire country. At one point this year, we had 57% of our energy coming from wind. So we're using wind as much as possible. When Ms. Douglas said we're more about dollars than the community or safety, I've got the criteria here. We looked at a lot of different factors, and I can tell you everything from planning to engineering, land use, residences, environmental issues, cultural resources. There's not one criteria for the cost of the pipeline. It had nothing to do with the location of the pipeline. Just a few more points. I don't know how much our CEO makes. We are an 8-state company, Xcel Energy. Our CEO in Minneapolis might, I don't know how much he makes, but I don't know what it actually has to do with the project. I want to get to some of Ms. McIntyre's comments, if I could, and she talked about, for example, 27J, and she said that, well, read the letter. That's not my idea of an approval from 27J. There are actually 2 letters in your packet. I think she's referring to the May letter. There's an August 17 letter in this where we respond to her questions earlier, and she, I think it's she, Joy Girdham, she actually says that we've responded well to her concerns. So I think we have adequately addressed her concerns. There were a lot of issues mentioned relative to release of 50 barrels or more, inpatient hospitalization, so on and so forth. Ms. McIntyre just read down a list of pipeline hazardous safety material points relative to what creates an issue or a significant issue with a pipeline, and she wasn't saying that we actually have created those. That's just a list that she ran off of a report. Let me see if what else was there I wanted to respond to. We talked about, I think earlier, the benefit to Commerce City. Again, some of the electricity that's generated as a result of this this pipeline project will certainly be on the grid here in Commerce City. In addition to that, you'll have the benefit, as will our region, of much cleaner air. Clearly benefits for this city and the region. In addition, the pipeline provides for additional growth opportunities, additional economic development opportunities in North Denver, as well as the city. Regarding Planning Commission, took considerable testimony. I don't know how many people, I don't recall, stood up and testified at the Planning Commission. Planning Commission, the fact is, did recommend approval of this project. There was questions and have been questions about the depth of the pipeline. Should it be 4 feet, 10 feet, 30 feet, 100 feet? Where should it be? The fact of the matter is we have to be at least 10 feet under the railroad track, and based on engineering and other constraints, it ended up in 30 feet in some places. And by the way, we already have in hand at least one permit from the railroad to enable us to put it under their railroad line. It's not the best opportunity. It's not the best thing to put it that deep in the ground because, again, if there were ever to be a leak, it's a lot more difficult, A, to determine that there is a leak, and B, to determine where the leak might be. Let me conclude by saying I really appreciate your consideration, the hearing tonight. I appreciate the community's concerns. I mean, I know this is a difficult decision for City Council, and I can assure you that we have taken every precaution to design the safest pipeline and the best route, not only within Commerce City, but from Fort Lupton all the way down to our Cherokee Power Plant. And one final note is that there's been a lot of discussion about south of 104th or 96th Avenue. It is, again, our opinion, our professional opinion, the safest route is south of 104th. And in addition to existing development on the north side of 96th Avenue, there'll be a lot of future development. And in fact, the landowners in that area don't want the pipeline there to restrict their development. So that is a concern I didn't mention. But thank you so much for your time this evening. We appreciate your hearing our case. And if you have any further questions, of course, we're always available to answer.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I had a question of Mr. Gibson. Did I make it in time?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Benson.
I have to be quick.
Ask your question.
Okay. I believe, how long ago was it that you came before us? A year and a half, 2 years? I can't remember.
I think the first time was in June of last year when we had a public outreach meeting at Adams City High School.
But you were here at our council meeting before then.
I was here before that, yes, sir.
And I remember we heard about this going down 104th, and I would like to know that between then and now, which has been at least a year and a half, what changes were made to your plans based on the input that you received from the public at these meetings? What changes were made between 96th and 120th?
I can tell you the changes that were made. I know of two in particular, and there may be additional changes that my team here can help me with. I think there have been more than that, not within Commerce City, outside Commerce City, but there are at least two in Commerce City.
I'm just concerned about between 96th and 120th, and in Commerce City, what changes were made in the last year and a half?
Between 96th and 120, going northerly, the northern line, the north-south line, I don't believe there were any changes.
I'm talking about in Commerce City between 96th and 120th. I'm trying to figure out if you listened to any of the public input that we had. There weren't that many people at these meetings, but there were some people who had some pretty strong opinions.
We listened to public input. We made one change within that area. We moved the north-south alignment that was on Potomac a half mile to the west based on input at one of those outreach meetings. We also changed the line on 80th to 84th, which I know is a little bit outside of what you're asking. We listen to public input, and sometimes public input in fact, public input is always good to get, especially if it indicates something to us that we don't really understand. We don't understand about the community. And I can tell you that based on public input, we have very thoroughly analyzed alternatives. And public input in this particular case was somewhat limited. I can tell you we noticed the reunion people, where I know is in your district or ward. We had very limited people come out from Reunion to express any concern at all. In fact, I can tell you the last meeting we had out there at Otho Stewart Elementary School or Middle School, I gave a presentation to one person. That was all that was there to listen. So we've done what we can to gather input from the community. And from our perspective, we look at safety, we look at engineering standards, we look at the best planning available, and based on planning and engineering, we believe that line south of 104th is the safest and best planned line for this community.
But the change that you made would have been to move the line from Potomac to a half a mile east of Potomac, that north-south.
I believe it's half mile west of Potomac.
Okay. I'm sorry?
Is that correct? One half mile west of Potomac.
Oh, okay, instead of being on Potomac itself.
Yes, sir.
You know, I recall that meeting at Otho Stewart, and I sent out a robocall to about 4,000 people, and we still only had one person outside of the council show up for it.
We tried. We did try.
I mean, it's kind of apathetic, I guess, really, but I don't know what else we can do about it. Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Councilwoman Carson?
I do have a question. I don't know if you can answer.
I'll try.
What happens if we don't approve any of them?
Well, if you don't approve any of them, I think our option is to go take this case to the Public Utilities Commission, and we don't want to do that. We want decisions to be made at the local level. We know that we believe in local control, and we think the decision should be made at the board that's closest to the community. Yeah, that would be our option, but we would rather have a decision here this evening.
I agree. It is very challenging to sit up here and try to decide what every 5 minutes I think you're on board with this, then it's that. It really is when you hear from people who, no matter how much research they would have done prior to buying their home, they wouldn't have been able to research this item. They may have been able to, if they'd done extensive research, to see what the arsenal, that is the wildlife center now, what it was before, and so there's all kinds of ways to do your homework to find out what kind of a community you're moving into. This wouldn't have been available to them. I think what I have read here is, I don't think anybody wants it. The proposed route to 104th, people already live there, they don't want it. Developers coming in on 96th, they don't want it. I just don't think this is something that anybody stands up and raises their hand and says we want. But I do believe, it's exactly what you said, that it's going to come through this city one way or the other. And I would like for us to be forward enough thinking to hope we pick the best. I am disappointed. I would like to have seen the money difference from the 96th to the 104th. I think I felt like I had expressed that a little bit throughout these meetings, that it almost feels like it was a planned, and I am a blunt person, that it was planned that you could stand there and say we don't know what the money was, because that was never the reasoning. I would like to have seen that, because I do believe that there was some play in there of money.
I understand, if I may address Mr. Mayor, and that is that we didn't look at the money anywhere along the pipeline, from Fort Lupton all the way to the plant. We just didn't do that. It was all about other factors. It was land use, engineering, public safety, biological resources, cultural resources, on and on. And that's what that drove it. Because quite frankly, the money we can recover through rate recovery. And so it wasn't a factor to us. It just wasn't.
Well, and there is money in my mind, because I wonder if we are devaluing somebody's house, by what percentage by doing this. If a house has not been built yet, we're not affecting that. So, thank you for your presentation, though. And I do thank you for the meetings that you have done in the city, and I will attest that I was at that last one, and I know the woman that was there, and there was one that you did a presentation for, and you did the full presentation for her as though if you had an audience of 100.
I remember you being there, and others, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Douglas.
I just wanted to be able to make a motion when you close the hearing.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Mr. Benson, do you have anything further?
That's all I have. I should have taken my light off.
I know I should have said that a little louder just to get back at you. Mr. McEldowney.
Thanks, Mr. Gibson. I think I share Councilman Carson's comments regarding the back and the forth and the back and the forth. And I was digging back up some of the research that I had done when the public meetings were occurring. Going back to my earlier comments about safety, the thing that continues to strike me, and I was sitting at home over the weekend, or yesterday rather, looking at Google Earth and looking at where that corridor is slated to run down the existing transmission corridor on 104th, and trying to eyeball versus some of the documents in the agenda where the pipeline is proposed, and looking at distances to the closest homes. And certainly the count of homes isn't significant currently, as I said earlier, in that corridor, but it's a very, very small distance, and it's feet, not meters or yards. It's feet. When I look at the history of incidents in terms of pipeline incidents, and you take out gas or petrol or anything but natural gas, rather, and you try and look at just things in that 24 or 36 or 42-inch or even smaller domain, and you look at what the damage done when something does go wrong, goes wrong, you're talking about decimating anything within 300 meters. From what I find, if something were to rupture, and I've got a list of examples that I've pulled together here that show incidents that occurred not long after a pig had been sent through the system and passed, the test passed, and yet here was an incident that resulted in a rupture of some sort and a leak. So what seems to happen is that when that leak occurs, somebody finally notices the smell, they call the fire department or somebody like that, and they start to poke around, and then people start to probe to figure out where the problem is, and this whole time the gas is building. Now, if we don't have a substantial enough buffer between where that pipeline sits and the nearest possible source of ignition, i.e., I just happen to fire up my barbecue grill, or I light up a cigarette on my back porch, not that I smoke, but somebody does this, conceivably these are ignition sources that could cause a leak like that to go. I guess when I think about what I did in middle school or what we did in early high school, you did these things, right? You snuck out to the edge of the school property and you lit up a cigarette, or you did things you weren't supposed to do. You've got a middle school that sits directly on the transmission line. We've talked about the preschool, but I look at all of the backyards that currently or are planned to back up to that corridor. And I'm using that stretch of 104th as an example. To me, the risks of what happens if are nowhere in the report. We've talked about making things as safe as possible, but when I look at the data, and there's a gentleman that put out a document titled Natural Gas Pipeline Safety Setback, Calculation of Safety Setbacks from Large Diameter, High Pressure Natural Gas Pipelines. Gentleman's name is C. Rhodes, P. Engineering, looks like a doctor of engineering. Believe he's Canadian, but he's got this pretty interesting document that speaks to the state of things in Canada and some significant examples in the eastern U.S., and again, references the San Luis Obispo rupture. And I'm no math guy, but there's a lot of pretty impressive formulas here. But what it nets out is that, on average, you're talking about 300 meters, 400 meters of impact when something goes wrong. So if I've got a home that's maybe 100 feet from that location, and then we say that we've been talking about a 400-foot buffer in terms of notification, well, 400 feet is a lot less than 300 meters. based on my quick math. And so all those folks that sit between 400 feet and the edge of that 300-meter circumference, right, because explosions go out in all directions, are impacted, right? So how can we say that there is a safety measure when we're constraining you in those residential or higher density residential corridors to 100 and some feet, and yet if something goes wrong, and this list includes examples as recently as 2011 and 2012 where recently installed high-pressure pipelines failed within a very short time of being opened or being inspected or a repair having been done. I guess my concern is it doesn't seem like there is anything that we can do, that we can hear from you tonight that's going to give me a confidence that says we're covered, right? We're safe.
I can tell you if you'd like me to respond.
Yeah, I'd love to.
If there is a leak, we will immediately know that from our remote monitoring and be able to immediately shut down that valve. That's how we will be able to do that. Before we have a catastrophic issue, before someone lights up a cigarette, before someone turns on a grill, we will be able to see a drop in pressure in our pipeline, and we'll be able to shut it down remotely. That valve set is going to close that off and shut down that pressure so we can deal with that issue.
So I'm a fairly technical guy. Are we talking about a mechanical system? We're talking about an electronic system. How is the remote monitoring performed? Are we on a hard line from each monitoring point? Are we on sensors that are monitored through Wi-Fi? I mean, what are we dealing with in terms of how that monitoring works? Because I guess my concern is, and I think about, we've had a week of news articles about intensive attacks in terms of network intrusions of everybody from the company I work for, Verizon, to the White House, right? So I am concerned, I think legitimately so, that if a system of this magnitude is being monitored in a remote fashion and that technology is susceptible to intrusion, your commitment to me that we're going to be able to monitor and shut that down in real time is not completely valid. So, I mean, these are the thoughts that are going through my head, and I'm sure others, so I'd love to get some additional insight from the engineer.
1 second. As far as the sensing of the lines, we've got pressure transmitters that will be on either side of our mainline valves that will sensor what is the pressure of the line, have we received any sort of leaks that we're losing gas. As far as the remote device, there's a number of different types of communication that we can have. It all depends on where is this valve set going to be installed relative to communication. If we're along Gun Club Road, up in Adams County, where they've removed all the houses, there's not a lot of phone lines out there. So we will have to find radio or some sort of wireless cellular device along 104th Corridor and 88th and all those other ones. There are phone lines, so we will look into phone lines. There is no, like you said, there's no fail-safe guarantee, but we do have the fact that the service center, besides the phone lines or cellular or radio communications that we will have with these devices, we do have our service center, which is located in Brighton, that if all of those options fail, we still have the old manual way to shut down the valves.
And I get the technology. I mean, I get that all these measures are in place. The challenge is if we were talking about putting this along Gun Club Road, we wouldn't be having as extensive a discussion.
We need to help remind you that the number one threat that we have to our pipelines is third-party damage.
And that actually brings up my other point. I think we've talked a lot about this 96th versus 104th. I think it's a false argument. I see and understand the risk of 96th, right? It's a naked environment today. We've got to do a lot of roads and homes and buildings, and so all those things are further risks, to your point of third-party risks. I get that. So I'm not worried about 96th. I get, at some level, the 104th corridor, because yes, it's a utility corridor, and yes, it's your dirt, and you can control, in effect, who's going to be in there. And so that, to me, makes sense. It sounds safe. The problem is, whether it's your dirt or somebody else's dirt, if that pipeline has an issue, we have very little, if zero, margin for error. So if something happens, it's going to impact a lot of people, even based on, today's numbers, right? The 400-foot number that we've been using. I don't think in any prior discussion we had talked about, or I'd heard the depth and compensation issues being considered for railroad crossings in particular. Because I could swear there was a gentleman at the Otho Stewart meeting who talked about why you wouldn't want to go down I-76 as an example. And I keep going back to I-76 because, by and large, there's not a lot of people living right up against I-76, except in a very few places. It's primarily an industrial, commercial corridor. And so I guess to me, I don't understand, other than the fact that there is an ownership of the utility corridor along 104th, why there would not be a more viable corridor to look at along the I-76 or one of the other highway corridors if we're able to bury this at that level, if we've got buffers between the built environment and the road, and we are further away from schools and homes and the like. So I get that there were a lot of factors looked at, but it doesn't sound like, I don't get what was the failure in that sort of an option.
We're asking what was the failure in an I-76 alignment or just generally any alignment?
I think the I-76 are one of those sort of northeasterly routes, right? The only thing that I can see, and there was a diagram in your proposal from earlier that showed, it was your picture that showed sort of the analysis, the colorization of the map that showed the areas that you didn't want to touch and the areas that were less risky. And it looked like there was an option that sort of took it in a northeasterly trajectory that, again, I didn't have the detailed map in front of me, was somewhere between 76 and 85, it looked like roughly. The only thing that I saw between where you were coming into that area and where we would be, cutting across Commerce City, was that if you continue on that line, you hit Brighton. So now you're going to go through the middle of Brighton. And so I guess I look at this and I say, well, wow. So somehow Brighton's not touchable, yet Commerce City neighborhoods are. It seems like we're basing the decision on the current Commerce City environment, not the future, except on 96th. And we're basing it on the current Brighton, which is obviously denser through that potential corridor than we are. So I guess it just, there's a saying with statistics, right? You can make statistics say whatever you want them to say. I don't get necessarily, and I personally I'm going to need some additional time to consider this, but I'm not getting why we don't find routes that simply bypass schools and homes in that regard. And I get that we have a highly established environment, right? The built environment is what it is, but it seems like we're getting the short end of the stick, I guess, is the bottom line when there are potentially alternatives.
If I may respond, my name is John McDonald with Tetra Tech on behalf of Xcel Energy, 1099 18th Street, Denver, Colorado, 80202. I helped out with the route selection study, which was conducted in a couple phases and went over a couple of years in total. And some of the routes that you just suggested and looked at, Councilor McEldowney, we looked at in detail. We looked at 76 in great detail. It was one of the earlier options. It was put on and looked at. And Preston talked about the comparative matrix that didn't involve cost. We looked at going down there. And in doing so, also conducted some field recon and also looked at, talked with different agencies involved. Obviously, you're looking at 76, you're looking at CDOT, or potentially permitting through CDOT. As was discussed earlier, you can't be in the right-of-way of an interstate paralleling. You can cross, but they generally do not let you parallel with pipeline infrastructure. That puts you outside of the right-of-way. Same thing with railroad. You can't be directly inside the railroad right-of-way. Once you're outside of the right-of-way, we did look at that option. Okay, let's be just adjacent to, within a certain corridor width that we're looking at right now. We ran that through the comparative analysis. You're exactly right. You affect a number of communities along that way. And we did the analysis of land use versus number of residents throughout. The path, and I think perhaps the Planning Commission lead perhaps said it the best, this is not a perfect route that's chosen. There is no perfect route out there. It is the path of least resistance. It's the path of the leaster amount of residences closer to, even though it seems like there's a lot in some places, it had the less amount in those areas. And again, 76, the total number of residences was overwhelmingly more throughout.
Mr. Bullock's comment is that the 96th Avenue corridor becomes the path of least resistance based on that logic.
If I may respond quickly, we actually looked at residences existing within 300 feet and found less currently with the alignment along 104th versus 96, just counting residences within there.
And I get that because you avoid the entire southern edge of the Frontier neighborhood. I get that. That's a highly dense segment. The point is the future built environment along both 104th and 96th is going to bring in a lot more homes. So again, I guess this goes back to my comment about a route through Brighton versus a route through Commerce City. If we're comparing apples and oranges, certainly it's easy to say, well, you avoid Brighton and you go through Commerce City. If I look at the point at which this is built and some point down the road where we would expect something to fail if it's going to fail, now we're looking at a future built environment. So are we looking at the PUD for the neighborhoods along 96th and the ultimate PUD for the neighborhoods along 104th to look at what the future density looks like? Was that part of the assessment?
It was somewhat. I mean, not in a qualitative sense, or not in a quantitative sense, more in a qualitative sense. We did look at future PUDs in Brighton, in Commerce City. Absolutely. We looked at some of those growth patterns. Did we avoid them all? No. We couldn't. I mean, we're looking at 34 miles of pipe and finding a best possible solution along that whole range. But yes, future PUDs were looked at.
But we didn't. I want to be clear that we didn't weigh, Brighton versus Commerce City. That wasn't anything. We used the same criteria to analyze the pipeline route in Brighton as we did in Commerce City. It wasn't we chose to put it in an area of Brighton that then negatively impacted Commerce City. That just simply is not the case.
Thank you for the comments. Can we get a copy of the presentation that you presented tonight? I have not seen the slide previously that was in your presentation tonight that showed the map with the analysis, again, that colorization.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I agree with Mr. McEldowney that 300 or 400 feet is not nearly far enough to use as a distance to notify people, because if something goes wrong, it's going to go past 300 or 400 feet. And I think you all know that. It's going to go, the maybe 500-600 meters, which is 3 or more feet to a meter. Also, I'd like, how far is it between the valves that would automatically shut off?
Excuse me, sir?
How far is it between the valves that automatically shut off?
Worst case is 6 miles.
Well,
Code requires 8.
Okay, let's say it was 8 miles. I've just done a few calculations here on a 24-inch pipeline at 1,000 pounds per square inch. And once the gas leaked out of an 8-mile long pipe and got down to atmospheric pressure, you would have just about 1 million cubic feet of gas. It's going to leak out until the inside of the pipeline gets down to atmospheric pressure, isn't it?
That's correct.
Right. So you're going to have 1 million. I calculated 24 inches. Get the area. Multiply that by 8 miles. I come up with about 1 million cubic feet, which isn't a whole lot in the overall scheme of things, because I know you're talking about having 5 quadrillion cubic feet in our country. But 1 million cubic feet out in this area is a lot of gas. And when it gets into the preferred mixture of 10% gas and 90% air, that stuff can spread all over the place. So I don't know. I guess it's better than having the whole pipeline just rupture and spew gas all over the place. But is there any way to stop that gas from leaking out, or maybe bleed it off some other part of the pipeline, maybe the downstream part of the pipeline? I guess that's not done, though, is it?
At each of our valve sets, we will have a blowdown valve on each side, and the blowdown valve on each side is going to be 8 inches in diameter. So between, worst case scenario, as you're talking about, if I was to isolate, for me it's a 6-mile section because that's what we're doing. If in an emergency I needed to blow down that 6-mile section, it would take me 21 minutes to blow down one entire section. And that's from the 750, because that's the maximum pressure we will be putting in at the north end.
So that would only be,
But
if 1,000
again,
PSI would give us,
but we won't be, I mean, we're designing it for 1,000 pounds, but the reality is that we're putting in 750 pounds at the north end. By the time it gets down to the power plant, it will be at approximately 550 pounds. That's just with friction loss in
well, do you agree that at 750 PSI, you would still have in that 8-mile stretch 750,000 cubic feet?
It's still a lot of gas. But I'm saying that on each side of our valve sets, and there's 7 valve sets throughout this pipeline, we will have 12 blowdown valves that are 8 inches in diameter, that if for some reason, if this, you know, that there will be several locations that we can isolate and blow down in a different location. So if we wanted to blow down in the plant or blow down up north.
You know, that's all I have. I guess the thing that it really upset me is that nobody paid any attention to this little school where we've got kids that can't even walk. Something goes wrong with those kids, what are they going to do? Nobody's even recognized that we have this school over there. No schools within 600 feet of this pipeline. That's just an absolute lie. And I don't know why this is being thrust upon us tonight. It's wrong. We've got a school there at Landmark and 104th, and it's little kids. Anyway, that's all I've got.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
We're available to answer any other questions. If there's some details, some questions that we really haven't been able to answer that well tonight, we'd be glad to accept a brief continuance of this case to provide more detailed information. I know the hour is getting late, so I just wanted to throw that out as an offer.
Okay, I appreciate the offer, and I'll confer with the council once we get down to the point of actually closing the public hearing, which I was at 3 times. No, because he had raised his hand prior to. Otherwise, yes, I would consider it closed, but he did jump up and had his hand up before I gavelled. And now that it's still open, I have some more comments myself, and then I'm going to go on to Mr. McEldowney. I don't disagree with the comments that have been made up here. And in reality, I would prefer that the pipeline go down E470, which isn't CDOT, go to 56th Avenue, come down and cross over to 56th Avenue to Brighton Road, to have the least amount of impact on our residential base within our community. I mean, if it has to come through, you know, I would rather take the path of least resistance when it comes to our community, because that's who we were elected to represent, is the people of our community. I understand the safety behind the technology, but Mr. McEldowney brings up some good points. You know, it's just, why does it always have to be that this is the kind of thing that comes through Commerce City? Why can't we go down another path? Why can't we use Buckley, where there's no homes built along it, back behind the car lot area, and come off of 470 back in there, or cross 470 further south and come down, so that we have the least amount of impact on our residents? And I guess that's my biggest concern. I know going the route that's shown, 96th Avenue, even within your own right-of-ways, there are liquid fuel lines. I know you're going to have to deal with some liquid lines around the refinery, but you're going to do that with either route. And I think there has to be more additional discussion, because this is a very serious issue that we have to weigh in on. And I would also say, in reality, if this council can't sit up here and come down to some kind of agreement on what a route is going to look like, then I also know that it goes to the PUC, and I know that the PUC will probably allow you to go down 104th. But that doesn't mean that we should sit here and say it's okay to go through our neighborhoods. And I guess that's my biggest concern, is why our neighborhoods versus anybody else's neighborhoods. We're trying to build a great community, and it always seems like something comes along and takes a whack at us. Every time we try to do some good, we take a step backwards, and it's very frustrating. I don't blame the residents that came in and talked today because of those frustrations. You know, we've got kids in our community. We all, I think all of us up here have kids other than Dominic. He's too young, but someday he will, and it might be his kid that goes to that daycare. And regardless if it's his kid, we have to look after the best interest of the residents. It's their kids. And so that makes the decision that this council has to make a lot tougher, because we know that once we say, yeah, go ahead, that burden's on our shoulder. And granted, the odds of something traumatic happening are very, very low, but it doesn't get us out of the woods. If something happens and it's this council that sits up here and says, okay, we feel comfortable, and we have a major catastrophe, that's something that we would have to live with for the rest of our lives, and that part of it makes it tough. I know all of you sitting there, you all are in the gas industry, you deal with this day to day, and you feel comfortable about it. We don't, and it's uncomfortable. So I'm supportive of continuing the hearing and getting ourselves wrapped a little more around this, because it's frustrating.
Mr. Mayor, I completely understand your concerns, and you've brought up some alignments this evening that I think we, quite frankly, need time to explain. Councilor McEldowney has also brought up an alignment. If I could just make a suggestion, possibly in a publicly noticed workshop setting, we can lay out some of the other alignments for you, so we can show you the analysis that we went through, and we can just roll up our sleeves and take a look at the information, because we have done a very thorough analysis, and I don't think we do it justice just by standing here at the microphone and talking. I think a session where we can show some maps and show the other alternatives that we've looked at, because we have looked at some 70 alternatives, alternative alignments for this. So we'd be pleased to do that.
And I appreciate that, but you have to understand, because this hearing is open, if that was to take place and the council was to determine to continue the hearing, that rolling up our sleeves and talking about that would have to happen in this setting so that it can be made part of the public hearing. To do it differently, I think, would be unjust to our residents, so that they can have the same opportunity to weigh in. So because since we're in the hearing, I would want to keep that into the hearing until the determination has been made. And I will check with the council as soon as I finish up with Mr. McEldowney. I have that would like to speak. Then I'll talk to the council about whether we close the hearing or continue the hearing, because it is getting late.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McEldowney.
Thank you. And with that comment in mind about the hour, I will make just one last comment. I'm looking at a document titled Pipeline Emergency Response Guidelines. I've sent this to the city attorney and city manager if anyone would like a copy. But in this is a table that relates to recommended minimum evacuation distances for natural gas pipeline leaks and ruptures. And the table basically gives you across the top pipeline size in inches from 4 to 42, and then pressures from 100 up to 2200. I think we've been talking about a 24-inch pipeline that would be operating somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 plus or minus. If we look at 1,000 PSIG at 24 inches, that's a minimum evacuation distance of 1,730 feet. So significantly greater than the 400 foot of notification that we've put out there. I guess my point to this is, if we talk about extending public communication or public awareness of any of this, we should be thinking about notification in terms of ultimate potential impact as opposed to some sort of random distance from a pipeline.
Okay, with that said, I need to ask the council, what are your desires moving forward? The testimony has been taken. Do you want to close the public hearing, or do you want more information and continue the public hearing? Mr. McEldowney.
I think the latter. I guess I have a question for Mr. Gaylor in terms of protocol. This is, I think, unique in my experience on council. I really appreciate the offer from Mr. Gibson. I think that's would be a neat way to proceed. I just don't know if that is technically possible in terms of Mr. Ford's comments that obviously we have a public hearing that is currently open.
Well, as long as the public hearing is still open, it's certainly possible to continue the public hearing for further information. Once you close the public hearing, of course, then you can't take additional evidence, and all you can do is discuss among yourselves, take it under advisement, and decide what your decision is going to be, and then render a decision. You can postpone rendering the decision, but you can't take additional evidence. That may not serve your purpose, if I heard the mayor correctly. So you don't close the public hearing if you're going to get additional information.
Right. I think the key would be the desire is to get additional information. Certainly the ability to do so in the manner that Mr. Gibson described would be optimal, but the fact that the public hearing is open and would need to remain open would limit, or at least heavily influence, how the public participation would be affected, whether it would be witnesses to the activity and it would be essentially us sitting up here and more maps and detailed discussion. I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking questions. I don't know what council's thoughts are.
He's about to, yeah, but he hasn't.
I would weigh in and say, I did swing the gavel down and say, but I caught Mr. Gibson's hand up,
right.
So I stopped myself. So in my opinion, this hearing is still open, and I just want to confirm that with you as the attorney.
Yes, I'm satisfied the public hearing is still open because you continued to take additional information from the applicant.
Right, and I stopped myself and made note to the audience that Mr. Gibson still wanted to speak. Mr. Bullock.
I haven't weighed in on this. I've listened to all the testimony and everything. My opinion, and it's going to be the same opinion that I started with 2 years ago when we first started this process, was 96th Avenue. I've always been on 96th Avenue. It was the path of least resistance. It didn't have anything on it. You could build across the street in the right-of-way by the 100-yard barrier, by the fence for the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, which would take it out of the existing pipelines that are running down 96th Avenue anyway. and it could go all the way out and then make a right turn and connect just where they wanted to, right by the, Piccadilly. So if it was up to me, I would say close the hearing with the recommendation on 96th Avenue and take it away from 104th, because I never liked the 104th Avenue corridor, even though they were using that as the lines would be protective because they already had stuff under it. They already have pipelines on 96th Avenue too. So I'm not going to ever let that be used as an excuse that they can't use 96th Avenue.
Mr. Moreno.
Well, I will agree with Mr. Bullock that I think a decision should be made tonight and that we should close the public hearing. I can't say I agree with him on the actual preferred alignment, though. We have multiple organizations that have suggested, our own city staff have indicated that 104th, in their professional opinion, is the safest route. I look at the comprehensive plan map, and I have it pulled up on my iPad right now, and there's that strip of blue that goes across, that's a utility space. And we drew that in intentionally because development will never occur there. Never. It was so definite that we drew it into our future land use map, that it would never happen. It's Excel's property. They control, to a certain degree, who goes onto that property, who does not. To me, that is simply the safer alignment. I look at the density of the homes that are proposed all along the 96th Avenue corridor eventually. In our plan, we have between Chambers and Potomac high-density residential development planned in that area. It goes to what Excel has already expressed, is that person by person, property by property, there's less exposure on the alignment south of 104th. This is not an issue I take lightly. My sister, her family, lives just south of 104th, on 104th and Chambers. I have nephews and nieces that live in that area. But I trust the organizations that have brought forward this alignment, that have stated their opinion. These are not sham organizations. U.S. Department of Transportation, Colorado Department of Transportation, Colorado Department of Health and Environment, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. These organizations have all looked at this and have recommended that this alignment is the safest. Is there a certain amount of calculated risk always involved in these decisions? Absolutely. But I'm not an expert. No one on this council is an expert, and I have to rely on the good faith information that the organizations that are the experts have provided.
Okay, is there anyone on this council that would like to make a motion to continue this hearing? If not, I'm going to close the hearing. Mr. McEldowney.
So moved, for the purposes of obtaining some additional detail from Xcel Energy on the route analysis.
Okay. I see no second. Therefore, I will close the public hearing. Public hearing is closed.
Be interested, Brian.
Need a motion concerning the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission. Mr. Douglas.
Well, I'd like to make a motion based on the facts and findings and the questions and the presentation from Mr. Gibson and taking into consideration the Planning Commission. I'd like to propose the green line going down the south to 96 to Highway 2.
Okay, before we take in consideration the route, we have to consider the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission before we go into the conditional use permit. And at that point is when you could make a motion recommending a certain route. However, the recommendation of the findings and facts of the Planning Commission. Yeah, you would, to change that route, you would have to vote against the findings and recommendations or make a motion to deny the findings and recommendations.
Which was the vote totals we heard earlier from Mr. Gaylor.
Right, and so you would have to have and I want to make this clear for the council because you still have the floor. I'm just explaining to you. If you are prepared to make a motion, right now is not the time that we are considering the conditional use permit and a route. But to consider that route, you would have to make a motion to deny the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission and have five supporting votes. Once we're done with the findings and recommendations, then we deal with the conditional use permit and the route that's entailed there. So, are you prepared to make a motion at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to make recant that first motion. I'd like to make a motion going against the Planning Commission's.
Okay, I have a motion to deny the findings and fact of the Planning Commission. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Gaylor.
I'm really reluctant to go into this, but Christy Douglas testified tonight.
Yes, she did.
And Steve Douglas is the spouse.
Right.
We got to protect this record. After all this we've been through, I don't want to see this case thrown out because of an improper vote by a member of the city council who had a wife testify.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to ask Mr. Douglas some questions here in order to even qualify him to be able to vote on this
We
case.
might be able to rectify that. Mr. Moreno?
Mr. Gaylor, I do really appreciate your legal opinion on this issue and respect that. And if you have to ask Mr. Douglas questions to determine his impartiality, I certainly understand that. I don't believe it's a conflict of interest, though. Based on Mrs. Douglas's testimony, she was opposed to this project, yet Mr. Douglas is, it seems, making a recommendation to approve eventually. I don't see how that's a conflict.
The basis for my question is to ask him if he feels that he can make a fair and impartial decision and to determine whether or not there is a conflict. At this point, I don't know the answer to that.
I would suggest you go ahead and ask him so we can move on.
Okay, Mr. Douglas, you've heard your wife, Christy, testify here this evening. Have you formed an opinion based upon her testimony and her discussions with you prior to this evening as to how this case should be decided?
No, my basis on this has nothing to do with her. My basis are from my facts and finding being here in City Council and listening to the presentation, but prior to that, even before taking the seat, just on the actions as far as how Excel went through the whole processing, and to me, it sounded like they were going to go that route in 96 and then come to this point right here. That wasn't their final decision. Their final decision is to go down 104th. I based my facts and finding on this whole presentation, in which my wife has anything to do with here. My bill has nothing to do with what she said.
Okay, so your discussions with your wife did not take place outside of this hearing then regarding this case?
No, I mean, I do work a job, 8-hour job, and when I come here to City Council, I don't discuss anything. I mean, I got elected to this chair.
Okay.
So. Mr. Douglas, if I may.
Yeah.
You don't have to elaborate on what you do. You can say
Just
yes or no
answer.
and move forward. Well, I don't think this is a grill the council member situation. That's not the intent of it.
Just answer the question, that's fine.
No.
Are you satisfied with the questions I've asked? All right, I have no further questions then, and I'm going to, your parliamentarian, that Mr. Douglas can proceed to act in this case.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second on the floor concerning denial of the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission. And I guess we have some discussion. Mr. Moreno?
No discussion. I just request a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. No discussion necessary. We'll ask for a roll call vote.
And now, the motion is to deny the plan, the recommendations of the Planning Commission.
Correct.
So a yes vote means that you're denying
Correct.
the recommendations.
Let the record show that the motion is carried and the recommendations of the Planning Commission have been denied. Now we'll take up the conditional use permit.
The only thing we have to change is the route.
That's up to the council, what they want to change. Mr. Bullock?
On the conditional use permit, Bob, if the only thing we want to change, I know this might not be what the thoughts of the whole council are, but if the only thing we want to change is route, is that the only thing that we make a motion on?
You need to confirm whatever conditions you want attached to whatever you grant, if you're going to grant it.
And there's 25?
I like all 25 except for the route.
Well, you have the floor, Mr. Bullock.
I'd like to make a motion to accept all the conditional use permits except for the fact that I would like to change the route of the pipeline to go down 96th Avenue in the Wildlife Refuge ROW.
The 100-foot right-of-way.
100-foot right-of-way.
On the south side.
On the south side of the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge.
Just for clarification.
No, it's on the north side.
It's on the south side of 96th Avenue.
South side of 96th Avenue, north side of the Rocky Mountain Arsenal's Wildlife Refuge fence.
Mr. McEldowney.
I'm not in any position to second that motion, so
Yeah,
I
we'll
need
take
to hold my...
discussion after I get a second.
Yep, exactly.
Councilwoman Carson.
When the appropriate time to ask this question, but those postcards that were sent out,
Well, now's not the time.
those were only sent out to the people on 104th, correct?
Okay, now's not the time, because I have a motion, I am awaiting a second, and we can have
Oh, I thought
discussion
we had
after
the
that.
second.
No, we do not have a second. Mr. Douglas.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification, if I could.
Yes, sir.
The motion was made for the route on 96th Avenue. Just wondering where, there's several alternatives to head north. I'm just wondering for clarification.
We need clarification from the motion maker. Since the map is up here, do you want to explain the route that you are making in your motion so that they have exactly what that route would be?
Okay. As the route proceeds eastward along 96th Avenue, the yellow line that just keeps going east, just keep following it east, and then it turns right there.
So the furthest east location, east of E470, it would head north at that point?
That's correct, where it would come into the green line where it would intersect with it anyway.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. We are in discussion. Mr. Moreno.
I know these are all preferred or approved alignments or alternatives. I don't feel that there's been any real rhyme or reason into which route we pick to go north. I mean, I'm very concerned by that. 96th Avenue, I understand the preference there. I get it. But it's like we just tossed the dice and decided which one to go north. I have an issue with that.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councilwoman Carson?
Public hearing?
No, ma'am.
So explain to me that we only notified the people who were going to be impacted down 104th, and now we're impacting 96th, and we're not notifying.
No, ma'am. We actually sent notices out for all those in the green and the yellow alignments.
Oh, green.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I apologize then.
Mr. McEldowney.
I think just to piggyback on Councilman Carson's comment, though, we notified within a 400-foot width of the proposed alignments, correct? That was the buffer, 400 feet. And as we've heard in my earlier comments, 400 feet doesn't seem like nearly wide enough swath to communicate. I think to Mr. Moreno's points, he's absolutely right. I feel like we have gone through this with a very precise series of discussions and questions and considerations, and all of a sudden it's now 11:35 at night, and we're suddenly going to close our eyes and throw a dart at the board and say, I'm going to pick that route. I think that is doing a great disservice to the level of discussion and consideration that we've given this topic tonight. I will go back to my earlier comment and suggest again, assuming that this vote fails, that we continue the public hearing to enable additional discussion to get the detail from Excel on the alternate routes that were considered, so that before we put forward a specific proposal like 96th has just been proposed, that we're doing so in a fact-based manner. I think, assuming that they've done their homework, right? I think Mr. Moreno used the comment that these are the bright minds. I want to make sure that I can defend my vote one way or the other, having a reasonable interpretation of that data. So I'll be voting no on the current motion.
And I need to make it clear that we cannot continue the public hearing. It has been closed. So we will not take any new public testimony. And if the council wants more information or more time to make a decision, it would be outside of the realms of the public hearing. The public hearing is closed. Correct, Bob?
Yeah, now that's not to say you can't by motion reopen this public hearing,
Okay.
because we're still in session for this night's meeting.
Right. But
So
we cannot continue it. We would have to
if you reopen it and then continue it, you can do
Correct.
that.
Gotcha.
And that might be, I just spoke with the Excel attorney, and they'd be certainly amenable to presenting information regarding 96th Avenue and the options.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas.
Now, as far as, I'm making a motion as far as 96, this is based on some of the analysis and choices that were made by Excel. That's why this yellow and orange line are indicated on the map was based on their choices as well. And they narrowed it down. They wanted to go to 104th. And by looking at this map here, the orange line here, which is on this map here, is a green line, which happens. It's the green line coming from the north to the south on the opposite side of E470, coming down to 96 and cutting all the way across 96 down to Highway 2. And that's my understanding, and that was one of the choices that Excel looked at, and that's the route that I agree with.
That's the motion and second I
Yes,
have on the
that's-
floor.
Exactly. So it's not changing anything. It's not going out of the scope of the suggestions and out of the analysis that Excel proposed. It's just that there's A and there's B. Their A was 104th, and the one we're proposing is the orange, which is the green line over here. So it's not changing anything that Excel didn't look at. It's just going with their option B. Thanks.
Mr. Bullock?
My comment kind of borders along the same thing that Mr. Douglas just said. I heard Mr. Gibson say that if this council wants us to go down 96, we will go down 96. So evidently there's been some analysis on 96th Avenue. It may, what I'm trying to figure out is they know the analysis on 104th and 96 because 96 was an alternate route, and they knew that there was a possibility that this council might choose that route. So there's been an analysis done. Am I correct, Mr. Gibson?
Yes.
Okay, so. Okay, so we didn't throw a dart at the board. There has been an analysis done on this route. So I'm just going, just like I said before, and I said a year ago, the route of least resistance with the least population that's going to be affected in the city of Commerce City. And that's why I picked 96th Avenue. And I will be voting yes on this.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to tell the council that I just consulted with Excel, and they say that if there are 5 votes for 96th Avenue, they would accept 96th Avenue.
Okay. Mr. Benson?
Does that resolve the issue of where we go, how far we go east and where do we go north?
Yeah.
Yes.
How does it resolve it? Where are we going?
It would go up 96th Avenue instead of 102nd or whatever the green line is.
I understand that, but we're going east. Where's it going to stop going east?
It goes east
north?
past E470. Look at the map. He's showing you with an arrow.
Piccadilly.
It's showing you with the arrow.
Look at your screen. You see the arrow?
All right.
Right there on the east of E470, it would turn and go north.
Can we get that in the motion?
It is in the motion.
It is.
Well, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I'm just reassuring you it's in the motion. He went through and said it will go from Highway 2 and 96th Avenue up the northern side of the refuge, the southern side of 96th Avenue, out to past E470 to whatever that alignment is, Piccadilly, and then it'll go north. That was part of the motion, so it's in there. Okay? Mr. McEldowney.
I appreciate everybody's haste to bring this discussion to a close, but I want to go back to a comment made by Excel and made in some of the material that I've looked at, which talks about the greatest risk to one of these things is third-party activity. So let's just pretend for a moment that we all agree and we put this thing up 96th Avenue. If we take the timeline that Excel has talked about, they want to have this thing done in 2017, right? So at full capacity, right? Based on when they want to have Cherokee up and fully running. But the pipeline activity will happen between now and then. 96th Avenue doesn't exist. We just agreed as a council not to float a loan to the gentleman who owns the property, who holds a PUD for the property in which we're going to be proposing that this pipeline cross to build 96th. So let's look at the order of events here. We're going to green light Excel to go build a pipeline. And we're so concerned about risk to the community that we're then going to say, okay, then we're going to build 96th after that, which means we're going to have a whole lot of heavy equipment running through a corridor where we've just buried this 24-inch gas line. And then we're going to build 2 subdivisions and commercial developments. Actually, not just 2, multiple, right? Look at each corner of 96th and Tower Road. All of that activity introduces a whole number of third parties who can impose great risk into this line that's going to get built before they do their activity. My point is, if I've learned one thing in my 6.5 years on council, is that we make horrible decisions after about 11 o'clock at night. And here we are at 1:45, and we're now racing to get to this 96th Avenue decision when I'm going to go out on a limb and say, this is one of those things that people might look back and say, man, I wish I wouldn't have hurried that decision. I forgot to think about X. But that may just be me.
Mr. Moreno.
Well, Councilman Bullock, I apologize. I didn't mean to be flippant. These are all have been extensively studied, and that's why they are preferred alignments. So I didn't mean to suggest that we're just drawing lines on a board. Looking at, though, the future land use map, Mr. Timms, I noticed that there is a stretch of blue near, or maybe right along where that northern, where we go north. Is that correct? Is there an existing utility line there?
There is. Basically, the XL public service line, right here, it juts to the north. And so it would basically follow that alignment that's already there with the above-ground power lines. Only as opposed to a fee simple ownership, this is an easement up here. But that's where that blue strip occurs. Is basically to follow the above-ground power lines that go now north.
Okay, so it aligns with the green alignment, but not the yellow. Is that correct?
That's correct. The existing power lines go north; they do not go south. But the yellow line basically would continue that same route.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking at the some of the land use designations that we have in that area. Residential is particularly one that it's called out to be mixed use. As Councilman McEldowney said, one of the greatest risks is third-party interruption with the line. I'm concerned with the future development that may occur in that area that something could happen.
Mr. Benson.
Call the question.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock.
I don't have a light on.
You did have a light on. And then I have Mr. Douglas.
Wait a minute. Calling the question doesn't require a second, does it?
No.
We're in discussion, and I still have an opportunity to discuss my position.
He didn't recognize your
I didn't recognize your call for the question because there's still discussion taking place with a motion and a second on the floor, and I have not had the opportunity to have discussion. I've been allowing the council to have a lot of discussion, and I will give my 2 cents before I make a vote of this matter.
Is there a certain time when calling the question is only appropriate?
Well, to avoid that debate at this time, let's get to the merits of what we're talking about. The mayor did not recognize your calling the question, so therefore it's not a recognized request. And he didn't have to recognize you.
If a member of this council calls the question, then it's not debatable, doesn't require a second, and we take a vote.
But you have to be recognized to have the floor to even call the question.
I was recognized to have the floor.
Let's go ahead and hear what you have to say so we can get on with this. We got other business we have to attend to tonight. So,
you know what? I would say we have a lot of business to attend to, and I have given this floor to this council in depth to give their opinions, and I will give mine before I make a vote of this magnitude.
And that's where my point is, Mr. Mayor, that let's hear what your point is before
My point is that we are deciding something, and I'm very much in line with Mr. McEldowney. The magnitude of this decision, I think, is huge at the time of night that it is. I don't have any darts. I don't want to draw any lines on the map. I want to reopen the public hearing at a later date to get information on routes from XL Energy so that I can make a sound decision and keep this pipeline in the most appropriate place for the safety of the people of my community. So I will be voting no on the motion and second that are on the floor. If there be no further discussion, I'll ask for. You have something to say? I'm not mad. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I give you guys the benefit of the doubt, but I deserve the opportunity to have my discussion as well.
So this motion is for the 96th Avenue
Correct. And I will be voting no. So I will ask for a roll call vote at this time.
Can you please read the motion?
Reread the motion, please.
You want me to?
You are the motion maker.
Yeah.
The route that will go along the south side of 96th Avenue, north side of the Rocky Mountain Wildlife Refuge, all the way up east of E470, turn right, I think it's at Piccadilly, and it'll connect with the line that was on the map, the green line that came off 104th.
How about turning left?
Turn
Oh,
north. How about turn
left,
north?
Turn north.
There
It's
you
going
go.
to turn north. That's one.
Right.
If
And
it turns
then-
right, they're going to lose their pipeline.
Then maintain the other conditions.
Right.
That's the
Okay.
motion.
I've called for the vote. Fail. Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It failed?
4 to 4, fails. So now you're left with reopening the public hearing.
Well, we're not going to reopen it tonight. We got to reopen it tonight.
You got to reopen it and then continue it.
Okay, then we got to continue it. Let's see, Mr. McEldowney, you're lit up. Are you prepared?
I'm prepared to make a motion that we reopen the public hearing and immediately continue that public hearing until our next regular meeting.
October 15th?
Correct.
Mr. Benson.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to reopen the public hearing. All those in favor signify by saying.
Roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote to reopen the public hearing. Go ahead and set it up.
Did
I
you
did
want
vote.
that?
What? No, I was against that. I'm
Did
glad
you
it
want,
failed
did you want that continuance to be part of that same motion?
Yes, sir.
So reopen the public hearing and continue it to
It was
October
the
15th.
motion was a combined statement, yes.
Right.
And I'm glad it failed because my intention was to vote no on that. And Mr. Moreno just told me it came up yes. So it is late at night and I did hit the wrong button, but I told everybody I was voting no before I voted, so it failed. That's the main thing. Okay, roll call vote to reopen the public hearing
And continue to the 15th.
and continue it to the 15th. Motion is carried. The public hearing is open, and it is continued until October 15th. I'll give everybody who was here for this portion of the meeting a chance to leave, and I'm going to step away for we'll take just a short break, and we'll come back in and finish the business that we have.
Well, Mr. Mayor, to clarify, at that time, you want Excel to come in and explain the whys and wherefores of
Do we
the-
need a
of the
specific
options?
motion to guide that? I mean, I think we
No,
talked about.
I think just a
I think they
Yeah, I think
understand
Mr.
what we're
Gibson had a
looking
great
for.
suggestion if we can come back
Just a
with that.
directive.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I can't believe I voted yes. You told me, Sean, I thought you were going to vote no on that. But my intention was
I think we know that we know about what information is most important, that we can pull that out of the application and highlight it in the way that's most
I know. I know. I was wearing things. Okay.
Yeah, the only thing that's not clear to me is whether they want to take action for any additional notice for the 15th. That's not the reason they continued it, right?
But they don't need to, because,
It's not required.
right.
But I'm just wondering, I don't want to hear this notice business again on the
Right.
15th.
Well, I'll make sure.
Right, and they found notice was sufficient, and they didn't vote yes to
They made
continue
that
on the
finding.
notice issue.
They made the finding
Right.
was sufficient, so. Good, okay.
All right,
Good
we'll be
night.
back.
We'll see you. Jesus Christ.
Other option is
I can sleep in till 1 o'clock tomorrow when I have to go to the Liquor Authority board meeting. Huh? Liquor Authority.
Back to the agenda at hand. Next item on the agenda is ordinances on first reading. Ordinance 1934. Does the council have any questions for staff regarding this ordinance? Mr. Douglas.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to keep ordinance 1937 and 1930, ordinance 1934 and ordinance 1936, move that to October 15th.
Wait a second, everybody. I just had somebody tell me I need to follow Robert's Rules of Order. There's a motion on the floor at this point in time.
Okay.
Mr. Moreno? No? Mr. Bullock?
I was about to make the motion to.
Do you have a second?
No.
Is there a second? Mr. Teeter, do you have a second? Okay. The motion fails for no second. Mr. Moreno.
Move to approve ordinance 1934.
Councilwoman Carson. I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 1934 on first reading. Is there any discussion? Mr. McEldowney. Mr. Bullock.
That was for the motion.
Mr. Benson.
Sorry, what?
Is there any discussion on ordinance 1934? There's a motion and a second on the floor. Councilwoman Carson.
Are we going to get this small presentation?
If you,
I know it's a late hour,
If you
but I'm
request-
sorry, this is something very important coming to our city. It's not that
If you
lengthy of a
request it-
presentation, and I would like it.
You want
Ms.
to
Ryan?
have a request for a brief presentation concerning ordinance 1934. Is the staff prepared to make a short presentation?
Do it verbally?
Yeah, Ms. Ryan?
To save time loading there.
Yeah. Ms. Ryan, you want to at least make sure that everybody in the audience knows what 1934 entails?
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I apologize. We did not prepare a presentation. This was presented to City Council in a study session back in June, and there was plenty of discussion, and there was good direction, or at least understanding from City Council that they were very amiable to the idea that we put forth, and so we started working towards drafting the appropriate ordinance. But essentially, Ordinance 1934 enacts a youth commission in Commerce City, and its main role will be to organize youth that are in middle school and high school who live in Commerce City to work together to reenact the Youth in Government program, and also to eventually work with City Council and other city staff to put together a youth master plan. In essence, that's the first charter of the Youth Commission. So City Council knows the next steps will be, we've already gone out and had meetings at different middle schools throughout the city and the 2 high schools. We are going to put together an information session on October 10th, I believe, where all those who may be interested and the parents will be welcome to the meeting. They will receive information about what the Youth Commission entails. After that meeting, we'll be soliciting applications, and a group of 2 council members and staff will then determine who will be the selected members that will then be recommended for City Council's appointment. We expect to have a list of recommended members for the Youth Commission for the November 5th, provided that this motion passes tonight, for the November 5th action meeting for City Council. Any other questions?
Mr. Bullock?
There are 3 high schools in the city.
My apology.
Okay.
3.
Okay, and you did reach out to
All of
Lester
them.
Arnold? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moreno?
Mr. Cordero, thank you for that brief overview. My only concern with the ordinance was that, it states that a youth is not eligible for the youth commission if it's like, I think it's a crime against a minor or something like that.
It's adults, anybody older than 18, if they've been convicted of a felony, I think it says they will not be allowed. So we will be doing background checks on anyone older than 18 or anyone that ages out of 18.
Okay. But there's no provisions that, I guess, would disallow a youth with some kind of criminal infraction in their background that would not disqualify them from applying?
As of right now, we don't have that in any other board or commission, so we didn't put that. If you like, we can add that after in second reading.
I was just worried that the part you just explained applied to the youth applying. So
no, it doesn't.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Moreno, are you done? Is that it? Seeing no more discussion, I have a motion and a second on the floor to introduce ordinance 1934. Will the attorney please read the title?
Title reads, an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Commerce City by adding Section 2-3005 entitled Youth Commission to Article 3 of Chapter 2.
I'll ask for a roll call vote. Let the record show that the motion is approved and the ordinance has been introduced. Now we'll take up ordinance 1936. What are the desires of the council? Mr. Douglas.
Can we have discussion before we do the motion, or we have to have a motion first and then?
We have to have the motion first, and then we'll take discussion. And you can make the motion to approve or deny. It's up to you. Do you have a motion prepared?
Well, I had a motion to deny it.
Go ahead and make your motion.
I have a motion to, hold on, let me get to it. I'd like to make a motion to deny ordinance 1936.
Okay, I have a motion to deny ordinance 1936. Mr. McEldowney? Alternate motion, okay. Is there any second for the denial of ordinance 1936? Seeing none, the motion fails for lack of a second. Mr. McEldowney, you have an alternate motion.
Move to approve ordinance 1936. Council is seated on first reading.
Mr. Bullock.
Second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 1936 on first reading. Is there any discussion? Mr. Douglas.
Yes, I have discussion here. We had a study session, we had a lot of questions and all that, but, my question is, who's here who can answer these questions from planning? Or is that you, Jim?
I'll do my best. We
Okay.
may have to defer some of them to Mr. Brown to answer between now and second reading if this is successful tonight.
All right. My question is, I know that this property is in the works as far as purchasing. I know we had earlier discussion about the black property and how we went through the whole ordeal, but who authorized as far as moving forward and being set in line to purchase this property? Was there a earnest money given to purchase this property? Because
No, we're in negotiations, but we cannot proceed with any formal contract until this is approved on 2 readings by the City Council.
Okay. Now, the purchase price is $867,000, and I know that we purchased some land back in 2005 when that was the height, pretty much the height of the market. Back then, we couldn't even keep property, open. It was going so fast. I know the city purchased property back then, 35 acres, approximately was $4,500, $4,571 per acre. At today's dollar, what this is saying, we're purchasing the acreage at $8,500 per acre. I don't see anybody, going to take this land up from underneath us. And I do have to ask the council, has anyone gone over and actually looked at the property, not just going off what the pictures and Google Maps show, but just really looking at that property to see if that's something right now that we can take on, knowing, I know later on there's going to be plans to repair and mitigate some things here that deals with the O'Brien Canal, but I did do some homework and went over and took pictures and videos and all that of the site. I went around the whole area. That's a huge project as far as trying to make this a future park site, and to give up that kind of money, $8,500 per acre, that's a lot of money. So that's why I'm voting against this tonight, because I'm not against open space, but here we're using park impact fees to help pay for this, when we have 2 parks that we identify right now in the northern area that is surrounded by residential. We should at least complete 1 or 2 parks of those parks over there with those park impact fees. We'd have better use right now of those parks instead of letting those sit and then taking action on this, because at today's dollar, $8,500 per acre, that's a lot of money. I think negotiation, I'm not sure who's negotiating on this, but price-wise today, and by looking at that land, actually looking at it, it's not worth $8,500 an acre.
Mr. Bullock.
We had an extensive communications from Mike Brown about this property, the why, where, how, and everything of the property, what it was going to do in the future and everything, and our opportunities now. I understand there's people on this council that are more knowledgeable in real estate than I am. But none of you were on the council when the Fletcher property came up for being bought. And we let that slip through our hands. And now a piece of property that we could have picked up for something like $600,000 is worth over $1 million. I said it then, and I'll say it now, never again will we let a nice opportunity slip through our hands just because somebody thinks that they are. I've known this piece of property for a long time, for over 10 years, and it's been a prime piece of property that the city has tried to get. It is now available to be bought, and I see no reason why we should sit here and spin our wheels and then 2 years down the road find out the property's going to be selling for $1,800,000 and somebody will be saying, well, I just didn't know. Let's get while the getting's good. That's all I'm going to say.
Mr. McEldowney.
to to pick up on the comments from Mr. Bullock, we have a document in the city called the Prairie Ways Action Plan that outlines our future ultimate build-out of parks, trails, open space, particularly in the Northern Range. In order to actually achieve that plan, you need a couple things to come together: timing of properties becoming available, and opportunity to have or the funds available at the time the opportunity makes itself available. As Mr. Bullock has said, this is a property that is a significant key in the ultimate build-out of the Northern Range Community Park System. The timing, we can't dictate. The city has tried to make that happen previously. The property owners weren't in a position to do so at that time. I understand the comparisons that you're making, but I think the comparisons to the consumer real estate space versus building a portfolio of land holdings to build out an ultimate park system are a very different discussion. And certainly we are here at the behest of the community and stewards of the community. Park impact fee funds are for exactly this type of purpose. The money that we're talking about here is insufficient, as we talked about in our budget retreat, and we've talked about multiple times with regard to parks and open space. It's insufficient to complete the parks in the system. We don't have additional budget dollars to account for the operating dollars that those parks would require once built. So the key is we invest in this property in terms of putting it in our portfolio. There is no, as I remember from Mr. Brown, cost beyond the acquisition cost for us, because effectively the property owner, the current property owner, keeps his livestock on that property to maintain the property effectively. We're not doing anything in terms of improvements or otherwise. Ultimately, we've talked about the drainage improvements that would have to occur. But these are things that happen at some future point when the next set of conditions align. But we can't get to that next point unless we have this thing sitting in our possession. And to Mr. Bullock's point, if we don't do this now, then we very well may lose the opportunity to do so, certainly in a manner that we can afford. I think the point here is we need to look at our study sessions as a point to exhaust the discussion. And if we leave and have opinions, there was no indication, from my sense, of anybody in that meeting that there were significant reservations to the extent of voting this down. And had there been, it would have seemed like an appropriate discussion to continue to help make sure that questions that were there were answered. And certainly while someone like Mr. Brown and our finance folks were there to help provide that added commentary, they're not there now here because there was, to some level, an assumption that the questions had been posed, the questions had been asked. And I guess if the comments from council are insufficient to help move this discussion forward, then we may be forced to take this further on. But either way, that's my 2 cents. We certainly have a motion on the floor. And did we ever get a second on that motion?
Yeah, we did. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's a motion and a second on the floor to approve Ordinance 1936 on first reading. Mr. Benson.
I agree that this is property that we should acquire. However, the reason for doing it now should not be because we think that the price is going to skyrocket. That might have been true 8-9 years ago, but real estate values are not going anywhere except maybe down. We might be able to save money by buying it in 2 years. The problem is nobody really knows, but to think that it's going to double in value in the next 3 or 4 years is, well, it's pretty far-fetched. But I think this is something that we need to do. I'm going to vote for it. So,
Councilman Moreno.
I'll be brief. I think I don't think this property is being purchased simply because we're afraid that the property values are going to go up and it's going to cost us a lot more in the future. This is tied to so much more. The timing is right for it. This is happening in conjunction with a grant being submitted to the Adams County Open Space Board, which will significantly reduce the cost by which it's purchased by almost half. At the end of the day, if we get that grant, the purchase price of this property comes down to $517,000. I'd also like to point out that in the legislation text on our agenda, it also states that part of this land is also necessary for the natural resource damages grant that we put in that ties significant money to making some improvements to Second Creek and some of the Northern Range areas. So I think it's all coming together at the right time, and I'll be supportive.
Mr. Douglas.
Now, the timing of distribution of recovery funds is estimated to be 2 to 5 years. Was there an appraisal done on this property?
Pardon me?
Was there an appraisal done on this property?
It's unclear. I don't have that information tonight.
Okay. And let me state the fact that when we do have study sessions, not always we're going to have the right answer at that time. We can go over this over and over at study session. That's great. We can ask questions and everything, and that's what it's there for. But when you leave something and we can't vote on it, then you come here and you're kind of curious about certain things. This is the time to ask. I mean, that's just how this works. And I don't have to be satisfied of what happened in study session. If I still have issues about something, I'm going to bring them up right before we vote. But I just think that there should be some negotiation on this. This paying $8,500 per acre for that land, and for what we have to do to mitigate that. As you know, in study session, Shay's not going to contribute to making sure that we have problems like we do at Fairfax Park. I don't understand. And let me ask again: has anybody been over there and actually walked the property to see what we're purchasing here?
Yes.
Okay. Did you walk by the old Bryan Canal, and does that really make sense to pay $8,500 an acre for this property?
Yes.
Wait a second until I end up calling your name and giving you the floor. Right now, Mr. Douglas has the floor.
And I'm not angry about this. I'm just trying to find out the reason here. I mean, seriously, if it was 10 years ago, and I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm telling you right now, 2 years from now, the property is going to be a lot lower than it is right now. And the way that land sits right now, that is not land that's going to be, developers can come in and occupy that land. And another question I didn't ask at the study session is, are there minimum rights on this property? I mean, are we going to be impacted by this property, and then there's mineral rights that have been sold on this, so we're going to be impacted by oil and gas? I mean, I have some serious questions here about this. So, thank you.
Mr. Benson.
Well, in the summary and background information that's been provided to us, it says that it's under contract and it's contingent upon appraisal. So when do we expect to get that appraisal back? I guess.
I think before the Parks Department was going to proceed with ordering that appraisal, we want to make sure we got the grant and this was successful on second reading.
Okay, we got 2 months before the closing date, and I think that appraisals depend a lot on who exactly who does them, and different appraisers have different ways of doing that, even though they all go to the same school. But I think that when that appraisal comes back, we shouldn't just accept the bottom line, but somebody needs to look at it and analyze the method that they use to arrive at it. And I would imagine that since it's not income-producing property, that it's just going to be comparable sales. Would you agree with that, Mr. Mayor? Certainly can't be.
Jim, here's what I want to remind the council of. And I know it's late in the evening, but you need to address your comments as a body to the folks that are sitting in the audience and not ask questions of the council members that are seated up here. So you are the one that needs to be comfortable with that. But to get into back and forth questions to the council, I just don't think is appropriate. So I would ask the council to continue during your comments to address them to the public, the folks that are watching TV at home, and we'll move forward with our comments.
Well, the reason I addressed that comment to the person that I addressed it to was because I know that that person has a background in real estate transactions. In fact, I think that person is a real estate broker licensed by the state of Colorado. So I would ask the same question of Mr. Gaylor. Shouldn't we go over this appraisal, whatever it turns out to be, and just to make sure that we agree with the methodology?
When the appraisal is received, before we do a closing on it, we'll certainly analyze the appraisal.
Because you can't just go by the bottom line. You've got to look at what they're relying on, the comparable sales of property, which in the case of raw land, that's going to be the only thing that they're going to have to base their appraisal on. And it's got to be based on recent sales, not sales from 6 or 7 years ago. So anyway, I hope that we'll do that. I mean, we need to approve this, but we just need to, I think Mr. Douglas's concern is that we may be paying too much for it, and I hope that the appraisal will sort that out so that we'll know for sure whether we're paying the right price for it. Thank you. That's all I had.
Mr. McEldowney.
I'll keep it quick. This is an ordinance on first reading. I think the spirit of the ordinance we seem to, for the most part, be on board with, at least based on study session dialogue. Certainly some questions around appraisal. We will see this again at second reading, and if something looks sour at that point, then I would think we would choose to either delay our decision or reject the decision at that time. And certainly it may make sense to ask staff to provide maybe a more extensive summary to help restate and recap some of the background commentary from Mr. Brown, who had a lot of that right offhand. So that's it.
Well, I'd like to say that, number one, I know that this is an integral piece to our drainage facilities that are necessary for the long term of our community, and it ties in with our trail systems. And I know I would reiterate what Mr. Moreno said about the grants and the opportunities that we have on this property. The other thing I would also like to say is, from after hearing the discussion, that I don't expect this to pass unanimously. Therefore, it wouldn't be a consent agenda item, and it would be heard independently at second reading so that we can have the discussions to ensure that all of us get the answers to the questions that were proposed by the council here today. With that being said, I will be supportive of it on first reading. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Attorney, please read the title.
Title reads, an ordinance amending the 2012 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating a portion of the unencumbered fund balance of the Park Impact Fee Fund in the amount of $947,745 for the Vaughn property purchase and authorization of the expenditure thereof.
I'll ask for a roll call vote. Let the record show that the ordinance has been introduced on first reading. Ordinance 1937. Mr. McEldowney.
Move to approve ordinance 1937 on first reading.
Mr. Benson.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 1937 on first reading. Huh? No problem. Start with discussion. Mr. Douglas, did you have discussion? Okay. Mr. Teeter.
Yes, I've got just a couple quick questions for Darren on this. I guess what I'm looking at, Darren, is what happens if the water department's out there flushing fire plugs or doing maintenance on fire plugs and they're running water, or if the fire department's out there training and they're putting their training water into the sewer? What does that have to affect on this thing?
Training water is definitely an issue. What this does, this went through the state for review. It's part of our Colorado discharge permit, and they reviewed our ordinance that's in place, and they wanted us to add the one word there. It's in the next to the last line in there in section 1, adding emergency, and it's specifically for those reasons. Flushing fire plugs and some of their training is not covered by our discharge permit, so they would need to go through a different process to get permitted, and then so that would have to go through the state on some water quality issues to allow them to do that.
And does that fall under their training tower that's out there on 104th?
I'm not real familiar with how they deal with their water from that. If it's recycled, or if it's not recycled, then they're going to have to go through and do some additional work to get permitted to do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Bullock.
Is this a federal mandate or is this a state mandate?
This trails off of the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System. The state permit is called the Colorado Discharge Permit System, and so it's tied back to the NPDES program.
Okay. Now, on the firehouse right over there on 56 that they do the training exercises with all day, 56 and Quebec Street, the Denver City Fire Training Facility, you watch them do a lot of water exercises. You may not know this. Is their water recycled? For their
I couldn't answer that.
Okay. I'm trying to get why this came now. What was the genesis of this for this to show up now on firefighting and the water department flushing out hydrants? You know, flushing out hydrants is one of the things they do in order to keep them fresh. Why is this a state, and if you can bring me back more information on how many jurisdictions they came to, and actually this is a mandate to all of them, or is this just something that came to Commerce City?
I would have to do some more research. I don't know the particulars about why they did this. All I do know is that they wanted to add emergency in there to distinguish between those activities of flushing and training and actual firefighting requirements. So if you'd like, I can get that information and provide it on second reading, or we can wait.
Okay, because the timing of it seems to be a little strange, and I would love to get more background information on this, why the state is mandating this now, because there seems to be more communities that are building training facilities, and it seems like it's just, the timing is not, it just has a eerie effect with me, and I'd like to get the full reading and the full effect on why this is showing up right now.
We'll get you those answers.
Thank you.
Mr. McEldowney.
Mr. Sterling, if I've heard correctly, this is not a specific ask of the state to Commerce City, but an ask of the state to all municipalities to adhere to this. Is that right? I mean, the state reg has been modified.
Right.
And we need to make this modification to our ordinance to align with the new requirement at the state.
Right.
Meaning, Denver may have a reg that already meets this spec, and there would be no action for them tonight if they were meeting, yet they may. But that's for Denver to worry about, not for us, right?
Right.
Mr. Moreno.
Was South Adams contacted regarding this?
I don't believe they have been.
Okay. With that information in mind, I would like to make a motion to continue ordinance 1937 to October 15th.
Let me we already have a motion and a second on the floor, and I want to finish discussion before someone calls for the vote. Hearing what we've heard tonight, I think it's imperative that we have our fire district and our water district aware of the changes that we're looking at making. I think this drives into extensive regulations that can reduce the ability for our fire district to train and for our water district to be able to flush lines and freshen water. So I need to hear from them before I'm ready to take any action. So I will be voting no on the motion that is on the floor. With no further discussion, Mr. Attorney, will you read the title?
Title reads, an ordinance amending section 10-3002 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code relating to illegal discharges.
Ask for the roll call vote.
I think we have to wait for Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson, we're taking a roll call vote. Do you understand the motion and the second that is before us? Do you understand the issue? Okay. I just want to make sure, because we had some extensive discussion.
Right.
But the vote's upon you. Let the record show the motion has failed. Mr. Benson.
You didn't understand the vote.
That's all right. We got it taken care of. Motion has failed. And now we're going to go into administrative council business.
Can I just pose a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I mean, this is an example of an item where, again, another Robert's Rules of Order question.
Okay.
I was prepared to withdraw the motion because it seemed like there was a need for us to continue this discussion rather than vote this down. And I want us to be careful about hurrying through to kill something when I think with a more appropriate item here would have been to continue this discussion to allow for engagement of the fire department, Mr. Sterling to come back with further information. So would it be appropriate to reintroduce this, or what is now I mean, I guess procedurally, how does this thing...
Whether it's done tonight or at a later meeting, you need a motion to reconsider, and it has to be done by someone on the prevailing side, okay, which is anyone who voted no,
okay,
in order to reconsider it.
All right, so...
Now, if you do it tonight, then staff can proceed to get the appropriate contacts. If you don't do it tonight, then you're going to have to do it at a future meeting, and we start all over again.
Okay. So I think I've still got the floor. I would move that we reintroduce this matter. I would reconsider this matter, rather, and I would ask that in that motion, staff give us a sense of when would make sense to bring that back. I don't believe it's probably the 15th, but maybe a following regular meeting. So with that said, I would so move.
Did you want to, on your reconsideration, I'm unclear of when you want it reconsidered, at the first available time that the council has, or?
Let's throw a twist on it. Let's reconsider this.
Making this clear, the first motion is to reconsider.
Correct.
If that passes,
then we can talk about
then
when
you
and
need
how.
to decide when you're going to schedule it.
Okay. Mr. Benson, motion on the floor.
I pushed the button for administrative council business, which is what's up on the screen. If something
Okay.
else is going on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Then let's vote on it.
We need to finish this one up. Mr. Moreno.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to reconsider ordinance 1937. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. It will be reconsidered. Now, do you want a motion to consider when?
Then a motion to continue to a fixed date, November. What's your suggestion?
So the staff would recommend November 5th.
Okay. Mr. McElhenney, are you prepared?
I am. Just a additional piece to the question. Are we able to bring it back first through a study session and then into a regular meeting, or do we need to bring it straight away to a regular meeting again? Is that our pleasure?
That's a council's pleasure.
Okay.
It's really a factor of how much discussion you think might be required.
I would suggest we bring it back to the first logical study session and then have it scheduled to a regular meeting thereafter. That would be my motion.
Okay, Mr. Bullock?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to bring it back November 7th? Is that
No,
what?
it's a study session
As a
first.
study session first, and then to be heard at November 7th?
Staff will determine when.
Oh, staff will, okay, gotcha. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried.
Thank
Now
you.
we can have administrative council business. Mr. Benson.
Thank you. Well, further to our discussion about notification of public hearings, I would ask that we direct the staff to come back to us with some ideas about how we might give better notice of our public hearings.
Okay.
I would make that a motion.
Thank you. Mr. Moreno.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Mr. McElhenney?
I was just trying to clarify that the motion didn't specify in a regular meeting or a study session, and I think the earlier discussion this evening suggested a study session to bring that back and then go from there, but well,
No, it
I don't know what
didn't,
the
it
pleasure.
didn't signify one or the other.
Right.
Staff can put it
Okay.
together.
Right.
But
Well,
I think they have direction.
Well,
I'll give an aye.
A public
Okay.
hearing is only a regular meeting.
Jim, you asked for information on how the staff is going to be able to put out notice for public hearings. We can hear that in a study session and discuss. We can't make a decision, but we can discuss how that notice will go out. So once we discuss how that notice goes out, if we discuss in a study session, to approve how that notice goes out, we'll have to do it in a regular session. Does that make sense? And you didn't signify that you wanted it in this or that, but my opinion is, we need to hear in a study session and talk about how notification goes out, and then we need to come into a regular meeting and make a decision on how notice
Right.
goes out.
Right, because,
That's-
Mr.
As I
Mayor,
understand it, that's the way that we always do things, that things are
Okay?
brought to us
So
in a
then
study
we're right
session.
in line
I
with
didn't
what
know
you
that I
want
had
to
to
do.
specify that we were going to follow our normal procedure.
Perfect. Then we're right on track, Jim.
Right.
Perfect, just what you wanted.
I don't know that we're right on track, but
Yes, we are.
we're going to get it done.
Mr. McEldowney.
No, this was from my prior comment.
Mr. Bullock.
Yes, sir. My administrative council business, it's this time of the year that we are receiving a lot of invitations to different events that are organizations that are based in Commerce City. Access Housing, the Alternative to Family Violence, they are located here in Commerce City, and we're getting all the invitations to participate in these galas and these balls, the Hispanic Chambers of Commerce. And I would like to have it put within our budget that we have tables available for council at these events and it be in our legislative budget. Because these are events that everybody on this council goes to, or a lot of us go to, and, but is this too late in the budget process, Bob? Or Brian?
I think it might be, but I could talk to the finance staff and see if there's still an opportunity to make that change to the 2013 budget. Do you have a particular
I mean,
amount in mind?
what we have is Alternative to Family Violence is coming up on October 12th from 6 to 10, and what is a killer, it's $50 per person, but $400 for a table. And so you've automatically saved, it's a table of 8, you've automatically saved $100 getting a table instead of having the council go individually. And it, just like at Access Housing last week, there was, how many of us there, Dominic? I think there was 4 of us from council with our significant others, but we were all at different tables, you know, and it's, Access Housing is based in Commerce City. Alternative to Family Violence is based in Commerce City. We are home to these, but yet it seems like we are the ones that.
But you're talking about this year, though.
Yeah, and I was just wondering if there's money in the budget this year to get a table for Alternative to Family Violence table for their gala coming up on the 7th. And that's it, but I would like to see the budget revised so these things are automatically included in our legislative budget if it's with the council's blessing.
As far as purchasing a table this year with council direction, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, could I get direction from council to, can make a motion to purchase a table for the Alternative to Family Violence Gala?
That's on the 12th.
I said the 12th.
Sorry.
If I can just make a comment, I think, we're fairly late in the year.
I know.
My guess is that there are discretionary funds which were intended for use to attend events such as this that are unspent. If the concern is the economics of attending as individuals versus as a table, wouldn't it just be a simple matter of directing staff to pool the individuals in question discretionary funds to purchase a table?
I wouldn't get to go. I wouldn't get to go.
I will allocate you my discretionary funds. And then
I have a motion on the floor. Is the motion maker happy with the current motion, or would you like to change it?
I'm happy with the current motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor to give direction to staff to purchase a table at the upcoming event that was stated. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Mr. McEldowney, did you have something further? Councilwoman Carson, I noticed your light was on. It's not on anymore.
No, it's late.
Yeah, no more.
Okay. No more administrative. Mr. Douglas.
Real quick here. I wonder if we could bring this in a study session to see what the truck routes right now in our city, because there are some truck routes on, I think it's 58th and Magnolia. There are signs that say no trucks going through the streets, but the trucks go through the streets anyway. I would like to, if we could bring that study session, or maybe you guys could look at that and find out what the routes are in our city that the trucks are designated not to go through, and then if there are schools within homes that have been designated, what the parking procedures are, because some folks are saying that they can't access their driveway because cars are parked in front of their driveway trying to get out of trying to access their driveway to the street, but it's being blocked by parents dropping their kids off. What the rules are for that. And then having a SRO at Prairie View High School and Prairie View Middle School. I noticed that in the city manager's report, it shows SRO being in certain schools here in our communities here in Commerce City, but we don't have any at Prairie View High School and Middle School. And if we could look at putting somebody in there. And then one last thing, too. I know I brought up the parks. If we could look, if I just wanted to find out what would it cost to build out one of the smaller parks that surround, the streets are Fairplay, Fraser, 100th Place, and 101st Drive. It's a smaller park. Communities built around that park, what that would cost.
What neighborhood is that?
It's I can't even think what it is right now. It's I'll give it to you.
We've jotted all those down. We'll handle them as city council action items and provide updates in an upcoming city manager report.
Thank you. Next item is reports. Mr. Attorney. Nothing further. Thank you, Bob. City Manager.
There is a weekly edition of the city manager's report that was sent out prior to this evening's meeting. I just want to make one correction. One of the updates is follow-up on the proposed sidewalk along the north side of 120th Avenue between Prairie View High School and Peoria. We indicated that we're trying to bring that forward on October 22nd. The date we're trying to bring that forward is October 15th. So that's a typographical error. We're hoping to have a draft agreement for council to review on October 15th. In addition to that, we have a number of updates on a variety of items. Given the lateness of the hour, I'll just ask you to review that at your leisure and contact us with any questions.
Thank you. I'll be as quick as I can. Attended a business appreciation dinner, meeting with Father David Van Deventer over a police action item, had the DCM lunch meet and greet, executive session with Adams County, Aurora, and Brighton, a shootout with the Levers brothers, Rec Center 25th anniversary, grand opening of UE compression, and Rose Hill classroom visit. And I promised the kids that I would read a couple of these real quick. They sent me a lot of these little things. Dear Mayor Ford, thank you so much for coming to Rose Hill. I wish I can be a mayor like you. First, thank you for coming to Rose Hill. So much. I learned about you, the people who work for you. I wish you can stay here and learn more about you. Love, Ruby.
She's 26.
This is from Carlos. Dear Mayor Ford, first, thank you for coming to Rose Hill. Next, thank you for visiting us. I appreciate most because we are cool, and you're the mayor. Love, Carlos. One more and then I'll move on. Alaya. Dear Mayor Ford, thank you for coming to Rose Hill. First, I learned that people don't work for you, but they work for the people that live in Commerce City. Next, what do you like to eat? Do you like to go to the flea market? Last, we want you to ask us a question. I appreciate it when you gave us a gift to take home from Alaya. But I have stacks and stacks from the kids that I visited over at Rose Hill of little thank yous, and I'd like to share them with anybody that would like to see them. And I'm going to have the staff put together a little collage of them that I can put on the wall in my office. With that said, one last report, most important. I became a grandfather last Thursday.
Congratulations.
If there be nothing further to come before this city council on Tuesday morning, we are adjourned.
We've got a meeting in 12 hours right here.
That's right.
Right. Aren't we going to go drinking?
better than the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olders. It's not about feet. It's about children. In the existence of public services, how much do they